Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Friday, in defense against the dark arts, Lockheart pretended nothing had happened. His teaching style hadn't improved at all. He made students act out trolls and werewolves while he retold his so-called heroic adventures. "This is the worst class I've ever taken," Neville muttered. Even Malfoy wasn't spared. He got dragged up to play a vampire. Lockheart glanced at John, clearly wanting him to act as a Tibetan snowman. But one look at John's expression stopped him cold. Hermione frowned. How could someone who wrote such brilliant books teach like this? The contradiction gnawed at her. Just then Ron noticed Neville carrying a sword. "Why do you have that?" he asked, still sore about his wand mishap earlier that morning when it flew out of his hand and hit Professor Flitwick. Harry blinked. "You planning to duel Malfoy with that?" Neville flushed. "No, it was John's idea. He wanted me to train and become a sword master." He felt embarrassed under everyone's stares. He hadn't wanted to carry a sword, but John insisted. The memory of John wielding a great sword against a troll flashed through Harry's mind. He realized John might be trying to protect Neville from Malfoy. After all, Malfoy feared John most of all. Ron shrugged. "Carrying a sword doesn't make you John. But who knows, maybe it'll help. Let's visit Hagrid tomorrow," Harry suggested. Hermione agreed without hesitation. As they walked down the corridor, John stepped out of a side door. "Ron, I was looking for you," he said casually. Ron froze. "Me? What for? You forgot. I promised to fix your wand." John lifted his bag. "I've gathered some materials. Let's see what we can do." Ron grabbed his hand in relief. "That's brilliant. You don't know how bad it's been. This morning it whacked Professor Flitwick right on the head." "Unfortunate," John said, examining the taped-together wand. "Even a dog would have disapproved of such a patch job." "Aspen and unicorn hair," Ron explained sheepishly. "It used to be Charlie's. I got it when he left for school." John sighed. "If that's the case, you should really give it up." Ron's face fell. "But I can't afford a new one." Harry stepped in. "I'll help you buy one, Ron." Generous as always, Harry's offer only made Ron more uncomfortable. He hated relying on his friend's money. John cut in. "It's not hopeless. We can salvage the core and pair it with new wood. I have a good piece here." He carefully pulled out the unicorn hair and passed Ron a length of poplar. "It'll take a week. Use this spare wand until then. It's got a unicorn hair core too." The temporary wand was shorter, but Ron held it like treasure. "Thanks, John," he said quietly. "All right, Neville, you're with me." John pulled Neville along, leaving Harry, Ron, and Hermione behind. Training. Neville endured another brutal round of John's drills. By the time they stopped, his arms were shaking too hard to lift. John, unfazed, cut a branch from the whomping willow, planning to fashion it into a wand. With its sensitivity, it might even outclass Ollivander's work. On his way back, he ran into Lockheart. "Mr. Wick," the professor said with his trademark smile, "why don't we step into my office for a chat?" John agreed, curious. Surely both Quirrell and Lockheart couldn't have been Voldemort's lackeys. Lockhart's office was plastered with photographs of himself. Vanity oozed from the walls. "I heard you defeated a troll in your first year," Lockhart said, grinning. "Impressive. Of course, not as impressive as my 5 consecutive Most Charming Smile awards." John just stared, unamused. Lockhart cleared his throat, suddenly self-conscious. "I wanted to ask, what do you think of me? I mean, of defense against the dark arts." John cut straight through the fluff. "You're thinking of quitting? Everyone knows the curse on that position. It's not exactly safe." Lockhart flinched. He had hoped to recruit John as an assistant, to prop up his failing reputation. "Nonsense. I am Gilderoy Lockhart, Order of Merlin, 3rd class." "Fine. I'll help with your second-year lessons," John interrupted, suspicion growing that Lockhart's books weren't even his own work. Lockhart's smile cracked. He could feel John's doubt. That made him desperate. As John turned toward the door, Lockhart snapped. His wand flashed. Obliviate. It was his favorite spell, the one he'd used to steal so many stories. But John's amulet flared, shielding him. John's eyes went cold. So you are a fraud. For the first time, Lockhart's oblivion charm had failed. Panic twisted his face. John raised his wand. A flash of white light ripped across the office, shattering frames and blasting cracks into the walls. Lockhart stumbled back, terrified. Wait, I'll leave Hogwarts. Just don't. His hand twitched toward his wand. Another blast from John scorched the wall beside it, forcing Lockhart still. Now pale and sweating, he froze under John's unblinking stare. John's grip on his wand tightened. Lockhart wasn't walking away from this untouched. Building power. Ever since John decided he would one day become the next Dumbledore, he began weaving his own web of influence. Damo Alex, Mundungus Fletcher, Tongmi. These were his connections beyond Hogwarts. Lockhart, for all his weakness, had something John valued. An enormous fanbase and countless publishing contacts. That made him useful. Gilderoy Lockhart, John said evenly, pulling a small vial from his bag. Either you tell me the truth, or I give you Veritasrum. The professor's face drained of color. He had no real strength to begin with, and too much truth serum could damage the mind. Seeing the potion, he backed against the wall, trembling. With nowhere left to retreat, he slumped to the floor, his bravado gone. And then, haltingly, Lockhart confessed how he had stolen stories from others, erasing their memories with the Obliviate charm. How every glorious adventure he'd written about was never his own. John listened in silence, his expression unreadable. Finally, he conjured a chair, sat down, and smiled faintly. So all those tales, you just copied them? Fascinating. You're a fraud? Yes, but also a remarkable social climber. Lockhart's shame turned to nervous pride. I had to try it first. I wanted to be an adventurer, but I was too weak. The only spell I could truly master was Obliviate. So, I used it. He spoke of a chance meeting in a tavern, of the first old wizard he robbed of memories, of how one lie became another, until he was Witch Weekly's darling and the most charming smile in Britain. John tapped his teacup thoughtfully. You really are talented, in your own way. He took a slow sip. Don't worry. I won't drive you out of Hogwarts. In fact, I want you to stay. Lockhart blinked. Truly? Then, what do you want from me? Money? Favors? John leaned forward. I want you. Lockhart recoiled, misunderstanding, and stammered. Please, change your request. My fans would never forgive this. You're still so young. John nearly spat out his tea. Not like that. I want you to work for me. Relief washed over Lockhart's face, though confusion lingered. Work? For you? Exactly, John said, voice calm but firm. You'll keep your post here. In return, you'll act when I tell you. Write a letter, call in favors, reach out to certain people. You have connections. Pure blood, ladies adore you. Publishers hang on your every word. That influence is worth more than any spell you'll ever cast. He extended a hand. So, Professor Lockhart, shall we cooperate? Lockhart hesitated, but he knew he had no choice. His trembling hand met John's. The deal was sealed. Saturday, Quidditch clash. The next morning, John wanted nothing more than to stay in the Gryffindor dorm. But Draco Malfoy came knocking, Nimbus 2001 in hand. John, come on, Malfoy sneered. We're about to humiliate those poor Gryffindors. The Slytherin team had 7 brand new brooms, faster than anything Gryffindor could muster. John sighed, but followed anyway. Crabbe and Goyle would have kept pounding on his door if he hadn't. On the pitch, the Gryffindor team was already practicing. Oliver Wood was barking orders, obsessed with new tactics. Harry, Ron, Hermione, and even little Colin Creevey with his camera were all there. When the Slytherins arrived, Wood swooped down furiously. Flint, we booked this field. Marcus Flint smirked, waving a note signed by Snape. Special permission. Our new seeker needs practice. The Gryffindors fell silent. A new seeker? Malfoy strutted forward, smug as ever. Fred muttered in disgust. Lucius Malfoy's brat, of course. The Slytherins laughed. Then, as if to twist the knife, they revealed the 7 gleaming Nimbus 2001s. Gryffindor's jaws clenched in envy. Hermione, unable to stay quiet, snapped. At least no Gryffindor has to buy their way onto the team. The insult struck deep. Malfoy's smile twisted. No one asked you. You filthy little. He froze mid-word, catching sight of John nearby. His courage failed, but the damage was done. The Gryffindors understood. Anger flared. Ron's wand was already in his hand. Eat slugs, he shouted. The curse hit, but backfired. Ron gagged, eyes bulging, before spewing a massive, writhing slug onto the grass. Then another, and another. The Gryffindors roared with laughter and disgust, half cheering, half cringing. Even Hermione's eyes softened with sympathy. Malfoy, pale, stepped back in horror, and for once didn't dare laugh. John watched, arms crossed. His voice was calm, almost cold. Draco should learn. Power is what matters, not bloodlines. If he insists on mocking others, he deserves what follows. He could have ended the curse with a flick of his wand, but he didn't. Better that Malfoy and Ron both learn a lesson. After all, John had changed Ron's wand himself. If you seek trouble, you'll find it. John went to Hagrid to ask him for some oak resin. The making and repairing of magic wands are very complicated. Not only does it require searching for materials, but it also requires patient polishing and waiting. When he arrived at Hagrid's cabin, Lockheart was pestering Hagrid to show off his knowledge by teaching a magizoologist how to prevent water monsters from entering the well. John walked over and knocked on the door, and Hagrid ran over to open it with a sigh of relief. Lockheart was about to sell his book to Hagrid, but when he saw John opening the door, he suddenly froze. Professor Lockheart, I remember you still have some textbooks to deal with. John glanced at Lockheart, giving him a reason to leave. Lockheart nodded quickly as if he had just remembered. Yes, I almost forgot. Thank you, Mr. Wick. He ran out in a hurry, and it looked like there was a fire dragon chasing him. This made Hagrid confused for a while, but he was very happy to have a friend visiting him. John, I was just wondering when you could come over. All the things you asked me to buy are already here. Hagrid took out a large bag of stuff, which were the materials John had commissioned to purchase. John was invited to sit down and made a cup of hot black tea with raw cake. Hagrid, do you know where there's an oak tree? I need some oak resin. Hagrid waved his hand, patted his chest, and said generously, Of course, there is no place in the Forbidden Forest that I don't know. Wait a moment. I will get some for you. Thank you, Hagrid. Hagrid was always so enthusiastic. After agreeing, he went to the oak trees to get the resin for John. While waiting, there was another knock on the wooden door. It was Harry and his friends coming over. John, you here? Hermione was a little surprised to see John. John was confused until he noticed that Ronald looked a little strange. What's wrong with him? Harry said angrily. It was Malfoy. He cast a curse on Ronald. We wanted to find Hagrid to see if we could solve it. Then you came at an unfortunate time. Hagrid just went out. Let the 3 little ones come in. John saw Ronald looked miserable and looked like he was about to vomit, so he guessed it was a curse. He's got the worm curse. John has read a lot of books recently, and it can be said that he reads every day. Seeing Ronald in pain, he concluded that it was the roundworm curse. At this time, Hagrid came back and was even happier to see the 3 little ones. Here, take this. It will make you feel better when you spit it out. Hagrid handed the bucket to Ronald. John came to Ronald and said, Lift up your clothes and expose your belly. Ronald was a little confused, while Hermione and Harry beside him had already started. After the clothes were pulled up, Ronald's belly was exposed. There was a bulge on the belly, as if there were small bugs crawling around in it. I think I can handle it. John hesitated for a moment, holding the wand in his left hand and pointing it at Ronald's belly. The roundworms retreat. The white light hit his belly, just like a punch in the stomach. Ronald's face turned bitter. He hugged the iron bucket tightly and spit out. He spat out 5 or 6 worms and finally felt relieved. Great, John. Where did you learn this spell? Hagrid asked, clapping. John remained calm and said, In the library, of course. In fact, he learned it in the Gryffindor Chamber of Secrets, which contained many strange curses and spells. Among them, There's a curse called the blood curse, which is extremely evil and is inherited through blood. Those who are cursed can turn into snakes and are called blood curse orcs. Over time, they will turn into real snakes. This made John very curious about what would happen if the blood-cursed orc was bitten by a werewolf and the two curses collided. Hagrid brought the oak resin back to John, and John didn't plan to stay. He put the materials purchased by Hagrid into a small bag and left with the oak resin. "I'm going to go now. Hagrid, thank you again for your help." Hagrid kept saying you're welcome. After John left, he said with emotion, "John is really the best little wizard I have ever seen, just like Riddle." No, I said you're also very good." Seeing the three little ones looking at him, he waved his hands repeatedly. "Riddle, no, don't mention that name." Hagrid didn't want to talk about the past. The three little ones looked at each other. They realized that this name seemed to be unusual to Hagrid, but they tacitly agreed not to ask any further questions. Although Hagrid was a big mouth, he obviously didn't want to mention this matter. Back in the Gryffindor Chamber of Secrets, John made a staff out of branches from the Whomping Willow and then filled it with unicorn hair. Once all this was done, John sanded down the edges and soaked it in oak resin. Oak is a magical tree. Legend has it that oak contains magic power, and a wand soaked in resin can make the wand more suitable for the wizard. After completing the repairs, John went to take out the materials for alchemy. He discovered that by refining items, his skill, alchemy, would level up much faster. Although there are no experience points to see, I can feel the improvement. After refining a batch of props to be sold in Silverhand Johnny's shop, John returned to the dormitory and asked Basil to deliver them. The store business was still lukewarm, but its reputation gradually spread. A letter from Tommy Shelby mentioned that there were wizards in Nocturne Alley who had other ideas about Johnny Silverhand's shop. John wrote back to him, asking him to handle it carefully and best not to alert the Aurors. Aurors have been investigating a lot of dark magic items lately, and there are a few in Johnny Silverhand's shop. At the same time, Tammy can start contacting some werewolf friends, and he is ready to show his skills. Damo Alex has been notified of the awarding time by the Order of Merlin. If nothing unexpected happens, he will not be able to escape the Order of Merlin First Class. This matter will be reported and spread as early as October and as late as Christmas. After replying the letter, John walked out of the dormitory. Since he had promised to let Lockhart continue to stay in school, he would naturally not go back on his word. Coming under the Whomping Willow, he held the Whomping Willow and entered the passage. The cabinet in the Shrieking Shack was still there. John had moved it away using a levitation charm. When it was time for the defense against the dark arts class, people were surprised to find John standing next to the podium. "Gentlemen and ladies, I am sorry for my poor performance in my last class. After reflection, I feel that overly innovative teaching is not suitable for Hogwarts, so I decided that it is time to show my true ability." Lockhart never thought twice when he was boasting. He showed his white teeth and smiled. "Mr. John Wick is the assistant I hired. He will be responsible for assisting in teaching defense against the dark arts. Of course, he has already been familiar with it under my guidance in advance." Everyone looked at John in disbelief. John rolled his eyes. This Lockhart really acted well. He opened the cloth-covered cabinet, revealing a cabinet that looked familiar to Neville. Lockhart smiled confidently, blinked his eyes, and said, "Now please line up. We are going to start this great and lively lesson." I have to say that Lockhart is a person who can mobilize emotions. After listening to his words, even the students who are already extremely disappointed can't help but look forward to it. John saw that the tables were in the way, so he pulled out his wand and waved it, and the tables turned into fences surrounding the front of the classroom. This transfiguration technique is already perfect. If it is seen by Professor McGonagall, it will definitely give him extra points. Lockhart emerged in a magnificent robe, looking like a pheasant wearing a crown. "I'm here to teach you your first official lesson, how to defeat the giant monster." Lockhart is very good at memorizing scripts, and as long as it does not involve physical combat, he can be said to be the king of talking. This can be easily seen from the way he can write other people's stories vividly. He talks seriously about his book, Walking with Trolls, and introduce the troll's weaknesses from it. The troll's head is very fragile. We can solve it by just casting a levitation spell and letting its stick hit its head. Now, Lockhart clapped his hands, and John came out. Lockhart said, "Let my assistant show you guys." Demo? The young wizards were puzzled. John waved his wand gently, and the locked cabinet was opened. Then there was a mumbling sound coming from the cabinet, which made the three little ones look even more terrified. They were very familiar with this voice. It was the voice of the troll they encountered in first grade. Then they wondered, that cabinet is so small. How can a giant monster hide in it? John used a clemency to construct a giant monster in his mind. The boggart mistakenly thought that he was afraid of the troll, so he turned into a troll, pushed open the cabinet door, and walked out. It's really a giant monster. Ronald was very scared. John stared at the club in the troll's hand, and when the troll walked towards him, he took decisive action. Wingardium Leviosa. The giant stick in the giant monster's hand flew up uncontrollably and then smashed down heavily on his head. The boggart who turned into a troll had the characteristics of a troll, and he felt dizzy and fell to the ground. The troll was easily solved, and everyone applauded enthusiastically after they realized what was happening. Lockhart came out and shouted, "John Wick is worthy of my teaching." He performed well. Slytherin gets 10 points. This class was different from the previous bad ones. In the lively class, the boggart turned into a giant monster and was hit again and again. After the class, everyone changed their previous opinion of Lockhart and became excellent. You have seen Professor Lockhart's true teaching level. Come on, Hermione. It was John who was teaching us, and Lockhart never even took out his wand. After the defense against the dark arts class, Hermione immediately found Harry Ronald to clear Lockhart's name. Ronald was even more certain that Lockhart was just a name in name only, because during the entire class, Lockhart didn't even take out his wand. It would be more like John is giving the class rather than Lockhart teaching. When Neville didn't use the levitation spell, John directly used transfiguration to control the troll. Lockhart was clearly frightened and hid behind the podium. Humph, but his class is good, isn't it? Hermione wanted to refute, but she was convinced in her heart. Seeing her idol fall from grace made her very conflicted. Ronald shrugged and said indifferently, "If John could be allowed to attend classes in the future, I have no problem with Lockhart." Harry watched the two arguing. He was still remembering the voices he heard when he was punished to answer Lockhart's letters on Saturday. Because of Ronald and Malfoy's bad behavior of cursing each other, he and Ronald were both given detention. But the good news is that Malfoy's protective father did not come to Hogwarts to make a scene. I heard that John settled everything for them. This made Harry feel grateful to John. Just then, Filch growled. The Weasley twins snickered as frog brains were smeared all over the wall, which made Filch furious. He was a squib, without magic, and could only clear it away bit by bit. It goes without saying that this was a prank by the Weasley twins. When Percy saw this, he walked up to them in a serious manner and scolded them. "You shouldn't play pranks like this. Come on, Percy. No, it should be the prefect. Maybe you could get into the ministry, because you're as dull and boring as everyone there." George and Fred sang the same tune, which made Percy very angry. Percy is an outlier in the Weasley family. Although Mrs. Weasley has always regarded him as a source of pride, he does not fit in with the entire family atmosphere. After all, apart from Percy, no one in Weasley would read such a terribly boring book as How Prefects Got Power. Percy couldn't do anything about it, and he wanted more power. For this reason, he treated Lockhart with great respect, even though his teaching skills were poor. In the end, his family affection overcame him, and he had to leave a warning and leave in shame. The Weasley twins were making faces in the back, and Ronald couldn't stand his brother after seeing that. The twins often bullied him, but they never scolded him in a serious and condescending manner like Percy. Not to mention Weasley, even in Gryffindor, Percy looked like an outlier. After all, you can be a bad student in Gryffindor, but you can never be without friends and a sense of humor. "John, you're right. I told my dad not to come to school. Next time I see Weasley, I will make him cry." In the Slytherin team, Malfoy proudly told John how he had stopped Mr. Malfoy. After Ronald had sneakily cursed him on Saturday, Malfoy had cursed Weasley out of Hogwarts. John frowned after hearing this and said to him earnestly, "Draco, don't be like a child. A powerful wizard doesn't rely on his father. You can return a curse to him, but never let anyone look down on you." This made Malfoy change his mind because he did return a curse, and that feeling was more satisfying than having his father come to the school to make a scene. Fighting back would make the situation a situation where neither side was in the right, and Mr. Malfoy would probably not end up in any good way if he came. Daphne trotted over to John with a hint of admiration hidden in her eyes and said coquettishly, "You are awesome. Your transfiguration in class just now was simply perfect. Where did you get a giant monster?" "Oh, Professor Lockhart got it." John did what he said and maintained Lockhart's image outside, which at least made him less questionable. But Daphne was not stupid. She wrinkled her beautiful nose and said angrily, "Come on, he doesn't have that ability. God, I don't know why my mother likes him." John smiled and said nothing. The giant monster was a boggart. Boggart can reflect inner fear, but it is not very strong. Even if he turned into a giant monster, he might not have half of its strength. Just build a fear monster using a clemency and stand in front of it, and the boggart will become the creature you want. He remembered that when Harry was in his 3rd year, a defense against the dark arts professor had captured a boggart. Of course, the professor was teaching how to deal with a boggart, not a troll. Lockhart's abilities aren't that great, but his stories are all taken for granted by others. The knowledge in it is indeed useful. As long as you follow the instructions, even if the theory is criticized, it can definitely not be called bad. Unfortunately, Lockhart did not realize this. In the lesson plans John set for him, except for the 2nd grade, it was best not to use hands-on methods for the rest of the classes. Most of them were based on stories in the book combined with theories. Defense against the dark arts mainly talks about the counterattack and defense against magical creatures and dark magic persecution. It's still easy to deal with this school year. After becoming an assistant in the defense against the dark arts class, many students began to realize that John was different from them. Even Professor McGonagall praised his transfiguration as having reached senior-level standards, which made the Slytherin feel extremely proud. Especially with Lockhart's good intentions and extra points, John led Slytherin's points funnel to soar, leaving the other 3 houses far behind. This made the Slytherin straighten his back. "George, Fred!" Percy's roar echoed in the corridor, and John walked out of the room of requirement to see the 2 sneaky people sneaking back to the Gryffindor Tower. Percy was walking down the corridor angrily when he caught 2 guys wandering around at night. With just one glance, he could confirm that the 2 men with iconic flame red hair were definitely his 2 younger brothers. But to his surprise, he didn't catch the Weasley twins, but John from Slytherin. "I should give you a warning. Although I won't deduct your points, you have violated the school's rules." Percy wore glasses and was neatly dressed, unlike Ronald and the others who never dressed properly. He said this in a matter-of-fact manner, and John shrugged, then thought of something. "Percy Weasley, we haven't really spoken much." John was impressed by the Weasley family. Apart from the 2 Weasleys who had already graduated, Percy had the lowest presence. But you cannot deny Percy's excellence. He obtained 12 certificates in the OWL exam. He is a test taker and a top student. It even makes one wonder, if he wasn't a Weasley, he would probably have been sorted in a Ravenclaw. After all Weasleys are Gryffindors, and the Sorting Hat probably doesn't want to break tradition. All Weasley's first reaction to Slytherin was disgust, but the person in front of them was John Wick, the man who had saved the 3 little ones. Percy frowned and politely declined. "Sorry, I still have to help the professor patrol." "If that's the case, I don't think you need to worry." John smiled and said lightly, "Are you interested in going to the defense against the dark arts office for a cup of tea?" He seemed to be talking about going home easily, which surprised Percy. Lockhart is unreliable, but he is also a professor, and he acts so relaxed. Thinking of John as an assistant in defense against the dark arts, Percy's brows relaxed, and he readily agreed. "Okay, but only for a little while." "That's enough." John smiled, but in his heart he had another thought. If we talk about the most unexpected and impressive plots in the Harry Potter series, the fact that a traitor who defected to the Ministry of Magic appeared in the home of the loyal Dumbledore and Weasleys is definitely one of them. And this person is the power-hungry Percy, which also makes Percy a person who John remembers vividly among the few plots. He remembered that Percy was doing quite well in the Ministry of Magic, and even went so far as to fall out with the Weasley family in order to climb up the ladder. This upward spirit was what John needed, and he started to think about it. Maybe he could recruit Percy Weasley. The connections you have are very attractive. Defense against the Dark Arts Office. Gilderoy Lockhart was replying to a letter from one of his fans when there was a knock on the door. "Oh, it's such a headache. My little book fans won't let me go even at night." He thought it was a book fan who came to ask him for an autograph, and he enjoyed it and even felt happy. Pure fame and vanity made him happy, even if it meant his hands would break from signing so many autographs. After opening the door, his bright smile turned a little awkward. Mr. Wick, why are you here?" His behavior made Percy a little strange, because Lockhart claimed that he taught John, but he looked like he was in awe of John. "Professor Lockhart, we have something we need to discuss. I hope you don't mind us taking up some of our time here." John walked in, his manner completely contradicting his words of respect. Percy nodded respectfully to Lockhart. "Professor Lockhart, you are still actively preparing teaching materials tonight." Yes. I'm preparing teaching materials." Lockhart calmly took the envelope from his desk, and after Percy came in, he closed the door. Not quite sure what to do, he crossed his hands over his abdomen and rubbed his thumbs in circles. John sat down on the chair and with a flick of his wand conjured up a chair for Percy. Instead, Lockhart took on the role of a waiter, bringing out tea and cups. "I have some friendship with Professor Lockhart during the holidays. We are pen pals." Seeing Percy's surprise, John made up an excuse. He smiled and said, "After all, connections are an indispensable part of being a good wizard, and this is also true for a good wizard like Professor Lockhart." Lockhart straightened his back when he heard himself being praised. Percy nodded in approval. His ideas were not favored in the Weasley family. It was rare for someone to agree with his ideas, so he developed some good feelings toward John. Picking up a piece of toffee, John put it in his mouth, and after the sweetness burst out, he took a sip of black tea. Similarly, connections should not be limited to outside the school. To be honest, Percy Weasley, I know you want to become the president of the student union next year, and the support of the four houses is indispensable. Percy's ambition was obvious to everyone. John picked up a piece of toffee and placed it in Percy's hand, chuckling, "I'll get Slytherin for you." "Why? Why are you helping me?" Percy pinched the toffee, somewhat confused. He felt a little uneasy. Although he was 4 years older than John, he was completely suppressed by him. "Connections," John said meaningfully. "I told you that you are an excellent person, and you have been doing the same in the Ministry of Magic since graduation. In that case, why don't you make friends with me?" The easiest way to deal with Percy is to show him actual help. John pointed at Lockhart. He said, "Professor Lockhart will help you establish your prestige among the students. You need to show your excellence. The defense against the dark arts assistant is a good stage for this. There is currently only one assistant in the defense against the dark arts department. If there is one more assistant, it will not only reduce Lockhart's pressure, but also allow that assistant to stand out among the students." John used this to bribe Percy, which made Percy very excited. Percy unwrapped the toffee and put it in his mouth, a smile on his face, and nodded. "You're right, connections are indeed important." He agreed to John's bribery. John stretched out his hand, and Percy shook hands with it. In this defense against the Dark Arts Office, Lockhart witnessed a deal between two powerful men. After Percy left, Lockhart asked anxiously, "Aren't you afraid that he will discover my secret? Wouldn't it be too dangerous to have another assistant?" "No, you are his backer, and he will not betray you as long as you continue to give him power." John glanced at Lockhart, giving him a shot of encouragement while also warning him. "Put aside your flashy ideas and make good use of the lesson plan I gave you. Don't use magic." Lockhart's magical skills were so poor that John wondered how he had ever graduated from Hogwarts. Lockhart smiled awkwardly. He liked to be the center of attention so much that he couldn't figure out his own nature as a magic rookie. Taking out the blasting-tailed screw amulet and an emerald ring from the bag and placing them on the table, John handed them to Lockhart and said calmly, "If you really need to take action, use this. It has an armor spell and a petrification spell set inside. This is a newly made prop that can help Lockhart hold up the scene at critical moments." Lockhart was overjoyed. He felt very stressed these days because people were doubting his ability. "Thank you, Mr. Wick. I will complete the task well." John stood up and left. Before leaving, he said calmly, "Just call me John. I said that connections are also an important part of being an excellent wizard." Lockhart was stunned. He thought John was using this as a threat to show off his power, but now it seems that John might really want to cultivate his network. Yes, cultivate. Just like what he did to Percy, give him power, give him fame. "Okay, John, I'll write to you after my term is over." Lockhart made a friendly gesture. John nodded and left. October has arrived. The temperature difference was so great that many little wizards caught the flu. Madame Pomfrey prepared some extra stimulants for this purpose. Although smoke would come out of the ears after drinking it, it was also very effective. John, as an outstanding student in potions class, was also called over to help. After delivering the stimulant to the school hospital, John heard crying while passing the second-floor corridor. He walked towards the sound and saw Peeves throwing rocks into the girls' bathroom. And inside, there's a ghost of a schoolgirl crying because she was being bullied. "Peeves, you can leave now." Peeves was bullying Myrtle. When he heard the sound, he turned around and saw that it was John. He was so scared that he knocked over his medieval armor and ran away. "It's just freezing you a few times. What's the big deal?" John couldn't help but mutter something when he saw Peeves' big reaction. Walking into the girls' bathroom, he saw the ghost of the bullied schoolgirl still crying and asked, "Are you okay?" Myrtle screamed and flew through John's body. John felt as if he was poured with a bucket of cold water, which made him feel a little uncomfortable. "I'm sorry, I just—" Before she could finish her words, Myrtle remembered the sad things and started crying again. John was very troubled by this situation. He really didn't know how to deal with ghosts. But the clothes Myrtle was wearing made him curious. "Are you a student at Hogwarts?" Myrtle was wearing slightly different Hogwarts student clothes, which made John wonder if there had been a student death at Hogwarts. Or did he forget to take his body away and turn into a ghost like Cuthbert Binns? Myrtle wears glasses, has straight hair, and the style of clothes she wears must be from a long time ago. "Of course I am a student at Hogwarts." Myrtle stopped crying and glared at John, then turned and jumped into a broken toilet. Well, it seems not all ghosts are easy to talk to. Spreading his hands, John walked out of the bathroom. Picking up the toppled sign that read, "Out of order," and putting it away, John headed back toward the Slytherin common room. "Gore, don't eat too much. You'll become like a pig. And you, Crab, stop it and stop making me angry, okay?" Daphne was scolding Goyle and Crab in the Slytherin common room. She couldn't understand why these two guys were such big eaters. Pansy sneered tartly. Maybe they were originally domestic pigs. When John walked in, he saw Daphne trying to retrieve the cupcakes that Goyle had taken. "John, here is your letter, which your dog brought back from outside." Daphne immediately restrained herself and behaved like a lady, and handed 2 envelopes to John like a Slytherin mistress. "Tom brought it." John raised an eyebrow. There were 3 ink spots on the lower right corner of one of the letters, as if they had been accidentally dropped there. John frowned. It seemed to be sent by Silverhand Johnny. Nodding his thanks to Daphne, "Thank you for taking care of Tom for me." Daphne looked up proudly, but her ears were a little red. Back in the dormitory, John opened the envelope and was relieved by the contents inside. "Mr. Alex Belby of Dharma will be awarded the honor on October 24th. It seems that my investment is starting to pay off." John smiled. This was good news, and John smiled widely. With such a feeling, John opened the second envelope. This was from Dommy Shelby, and it wasn't good news. The store was attacked. Staring between the lines of the letter, Johnny Silverhand's shop was attacked one night by 3 dark wizards. Although they were repelled by Tongmi, there are still signs of returning. Mr. Bojan is a man who knows what he sells. Although his shop is not well known, the items inside are of high quality. Tangmi traced out that these people were related to Bojan and Burke. He sent 3 wizards to destroy this uninvited guest who threatened his business, but unfortunately, they were unsuccessful. It seems that my concerns were correct. Tangmi has recruited 3 werewolf companions. It's time to put them to use. After the last recruitment, Tangmi successfully found his 3 werewolf friends. They were all from the lower class who were discriminated against by the wizarding world, and they were grateful to Jon for offering them a job. It's time to teach them a lesson, otherwise these troubles will only increase after the awarding of honors. There was a fierce look in Jon's eyes. The people in Nocturne Alley were not honest people, so he had to beat them until they were hurt. It just so happens that the full moon night is coming soon, so let the wolves go out. I hope that this time we can directly eliminate the trouble. Jon snapped his fingers and the letter burst into flames. He watched expressionlessly as the letter turned to ashes and asked Basil to deliver the letter to Tangmi, along with the amulet and spell ring he had prepared. Arming these people to the teeth, he wanted to defeat Borgin and Burke in one fell swoop. At the same time, Jon wrote to Damo Alex, hoping that he could ask the Ministry of Magic to conduct a major search of Nocturne Alley. With his influence and pure blood status, as he is about to be awarded the Order of Merlin, First Class, Damo Alex is able to do this. After finishing everything, Jon also started the same job as Lockheart. The difference is that Lockhart's correspondence was with book lovers, while Jon's correspondence was with alchemy experts or rune scholars. There were also some potions masters who became his pen pals due to Damo Alex's introduction, and they responded very well to him. Maintaining these connections is also a job, and Jon wrote letters to them one by one. A Barty Crouch thank you note. The last letter made Jon stunned. After opening it, it was found that it was sent by Barty Crouch, director of the International Magical Exchange and Cooperation Department, expressing his gratitude to Johnny Silverhand for giving his former subordinate a good job. This director is quite sentimental. Tangmi used to be an Auror under Barty Crouch, and was deeply saddened by the fact that his subordinates turned into werewolves. Now that I know that Jon has given Tangmi a stable and good job, I wrote a letter personally to express my gratitude. At the same time, Barty Crouch also knew that Jon was selling Wolfsbane potion. He once again attached a thank you letter for Jon's contribution to the werewolves in the magical world. He is a person worth making friends with. Jon picked up his quill and wrote a reply to Barty Crouch. Ding! Magic power upgraded successfully. Current magic power level 4. After finishing his exercise with Neville by the Black Lake, Jon saw Neville sitting down. Neville asked from the bottom of his heart, "Jon, why do we wizards need to exercise? Only a healthy body can support a strong soul." Jon kicked Neville, telling him to get up and start swinging his sword. Neville had no choice but to do as he was told, and after finishing the training, the two parted in the corridor. It started to rain, and Jon saw barefoot Luna wandering around in the corridor like a headless fly. Next to her was Ginny Weasley, the little Weasley girl who was admitted to Gryffindor unsurprisingly. It's just that the little girl looked a little haggard. Last time Percy said his sister had a cold, so that was probably the reason. "What are you looking for?" Jon saw them looking for something. Luna greeted Jon in a daze. "Jon, it's nice to see you. You're not caught in the rain." Ginny Weasley had also heard of Jon's name. She was a good friend of Luna's. She said angrily it was the Ravenclaws. They had Luna's shoes. "It's a game." "This is not a game." Luna's tolerance made Ginny unable to accept that her good friend was bullied. Especially after she communicated with the people in the diary, she became even more afraid of losing this friend. "Well, maybe I can help you look for it." Jon noticed that Ginny was a little agitated, and he comforted them both. Suddenly, a cat appeared from the corner. "It's Mrs. Norris." Jon leaned over and touched its head and whispered, "Mrs. Norris, can you help me find Luna's shoes?" Mrs. Norris glanced at Luna, who was there, leaned over, and turned around as if she was remembering something. Then it turned and headed down another corridor, and Jon followed. This scene surprised Ginny because she had heard of Filch's cat, which would report news to Filch. After reaching the corridor on the 5th floor, Mrs. Norris sat down and called out upwards. John looked up and saw Luna's shoes hanging there. Taking out his wand and using a spell to remove the shoes, John fed Mrs. Norris the cat food he had brought with him. "I'll have to comb your hair sometime." Mrs. Norris's hair has become tangled again because she hasn't combed it for a while. Mrs. Norris finished her cat snack and left, and John said goodbye to them. "You can ask me for help with anything." Seeing that Luna didn't seem to be having a good time with Ravenclaw, John left these words. Just as they arrived at the library, John also went in. He has a note from Lockheart, giving him free access to the restricted area. For convenience, he asked Lockheart to write a dozen copies. After entering the restricted section, John looked for books about curses. The Book of Spells, it might be useful to me. John picked it up and started to leave, but stopped before passing a book. Looking at the empty seat, John said thoughtfully, "I remember there was a book here. When I came here in the first grade, there was a book called Secrets of Advanced Black Magic, but now the book is gone." John just thought it was a bit strange, and then he saw another book called The Most Toxic Magic. He stopped and took the book with him. Under Madame Pance's death stare, John took out 2 slips of paper without changing his expression. After successfully taking the 2 books, John headed straight to the Gryffindor secret room. When I came out again, it was already evening. He had an extra wand in his hand, which belonged to Ronald. It takes longer to make a wand than I thought. The wand was 14 inches long. Lockhart had gotten used to being a hands-off person during Monday's defense against the dark arts class. After finishing my own teaching materials, I will start with actual practice. Naturally, John is in control of the overall situation. Lockhart is the first professor in Hogwarts history to have 2 assistants. John is also responsible for his classmates and demonstrates to them how to quickly knock down a Tibetan snowman. After class, John gave Ronald the new wand made from the old wand core. I almost forgot I had a wand. Ronald then remembered that he was holding John's wand. After getting the wand back, he felt that it was very easy to use. Hermione squeaked, "You really can make a wand." "Of course, you think I'm kidding," John laughed. Hermione was a little embarrassed. She had expected John's craftsmanship to be crude. This wand was very delicate. "Great, now I can make Malfoy suffer." Ronald and Malfoy have been having constant friction these days, and both of them have used curses at least 3 times. "Hello, John." Percy walked by with his head held high. Ronald was disgusted by his appearance and said, "Don't you know that Lockhart made him his assistant?" This made him very proud. Harry also felt that Percy had become more and more arrogant recently, and becoming an assistant in defense against the dark arts had given Percy even more power. It's a good thing, isn't it? John didn't know what Ronald was thinking. Wasn't it a good thing that his brother had more power? After saying goodbye to a few people, John went to the dormitory to take Tom out for a walk. When he returned to the dormitory, he heard Tom yelling very fiercely. John drew his wand and walked in. A house elf wearing a pillowcase was cornered by Tom and dared not fight back. "Dobby, will Dobby be able to attend Hogwarts?" John's eyes changed. He didn't expect the house elf's magic to be so high. There is anti-apparition magic in Hogwarts, and wizards cannot apparate here. Dobby could, however, get to the Slytherin common room without alerting anyone. "All right, Tom." Stopping Tom from continuing to pounce on Dobby and bite him, John looked at Dobby and asked, "What are you doing here?" Dobby wants John Wick to protect Harry Potter. This place is too dangerous. Dobby's ears drooped. Dobby prevented Harry Potter from passing through the wall, but he still made it to Hogwarts. "You did it." John remembered that Harry was stopped by the wall at the beginning of the school term. His eyes were slightly cold, and he said, "Do you know that Harry and Ronald were almost expelled because of this incident?" His tone was so stern that Dobby couldn't bear to look at him. "Dobby knows, but danger looms in the castle." John shouted, "That's enough. Stop playing dumb and tell me what the danger is." Dobby seemed to have thought of something and banged his head against the cabinet beside him. John was so annoyed that he raised his hand without even taking out his wand and said angrily, "Freeze everything." Dobby, who was still hurting himself, was frozen in place. John was stunned and looked at his right hand. He actually succeeded in casting a spell without a wand. It seems that emotion is the key. His expression changed. In the magical world, a person's emotions seem to be able to materialize. As we all know, the most powerful magic of idealism is the magic of love that was cast on Harry. Harry's mother was no match for Voldemort, but she was able to defeat Voldemort with the magic of extreme love. There are also 3 unforgivable curses. The killing curse releases the ultimate murderous intent, and harboring malicious intent is also a necessary condition for many black magics. John felt that his understanding of magic had improved. He looked up at Dobby, who looked aggrieved, and said with a headache, "I understand. I will continue to protect Harry. Please don't do anything to Harry again." He was really afraid that this house elf would go crazy and attack Harry at school. Although he said he was protecting Harry, these methods were very troublesome. Dobby thanks John Wick for his help. Dobby said before snapping his fingers and leaving with a sound. John watched him disappear, becoming even more jealous of apparition. "I have to learn it quickly. I don't want to be stranded in another country and unable to return." The book he borrowed contained a spell about apparition, but this spell was very dangerous and required someone to guide him. If you are not careful, you may end up in a split state, and there are many wizards who die due to not being able to receive timely treatment. John thought about it and decided to give up the idea of looking for his own dean. Not to mention that Professor Snape seemed to have some opinions about him. Just the fact that Hogwarts had an apparition course was something he wouldn't interfere with. You can't wait until 6th grade to learn, right? It took too long to wait until then. So John decided to find a helper himself. Forget about the 4 deans. They won't take the lead in breaking the rules. Among the professors at Hogwarts, all other professors are more focused. They can't let Lockheart be their sparring partner, right? If that were the case, John felt that he might as well wait until 6th grade. Maybe I can ask Tangmi to be my sparring partner during the holidays. Tangmi is a former Auror, so he must know about apparition. Moving closer to the window, John saw the deep color of the Black Lake. The moonlight was shining through the lake, and John said to himself, "It's a full moon." In Diagon Alley, for wizards completed their transformation under Mundungus' horrified gaze. They drank Wolfsbane potion before transforming, and they still maintained their sanity after the transformation. For pairs of green eyes crossed the street, and Borgin and Burke's antique shop had not yet realized what a terrible group of people they had offended. The boss, Mr. Borgin, is planning how to put Johnny Silverhand's store out of business, so he invites 6 dark wizards. "Go in and tell them to get out of Diagon Alley. I won't treat you badly." Mr. Borgin made promises to these desperados, and greed appeared in the eyes of the dark wizards. Just when he was about to go out, something strange happened. Boom! The door of Borgin and Burke's was blown down, and the red light hit a dark wizard and disarmed him. The tall figures shrouded in black robes cannot be seen, but they are swift and can cast powerful spells. Mr. Borgin screamed, "Stop them! Stop them!" Dark wizards took action one after another, shooting evil curses from their wands. It fell on the 4 men in black robes, and they couldn't even stop their steps. They were like the gods of death. One of the men in black robes just snapped his fingers at the dark wizard, and the dark wizard was hit by a stun spell and lost consciousness on the spot. Mr. Borgin stepped back in horror and shouted, "Who are you?" "You got the wrong guy, Borgin and Burke." The green eyes enlarged in Mr. Borgin's sight, and he ran back in fear. The 4 well-trained men easily subdued all the dark wizards, and Donmi chased after Mr. Borgin at a leisurely pace. It was not until Mr. Borgin escaped into a room without any light that Downton, with his keen sense of smell, knew that Mr. Borgin was hiding inside. This is his treasure house. Downton's green eyes scanned the darkness for a while, and Mr. Borgin didn't dare to breathe. Fortunately, the man in black robe left not long after. Several dark wizards were all captured, and Mr. Borgin felt that they were in great danger. Spend a thrilling night inside the treasure house. Mr. Borgin did not dare to go out until the next day. He thought everything was all right, but when he opened the door, he saw several Aurors standing outside. Without saying a word, the Auror went straight to his treasure house, where a large amount of gray trade assets were hidden. At that moment, his head exploded and he knew he was finished. The sad thing is that he had no idea who he had offended from beginning to end. Like the powerful team of black-robed men, they are aurors again. Neither of these two forces is something that ordinary people can possess. Eventually, Borgin and Burke were closed because the aurors found a large number of dark magic props inside, all of which were extremely dangerous. One necklace has even claimed the lives of 19 muggles. The case caused a sensation, and Mr. Borgin faced a huge fine and was sent to Azkaban. The original Boggin and Burke antique shop was replaced by another name, Johnny Silverhand Store. As expected of a former auror, your response is really quick. John received the letter after Borgin and Burke's was locked up. Downton and his team did a good job. They broke the wands of 6 dark wizards with a record of killing muggles and threw them at the entrance of the Ministry of Magic. With these people and that warehouse full of dark magic props, Mr. Borgin's chances of making a comeback were almost zero. Mundungus did a good job. He bought the original building of Bojan and Burke as soon as possible, which must have cost him a lot of money. These are just a drop in the bucket for John, because Damo Alex had completed the awarding and the Wolfsbane potion had been spread. Now werewolves from all over the world come to buy potions, allowing Johnny Silverhand to accumulate wealth quickly. At the same time, he also expanded his own power and recruited several wizards. These people were all investigated by him through his connections and were all qualified and trustworthy wizards. Head of Auror Office, Rufus Scrimgeour. There was a special letter in the mail sent from Silverhand Johnny's store. John smiled knowingly after reading the contents. He is a smart man. He found Silverhand Johnny from a clues. John lit a flame in his hand and burned the letter. Some things don't need to be put on the table. He asked Mundungus to deliver an amulet to Rufus Scrimgeour, which was a tacit understanding between the two. Presumably, the appearance of the amulet will enhance the Auror's combat effectiveness, and the director of the Auror office should not refuse this. It rained all day today, and John heard Filch's roar in the corridor. Harry was caught. John took one look and thought nothing of it. He was looking for a secret room that appeared in his 2nd grade. There is only one clue, the bathroom, but he went to all the bathrooms in the school and still couldn't find the secret room. He had no choice but to go back in disappointment. When he reached the 2nd floor, he heard Myrtle crying again. Maybe I can ask the ghost. John slapped his head. These ghosts have been at Hogwarts for so long, there must be some clues. He walked into the girls' bathroom and saw Myrtle crying sentimentally again. Myrtle, I want to ask you something. Something? Fine, as long as you don't dislike me. Myrtle's sensitive emotions were a headache, and John could only try his best not to touch her. I want to ask, do you know which chambers of secrets there are in Hogwarts? Myrtle flew out of the toilet with a puzzled look on her face. Secret chamber? I've never seen one. Well, it looks like I need to ask someone else. John didn't get an answer and was about to leave, but as he walked out, he bumped into someone. I'm here to see Myrtle. I hope you understand. He looked at the person coming in with some embarrassment and was caught coming out of the girls' restroom. Jinny was a little panicked. She didn't dare to meet John's eyes, and the black leather notebook in her hand fell to the ground. Are you okay, Jinny? John noticed something was wrong with her and wanted to help her pick up the diary. It was this action that caused Jinny to scream, "Don't touch him." Feel sorry. Pulling his hand back, John watched Jinny pick up the black leather notebook and leave quickly. He wondered, why do I feel like something is wrong with Jinny? Compared to the last time they met, Jinny was in a very unstable state, and he looked haggard, as if he hadn't slept well for many days. Maybe I should ask Luna. John left the girls' bathroom, and Jinny circled back after he left. There was a whisper in her ear which made her feel dazed. Have you read it? John, who was about to go to Filch's office to brush Mrs. Norris's fur, heard the conversation. Filch's nervous, stuttering voice made him stop. This is not mine. It's for a friend of mine. It may look, but... Filch stammered, less aggressive than usual, and John moved closer to see Harry in his office. Filch stood there at a loss, as if he had done something wrong. In the end, Filch let Harry go without even punishing him. Strangeness. John wondered what was wrong with the people today. Why was each and every one of them not right? After Harry left, he saw Filch nervously hiding a letter. He knocked on the door and went in, and Mrs. Norris meowed. Filch turned stiffly, and when he saw it was John, his face was visibly relieved. John didn't bother to think about it and waved to Mrs. Norris, who came running over. "I thought you wouldn't mind if I brushed it." "Of course." Filch was still a little nervous, and John shrugged and led Mrs. Norris out. "Take out the comb and comb out Mrs. Norris's tangled hair." Her hair was finally no longer tangled, and Mrs. Norris walked around John as if to express her gratitude. John waved it off. Walking in the corridor, John heard some strange noises. It sounded like crawling. John moved closer to the wall and put his ear against it. His facial features were sharp, and the faint sounds of movement disappeared after a while. John stroked his chin and said thoughtfully, "It doesn't sound like a mouse. It's more like a body-dragging sound." Something crawled past his feet, and John looked down to see it was a group of spiders. The spiders left in droves. What happened to them? Watching the spiders swarm away, John felt something was wrong. Thinking of spiders, John thought of the spider den he visited with Hagrid in first grade. "Forget it. Let's go check on Hagrid." John shook his head and headed for Hagrid's cabin. When he arrived, he did not see Hagrid, but he did see Fong. "Tooth, where is Hagrid?" John asked casually, and Fong stood up and took John to the back of the house. There was a flock of chickens that Hagrid raised there, but today they were just a pile of dead bodies. Hagrid was investigating here, and when John came over, Hagrid said angrily, "Someone killed my chickens." "That's so cruel." These chickens were not killed by animals, and there were no signs of animal bites, which means it was done by humans. Hagrid was very angry because he raised all these chickens. John fell in a deep thought. The spiders in the castle left in groups, and Hagrid's chickens were killed again. Everything seemed weird. After staying with Hagrid for a while, John came to the Whomping Willow. The Whomping Willow has almost recovered. It will probably be fully restored in another week. But there were a lot fewer branches on it, as they were all taken away by John for alchemy. To this end, he expanded his collection of amulets and spell rings. These two things played a huge role in the attack on Borgin and Burks, and Mr. Borgin had no doubt that it was a werewolf who did it, because werewolves can't use magic after transforming. After dumping dragon dung around, John met Luna near the Whomping Willow. "Ginny's got something." Luna has an observant eye, and her ethereal voice seems to sing, "She hasn't been looking at me lately. I think there's a problem, too." John nodded in approval. Jinny was not someone he knew well, so he decided to ask Ronald to see if something happened to him. In potions class, John threw the sliced bat spleen into the crucible, stirred it counterclockwise 4 times, and heated it on low heat for 30 seconds. With a wave of his wand, a swelling potion was completed. Professor Snape awarded Slytherin 20 extra points. After class, John found Ronald and mentioned Jinny to him. Ronald said he would pay attention, but then changed the subject to the magic wand. "This wand is simply amazing." Ronald was generous with his praise, and John nodded modestly. Harry came over and invited John. "We are heading to the nearly headless Nick Death Day. Do you want to come with us?" To be honest, Harry was regretting agreeing to it, as that day was the Halloween Eve banquet. It's better to celebrate with classmates than with a bunch of ghosts. John waved his hand and refused. "Sorry, I don't have time that day. I have to take care of the Whomping Willow." "Okay." Harry knew John was busy, so he didn't continue to invite him. On Halloween night, John came back from the Whomping Willow and saw the spider again. "What on earth is that?" Following the spider's path, John looked over. He remembered the danger Dobby had mentioned. Could this be it? After searching all the way, John came to the corridor on the 2nd floor. He found a pool of water at the corner of a corridor. Where does the water come from? It's not raining here. John thought the pool of water looked a bit strange and followed the path he had taken to look for it. He circled back to the girls' bathroom. Just as he was about to go in, John thought of the previous embarrassment and stopped. There shouldn't be anyone around, right? Feeling guilty, John looked around. After entering the girls' bathroom, he saw a puddle of water on the ground. This got him thinking, could it be that Myrtle did it? John walked over to the toilet, wanted to see if Myrtle was there. At this moment, a black shadow flashed in the mirror. John tensed up and without hesitation drew out his wand and reached back. He heard the sound of something moving. Being cautious, John felt inexplicably depressed. I walked towards each cubicle, but there was nothing in any of them. John was wondering where it was when he heard a cat meowing. Mrs. Norris? Hearing the voice, John recognized it as Mrs. Norris. The cat was outside in the hallway, and John walked out. Mrs. Norris was climbing up and down, and it seemed that she had discovered something too. Be careful, Mrs. Norris. There may be danger here. John reached out and touched Mrs. Norris's chin. He followed Mrs. Norris, searching in the corridor. He didn't know what that fleeting black shadow was, but his intuition told John that it was dangerous. He felt like something was watching him, and that made him nervous. Mrs. Norris walked to a puddle of water at the corner, where it was probably thirsty and was drinking water. John heard movement near his ears, and then he heard a cat scream. Turning my head, I saw a big black thing over there. John didn't hesitate at all and attacked directly. Petri ficus totalis. The petrification spell had no effect on the dark figure, and John cursed inwardly. Before the other person turned his head, John cast an disillusionment charm on himself and hid around the corner. He noticed that Mrs. Norris was frozen there, her body gradually becoming petrified. John knew that this thing was very dangerous. Drawing out the iron wick sword, John attacks based on his senses. Reducto. White light hit the wall. In order to confirm where the black shadow was, John used the mirror on the blade of the iron wick sword to look at it. It was a huge creature with black scales and a scarlet crest on its head. Just being there was enough to swallow the troll hole. John cursed inwardly, wondering where this thing came from, and saw the shadow turn around. John saw a pair of big yellow eyes on the sword. After just a moment of contact, he felt his body stiffen. Oh no, it's petrification. He was horrified. He didn't expect that he would be tricked just by seeing the eyes. John used his magic to resist the petrification, but it didn't have much effect. Damn it, if I were petrified, I would be finished. John growled, his eyes turning into vertical pupils, the petrified smugness in him slowing down. Without hesitation, he reached into the small briefcase he carried with him and took out bottles of medicine. Pouring the antidote into his mouth, it didn't have much effect, so John replaced it with another bottle. Racing against time, John touched the antidote made from mandrake before he was completely petrified. After he drank it, the petrification on his body was lifted. He made this last semester by stealing a pot of mandrake from the greenhouse when Professor Sprout wasn't paying attention. There's only one bottle. Is it a curse? After John opened the dragon's eyes, he could see that those eyes were covered with a strong curse. Without hesitation, John activated the flame mode. Under the effect of the flaming sword's burning magic, the reflected curse was burned, and he saw the black shadow approaching him through the sword. The moment the shadow approached, John closed his eyes and slashed at it with his ears only. With the fire spell attached, Ironwick's sword finally pierced through the shadow's scales with one strike. Blood flowed down the sword, and John heard the dark figure growling in pain. Then a strong wind swept over, and John rolled to avoid it. No, we must get out of the way. He turned around and ran in the direction he remembered. After being injured, the black shadow became very manic and chased after John. Activating his flying boots, John turned his back to the shadow, opened his eyes, and began to move. By the reflection of the sword, John could see the shadow was still chasing him. Calculating the time, the Halloween Eve party is almost over. If this monster with murderous eyes broke in, I'm afraid all the students in the school would be wiped out. John made up his mind and ran out of the castle. After he ran for a while, he looked at the sword again, and the black shadow behind him disappeared. Left. John stopped and thought of something. His face changed drastically, and he ran back. On the second floor, Harry saw his most hated cat, Mrs. Norris, hanging there. Mrs. Norris was hung on the torch stand, her body as hard as a board. There was a line of blood words on the wall. The secret room has been opened. Those who are enemies of the heir, be alert. Ronald read out the words in a trembling voice, and by the time they realized they should leave, the Halloween party was over. A large group of young wizards witnessed this scene. Filch squeezed into the crowd and saw that his cat was in trouble. He stumbled back a few steps, scratching his face in horror and letting out a heart-wrenching roar. My cat, my cat! What happened to Mrs. Norris?" His appearance makes people feel a little sorry for him. Malfoy laughed when he saw the bloody words on the wall. Filch insisted that Harry had killed his cat, and screamed that he would kill Harry to avenge Mrs. Norris. Dumbledore arrived at the scene and was the first to discover some signs that someone had fought here. The student community was in an uproar, and a sense of panic was spreading. Dumbledore knew that the priority now was to suppress all the emotions, so he let the 3 first witnesses leave with him. Filch looked at them with hatred, and Lockhart volunteered to take Dumbledore to the nearest office. After they left, John returned. He stared at the bloody words on the wall and glanced at the crowd. He knew that when he was fighting with the shadow, there were no words here. This means that after I led the black shadow away, someone else came here. Who on earth is it? John was lost in thought as the prefects were taking the students from their own house back home. "Gemma, I have things to do." Gemma Farley, the 6th-year Slytherin prefect, wanted John to leave, but John simply left a message and headed in the opposite direction. Gemma Farley felt a little helpless, but pretended not to see it. John arrived at the girls' bathroom, where he first saw the shadow. When he got here, the water stains were still there, so he carefully used his sword as a pathfinder. Not here. John checked the entire girls' bathroom and didn't see the shadowy figure. Instead, he saw Myrtle, but John didn't have time to pay attention to her now. After leaving the girls' bathroom, John's brows were still furrowed. He knew the danger of that thing. It was no longer a question of whether Harry was in danger or not, but that the entire school might be in danger. Dumbledore must be told. John made up his mind. This was no small matter. He needed the Great White Lord. Go to Lockhart's office immediately. I remember something very similar happening in Ouagadougou, a series of attacks that I have detailed in my autobiography. Lockhart began to brag about his autobiography again, but none of the professors present really believed him. Dumbledore concluded that Mrs. Norris was not dead, but was petrified. Filch was crying sadly, and his tear-stained face turned to Harry fiercely. Dumbledore told him that it was impossible for a second year to do this. But when he said this again, he thought of John. If there is anyone in the 2nd grade who is most likely to do this, it would most likely be John. And John was not present at this dinner. He had mixed feelings about John. The other person's excellence and eagerness to learn, as well as his charm in attracting people, are all consistent with the former best student at Hogwarts. This made him very worried. Filch insisted that it was Harry and his friends who did it, because Harry saw the letter in which he quickly chanted a spell and knew that he was a squib. The most unexpected thing was that Snape spoke up. He said in a mocking tone that it was impossible for Harry to have such magical attainments, but the timing of the appearance of the 3 little ones made people suspicious. Harry felt that he had bad intentions, so he didn't tell him that he heard the strange noise. He just said that he was tired and wanted to go to bed early. Anyone can tell a bad lie, and Professor Snape is no exception. He even wanted Harry to quit the Quidditch team, which made Professor McGonagall, a die-hard Quidditch fan, unhappy. The two almost got into an argument, with Filch complaining that his cat had been petrified. John thought he shouldn't go in now. Maybe he could see the 2 headmasters fighting, but he knew that was unlikely with Dumbledore there. The discussion inside ended, and Dumbledore asked Professor Snape to make a potion to remove the petrification. The 3 little ones came out first, but they didn't go back. Instead, they found an empty classroom to start a discussion. John originally wanted to talk to Dumbledore, but he had to follow him because Dobby said all these things were happening to Harry, and he promised Dobby to protect Harry from danger. In the empty classroom, what do you think? Should I tell them about the voice I heard? Harry asked uncomfortably. He was the only one who heard this sound, and it made him feel bad. Ronald, out of consideration for his friend, decisively told him not to say anything, and said, "Hearing voices that others can't hear is not a good sign, even in the magical world." Harry asked, "You believe me, don't you?" Ronald certainly believed it, which made Harry feel slightly relieved. At this moment, a voice sounded in the empty classroom. "Harry, where did you hear the noise?" This frightened Harry so much that his body tensed up. Hermione recognized the voice and asked tentatively, "John, it's me." The disillusionment charm was lifted and John appeared out of nowhere, seemingly out of the darkness. He stared at Harry and asked word by word, "You can hear that voice, right? John, did you hear it too?" Harry asked hurriedly, noticing something wrong in John's words. "I heard it in the corridor on the second floor." "That's right." John's eyes flashed. The thing left and returned to the second floor before disappearing. Perhaps the Shadow's base was on the second floor. Ding! Trigger the exploration mission. Find Slytherin's secret room and get the reward blessing. Snake Catcher. Snake Catcher. Increases damage to snakes and is not affected by snake venom curses. Triggering the mission, John knew where that thing came from. The only problem was where the Slytherin Chamber of Secrets was. John took a deep breath. He needed help. Looking at the three little ones, he said in a concentrated voice, "I encountered that thing. It was a huge snake with very dangerous eyes." The three kids stared with wide eyes. John actually met the murderer. Harry quickly asked, "You mean, you know who the murderer is?" "No. Besides the snake, there's another person. He wrote something in blood after I left. We have to find it. If we talk about the best helper, it is naturally the protagonist." After John said that, the three little ones realized the seriousness of the situation. The heir to the secret room is the most dangerous one. John commissioned the three to find the heir to the Chamber of Secrets, while he went to Dumbledore's office. But when he arrived at the door, he was in trouble because he didn't have the password. After wandering in front of the extremely ugly statue for a while, he had to lift the disillusionment spell and said to the statue, "Tell Professor Dumbledore that John Wick is looking for him." The statue's head turned, as if it understood. After a while, the statue jumped aside. John knew Dumbledore knew he was coming, and he walked in. It was a spiral corridor, and at the top was the principal's office. He knocked on the wooden door with the bronze ring of a griffin, and the door in front of John opened without any wind. It was his first time inside. It was a big, beautiful, round room filled with all sorts of funny little noises. On the spindly-legged table were many curious silver objects, spinning and emitting small puffs of smoke. The patched sorting hat was placed on a shelf, and in a glass case next to it was a gleaming silver sword with a large ruby inlaid on the hilt. There was a bird with almost all its feathers fallen off on the shelf behind the door. It is said that a plucked phoenix is no better than a chicken, and John finally saw it. Dumbledore watched John approach from behind his half-moon glasses, his voice deep and serious. "John, it's curfew." "I know, Professor Dumbledore." John nodded respectfully and said seriously, "But I can't just sit there and watch Hogwarts fall into danger." This didn't sound alarmist, so Dumbledore said seriously, "I hope to get an answer. There's a snake in the school. It was huge, and I had an encounter with it." John said, and Dumbledore's face became serious. "John Wick, if what you say is true, Hogwarts is in danger." Dumbledore did not take John's words as a joke, because such a thing had happened in Hogwarts before. He said in a serious tone, "I will have the professors increase patrols in the castle. John, I need your help to find the secret room." The monster that came out of the Chamber of Secrets, Dumbledore didn't know where the Chamber of Secrets was. Otherwise, when Hagrid was wrongly accused, he would not have been able to protect him. Slytherin's philosophy is contrary to the other three founders, and the Chamber of Secrets he left behind before he left has always been a mystery at Hogwarts. The only hope lies in the Slytherin heir. He wanted to organize the professors to prevent more serious things from happening, and it would be more convenient for John, a student, to investigate this matter. There's another reason. Slytherin wants to get rid of the mudbloods. Then John's existence is the primary object. John came here just to get Dumbledore's support, and now that his goal had been achieved, he casually glanced at the bookshelf before leaving. He saw the missing book, Advanced Black Magic, revealed. He was puzzled. Was this book worthy of Dumbledore's personal collection? When John returned to the Slytherin common room in the panic of the attack, he heard Malfoy talking loudly. "Those Muggle-born wizards have no right to come to school." Malfoy was talking excitedly when he suddenly realized that there was no sound around him. He looked up and saw John standing outside the door. "John!" Malfoy suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. He forgot that John was also one of the Muggle wizards. John took a deep breath and walked into the common room with a blank expression. The Slytherin students inside all moved away, and Malfoy was in a dilemma as to whether to leave or not. Looking around, the wizards who met John's eyes lowered their heads guiltily. John said calmly, "Muggles don't deserve to be in this school. Is that what you think?" "John, that's not what we meant." Daphne started to explain, but John raised his hand to stop her. He said calmly, "I know some of you have accepted an extreme pure-blood theory, but it doesn't matter. I will give you a chance to show me the superiority of purebloods." Some Slytherin students frowned, unhappy with what John said. But John didn't care. All he wanted was for no one in Slytherin to gossip about him anymore. "I hope to see all of you in defense against the dark arts class tomorrow." He was single-handedly declaring war on the entire Slytherin family. Not to mention the second-year wizards. Even the seniors thought he was crazy. But is John really crazy? He walked out of the crowd and returned to the dormitory under everyone's gaze. Daphne walked towards Malfoy angrily, pointed at his nose, and said, "John is angry, Malfoy." Malfoy's expression changed. He was used to showing off the superiority of purebloods, but he didn't expect to cause such a big commotion. The news that John Wick has declared war on all of Slytherin spreads like wildfire. The first reaction of the 4 hospitals to the news was the same. They thought John was crazy. The next day, Harry woke up and quickly found Ronald and Hermione. Ronald was shocked and said, "Oh my God, is John crazy? He wants to take on the entire Slytherin alone. We have to help him." Hermione wanted to help her friend. The other 2 agreed with this, and soon they headed to the defense against the dark arts classroom. The place was already crowded with people, and the Weasley twins saw a business opportunity and opened the odds to collect gambling money from the students. "Aren't you afraid that John will lose?" Harry didn't understand why the Weasley twins dared to offer odds of 1:100. Did they think John was Dumbledore? George blinked and said, "Of course, he's John Wick. He killed a troll in 1st grade." Fred added, "and defeated Professor Quirrell. But that's Slytherin. He's taking on an entire house by himself." Ronald thought his brother would lose everything, but the Weasley twins disagreed. There was a long stage in the defense against the dark arts classroom. When Lockhart saw this, he thought he could imitate it. Professor Flitwick, the dueling champion, was called in as referee, and Percy led other prefects to maintain order. Quidditch fanatic Wood was merciful enough to not train today and just watch from the sidelines. Almost all the students are here, and the classroom is packed. John stood on the long stage, his wizard robes loose and an exquisite badge on his chest. Just by being there, it was as if all the light was focused on him. Walking leisurely on the long stage, John gently stroked the badge on his chest with his right hand as a courtesy. It's an honor for everyone to be here at this comedy and tragedy. There have been countless times in the wizarding world where Muggle wizards have proven that they have equal talents to purebloods, but some people have always maintained their arrogance and prejudice. Their prejudice is ridiculous, sad, and even laughable. I organized this competition. The magic world should not be judged by bloodline, but by strength. Anyone who thinks they can beat me can come up here. John's calm voice spread, and the pureblood prejudice against Muggle wizards was not a 1-day or 2-day thing. And John wanted to tell them that strength is real and everything else is fake. Not long after he finished speaking, a 5th-year Slytherin came up, Eddie Garfield. The other party came up and revealed his home, and John said calmly, "Are you ready? Get ready." A flash of red light sent the Slytherin student flying. John raised his wand in his left hand and said calmly, "Next." It was so fast that the battle ended before many students could even react. Someone in Slytherin blushed and shouted that John had attacked him. John just glanced at them briefly, and the person who was speaking fell silent. "I told you, anyone who is not satisfied can come up directly." His expression was calm, yet gave people a sense of arrogance. This was intolerable to the proud Slytherins, and they all came forward. But without exception, no matter whether they were seniors or juniors, they were all sent away by John. This was the person who had defeated Gryffindor in a duel. These students who were still in school were no match for him. Professor Flitwick's hands were almost swollen from clapping, and his eyes were shining. He was simply a dueling genius. With level 4 magic power and a level 4 crushing spell, Jon didn't even move his feet. By the end, more than 20 Slytherins had fallen to the ground. He saw that the time was right, so he cast a loud spell on himself. I know there are rumors circulating in the school about the Chamber of Secrets to purge Muggle wizards, and I can tell you that he will not succeed. Jon wanted to find the heir, his eyes scanning everyone's face. They were surprised, adored, and fearful. Because I'm here, he is doomed to fail. Jon declared war on the heir. You want to take action against Muggles? Then come on. The biggest Muggle wizard leader is here. As long as he dares to make another move, Jon can follow the clues and find him. His words cheered up the panicked students, who cheered Jon's name. In the crowd, panic appeared on Jinny's pale face. The three little ones were so excited by Jon that they wanted to find the heir and beat him up immediately. Remember, it's not pure blood that's supreme, it's power that's supreme. Jon glanced over and saw those who had a problem with him lowered their heads and dared not look at him directly. He stepped down from the stage, and this time completely convinced the Slytherins to surrender. Following the pure blood theory, another theory began to become popular in Slytherin. Strength is supreme. Smart wizards could sense the change in the tone of Slytherin. Jon was like a drop of ink dropped into white paint. No matter how pure it is, it will change. Dumbledore knew about this, and he said to himself, "Want to draw the heir's attention to you, Jon? This is too risky." He knew that this was Jon's trick to draw hatred. If the heir remained indifferent to this gesture of stepping on the pure bloods to get on the platform, the opening of the secret room would become a joke. And if the heir takes action, and his target is not Jon, it means he is afraid of Jon. Whichever it was enough to dispel the panic in the school. John Wick. He has established prestige in the school and even instilled his theories into students. Ambitious Jon. I wish you weren't that way. Dumbledore sighed. He didn't know if it was the right thing to do. Jon was really too much like another person. Although Jon acted tough in the defense against the dark arts classroom, he was actually already refining the Felicity potion. Even he needs to be cautious with something this complicated. Looking at the boiling, fulling potion, this is a life-saving medicine for himself. That being said, he didn't want to joke with his own life. He spent a lot of money to get the materials for the Felixir, and now the Silverhand Johnny store is on the right track. Jon is not short of money, but it is very difficult to get the materials for the elixir under such circumstances. If there was no ready-made, fulling potion on the market, Jon wouldn't have to make it himself. I hope the snake won't come out again during this period. During the time of making the feeling potion, Jon did not forget to continue to strengthen his strength. This time he did not point his wand forward, but pointed it at the ground. Induction. Closing his eyes, Jon's wand released waves similar to sonar that spread outward. Everything he touched was fed back into Jon's mind, and a picture was constructed. It was just a rough floor plan, but Jon was pleasantly surprised. Although it's just a prototype, the supersensory spell is indeed possible. This is a spell he created himself based on the magic theories in the Book of Spells and the most poisonous magic. Jon created a spell for the first time. This spell can enhance perception and sense surrounding objects by spreading magic power around. Jon named it the extrasensory charm. With this spell, Jon no longer needs to use his eyes to observe the movement of that thing. Without that fatal eye, it's just a toothless tiger. Drawing out the iron wick sword, Jon touched the blood stain on it. He suffered a great loss in his first confrontation with the opponent. After the duel with Slytherin, Jon had the final say in the defense against the dark arts class. Even Lockheart felt that he was a little redundant. Under Jon's guidance, the knowledge that was missing in the previous school year was quickly filled in the students' minds. Harry couldn't help but sigh and said, "It would be great if Jon was the defense against the dark arts professor." Ronald next to him agreed with this, but Hermione felt a little disappointed. Harry noticed something was wrong and consoled her. "What's wrong, Hermione? Don't worry. Jon is here. The heir of Slytherin won't dare to do anything to you." They learned about the Slytherin Chamber of Secrets in the History of Magic class, and how the heir opened it to purify Hogwarts. But John's previous actions made the students less panicked. Harry and the others thought that Hermione was like this. Hermione shook her head and said, "That's not it. John is so smart, and I'm just a fool." "Oh my God, Hermione! How are you going to let Harry and I survive?" Ronald screamed miserably. "This is called stupid? Then they're just two brainless guys." Only Hermione knew that she had actually learned it all by rote. She wasn't as smart as everyone thought, but she put in 3 or even 10 times the effort of everyone else. But such efforts were far surpassed by John. "I'm still trying to catch up, but John is already qualified to be a professor's assistant." The confidence she had worked so hard to build up was destroyed by John again, which made Hermione feel depressed. In order to cheer up Hermione, the 3 little ones went to the corridor where Mrs. Norris had the accident. Here, they found spiders, and Ronald's fear of spiders made Hermione's mood improve, and she giggled. They shifted their suspicion to the purebloods. The first one is Malfoy. Entering the girls' bathroom, they met Myrtle. "We just wanted to ask you if you've seen anything interesting lately." Hermione asked Myrtle, saying, "A cat was attacked right outside your front door on Halloween." Harry also asked, "Did you see anyone nearby that night?" Myrtle recalled that day when she was teased by Peeves and met John when she came back. John said that he had encountered the big snake in the corridor, so the 3 little ones did not suspect anything. It's just a pity that they didn't get any useful clues. Hermione had a plan to make a compound potion, but this plan was very time-consuming and also required Harry's help. Harry didn't understand at first how he could help, until he went to Lockhart to get his autograph. This made Harry very uncomfortable. He felt like he might as well be fighting a troll. But this plan made Hermione a little worried, and she hesitated. "Should we tell John?" "Tell John?" Harry wondered. "I mean, he's a Slytherin after all, and Malfoy is considered John's friend." Ronald disagreed and said, "Come on, Malfoy also said that Muggle wizards should die. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't have seen John teach Slytherin a lesson." Ronald felt really good about it, but it was a pity that Malfoy didn't go on stage and be beaten out by John that day. After hearing what he said, Hermione no longer hesitated. They planned to make a compound potion. John finds the Bloody Baron. "Mr. Barrow, I would like you to ask the ghosts in the castle to pay more attention. The Bloody Baron is the most terrifying ghost in Hogwarts. When he appears, all the ghosts in the castle will obey him." Seeing John find him, the Bloody Baron nodded and agreed, saying, "I can take the message for you." John is one of the few people who dares to talk to the Bloody Barrow, and the Bloody Barrow also recognizes John's strength. After letting the ghosts in the castle provide him with information, John did not forget that he still had the Marauder's map. Using the Marauder's map, John stared at the people coming and going on the map. He said to himself, "I wonder how long you can hide." The focus is the girls' bathroom on the 2nd floor. John guessed that this was the entrance to the secret room, but unfortunately he didn't know how to open it. In the dormitory, John was exercising. His magic power has now reached level 4, and his body has become stronger. Tom chases Basil after John finishes his exercise. There was a knock on his door. When the door opened, it was Malfoy. Malfoy's face was filled with guilt and fear at this moment. When he saw John open the door, he first said, "I'm sorry, John." Malfoy was really scared, not only because John was showing off his skills in the defense against the dark arts classroom, but also because he was afraid of losing John as a friend. He doesn't have many friends because he is always mean and arrogant. The only people around him are Goyle and Crabbe, 2 guys who he is not sure whether they are his friends or his followers. "The only friend I have is John." Those Quidditch teammates were all friendly to Malfoy because of his name and money. Only John chose to bow his head to Draco Malfoy because he knew all this. After the attack, Malfoy found himself surrounded by more people. This feeling made him so elated that he lost his mind and said words that hurt others. John watched Malfoy apologize to him. He nodded and said, "I accept your apology." "You accepted it?" Malfoy was stunned. John asked in a strange tone, "I accept your apology. What's wrong with that?" "No, then, you're not angry?" Malfoy was a little confused. John chuckled and said, "Draco, what do you want? Do you want me to cast a curse on you?" Malfoy shuddered and said awkwardly, "That's not necessary. Power comes first, Draco. You should have understood that no matter they are pure bloods or noble families, they cannot match their own strength. I hope you remember this." John didn't want Malfoy to turn to the Death Eaters, so he said earnestly, "Remember what I said, for eternal glory." For eternal glory. Malfoy breathed a sigh of relief, and at the same time he realized how stupid he was before. The two put aside their grudges and became friends again. Saturday, John was invited to watch a Quidditch match, and Malfoy vowed to make Harry Potter eat dust on the butt of his broom. And Malfoy affectionately gave Harry a nickname, Scarhead. In response, John stared at Malfoy's slick back hair and was about to say something. If he had a scar, you would have a slick back hair. Goyle and Crabbe were temporarily loaned to John to become the pioneers. Arriving at the Quidditch pitch, John realized that he had overthought as the Slytherin students made way for him wherever he passed. It looked like the ministers were supporting the Emperor to welcome the new king to the throne, and Hermione and the others also noticed this scene. Sitting in the Slytherin audience, Daphne sat next to John. "John, you really are like a king." Just now, Daphne borrowed John's light to come over without any hindrance. She smiled beautifully, blinked her eyes, and said in admiration, "Strength is supreme, isn't it? Your badge is so beautiful. I knew you wouldn't settle for being ordinary." Daphne stared at John's badge, something like a family sigil, and guessed that John needed to form a group. She boldly asked, "When can I get it?" John chuckled and said, "There will be a chance for eternal glory." Daphne also smiled and nodded vigorously, "For eternal glory," returning his attention to the Quidditch pitch. As Ms. Hooch blew her whistle, the 14 members of the team rose into the gray sky. Harry flew higher than everyone else. He was a seeker and needed to keep his eyes and ears open. "Are you okay, Scarhead?" The Nimbus 2001 showed off its speed, and Malfoy showed it off in front of Harry like a kid who got a new toy. Harry didn't have time to respond to this action. It was at this moment that a black bludger flew towards Harry. Harry dodged it by a hair's breadth, and for a split second he felt the ball brush his hair as it flew past. A feeling of relief and then fear rose in his heart. George saw this scene and came up with a bat to drive away the bludger. The bludger that was hit changed its trajectory towards the Slytherin player, and the bludger changed direction and flew towards Harry again. "What's going on?" Harry was so scared that he dodged quickly. George didn't believe it and hit it away again. The bludger seemed to have identified Harry and ran towards Harry's head. This scene gave Harry a familiar feeling. Last school year, when he was competing, his broomstick lost control, and this time the bludger lost control. He lowered the head of his broom and sped toward the other end of the court. Even without looking back, he could still hear the whistling sound of the bludger chasing him from behind. "Harry!" Fred yelled, and Harry lowered his head in tacit agreement. Fred gathered his strength and hit the bludger with his stick. The bludger hit the ground and flew aside, and Fred thought that was the end of it. However, the bludger seemed to be attracted by magnetism and chased Harry again. Rain began to fall from the gloomy sky, and large drops of rain hit Harry's face. His glasses were blurred by the rain, and he couldn't see clearly what was happening on the field. Only the commentator Lee Jordan's voice could be heard. "Slytherin leads 60-0. It's different when you join the team with money." With Nimbus 2001, the strength of the entire Slytherin team has been raised to a higher level. Harry was being chased by the crazy bludger and had no time to look for the golden snitch. This ball was very abnormal, and Fred signaled Wood to call timeout. This action caused the Slytherins to laugh. Anyone could see that the ball had been tampered with. Wood was upset. Slytherin had better equipment than them, and their only hope was blocked by the bludger. The timeout was limited, and finally Harry decided to deal with the bludger by himself while the others focused on scoring points. The game resumed as Ms. Hooch blew the whistle again. The rain was getting heavier, and just as Harry flew up, he heard the sound of the bludgers chasing him. He had no choice but to try his best to hold back the bludger, and thought to himself, "Is this Malfoy's conspiracy?" He thought Malfoy had cast a spell on it, but that didn't seem possible. He spun in circles in the air, earning a laugh from Malfoy. It was as if the bludger had set its sights on him and was determined to knock him to death. Seeing that his team was about to lose, Harry became extremely irritated. The same was true for Hermione and Ronald in the audience. "Let me knock it down." Ronald wanted to shoot, but was stopped by Hermione. Not to mention whether he could hit the ball to end the bludger. It was impossible to hit it at this distance. Just then, Harry dodged a bludger and sprinted towards the Slytherin audience. The Slytherin students were so frightened that they all stepped aside and screamed, "Harry, this way." Harry heard the call and looked up to see John in the Slytherin audience. He wanted to move away, but John let him pass. Gritting his teeth, Harry rushed towards John. "Run!" Goyle yelled and ran to the side, and Daphne noticed that John was not gone. John stared at the bludger and saw that it was cursed. "Is it the heir? Why did they mess with Harry instead of me?" John was a little puzzled, but he still chose to take action. As Harry turned the corner past him, John's eyes turned vertical. When the bludger passed by him, he decisively grabbed it. John was forced to take a step back due to the impact of the bludger. The bludger was firmly grasped, and John pulled out his wand with his left hand. "Fubuteub captitan." The bludger stopped struggling. John let go of his hand, and it flew away normally. "You caught the bludger with your bare hands?" It was the first time Daphne had seen someone dare to do this. John shrugged and said, "This is the second time." John was stronger than last time and was not hurt after catching him. But this macho behavior made the Slytherin students' eyes widen. In the Gryffindor audience, Hermione clapped excitedly and said, "I knew John would help." Ronald swallowed and said, "Is he a human being? Why is he fine? Scarhead, are you practicing ballet?" Malfoy saw Harry walking around in circles, and he immediately scoffed. Harry was annoyed by being chased just now, and finally got rid of the bludger. He caught a glimpse of a golden light behind Malfoy. Malfoy was careless for a moment and didn't notice this scene. This cleared up Harry's worries, and he wanted to approach quietly, fearing to alert Malfoy. But his abnormal behavior eventually alerted Malfoy. He looked up and saw the golden snitch. The snitch! Malfoy was extremely surprised, and Harry didn't care about anything else and rushed forward. The two collided in midair, and Harry felt as if his hand was about to break. Malfoy cursed loudly, but did not give in. Chasing the golden snitch, the two kept colliding in the sky. At the end, the golden snitch swooped down, and the two gave chase. Just as he was about to hit the ground, Malfoy got scared. Harry ignored everything and caught the golden snitch, but he fell down and fainted again. Harry opened his eyes as Lee Jordan excitedly announced Gryffindor's victory. He saw Lockhart running towards him and offering to treat him, but he was so scared that he refused with inarticulate words. However, it was too late. Lockhart cast a healing spell, and Harry was sent to the school hospital. John was speechless when he saw this scene. "I told you not to use magic, so you should have done it. But you're still in a hurry, right?" What could have been solved in a day required a week in the school hospital due to Lockhart's healing spell. John shook his head. Maybe if he didn't stop the wandering ball, Harry might not win, but that would be breaking his promise to his friend. Harry was taken to the hospital wing, where John saw Marcus Flint expressing his displeasure at Malfoy for not catching the snitch. This made Malfoy very angry, and he thought to himself, "It's just like what John said, only power belongs to oneself." Seeing the other party still being so arrogant while using the Nimbus 2001 that he had bought at a high price, Malfoy expressed his agreement with John. "What should I do, John?" Malfoy was a little confused. This was different from what he was taught at home. He was on the other side of the corridor, without Goyle and Crabbe. John said calmly, "Just like I said, you know." Malfoy looked up, and the badge on John's chest gleamed brightly. He asked, "I'll join you." "No." John shook his head and said calmly, "You are not good enough now, Draco. Try to become stronger so that I can respect you." I didn't expect to be rejected as soon as I opened my mouth. If it were the previous Malfoy, he might have been angry. But now Malfoy was unwilling to give up and was determined to become stronger. John patted his shoulder and said with a smile, "The only reason Harry is stronger than you is that he has an unwavering heart. I understand. When I do, I hope you will wear it for me personally." Malfoy nodded vigorously. John smiled slightly stroked the badge on his chest with his right hand, bowed, and said with a smile, "I call it the Stars, and you will be one of them. The Order of the Stars, like Dumbledore's Order of the Phoenix. Those who can enter are talents valued by John. Malfoy couldn't get in yet, but it wouldn't be long before he could be one of them." Malfoy felt his heart beating rapidly as he tried to bow in the same position as John. At the school hospital, John knew that the bludger was not normal this time. He went to visit Harry while hoping to find some clues. Harry was forced to drink a large cup of bone spirit. John had never tasted the taste of that thing, but it definitely didn't taste good. "John!" Hermione saw John coming over and walked over to him and said, "Thanks to you, otherwise Harry might have been killed by that bludger. Killing him would be too serious. I was just helping a friend." John waved his hand, walked up to Harry, and asked with a smile, "Harry, how do you feel?" "It's terrible, I mean the taste." Harry's face was full of bitterness. The taste of the bone-growing spirit was really not very good, and it was more painful when the bones grew out. Just bear with it. After all, the bone spirit is a product of the Potter family. John held back his laughter. Harry's ancestor was a master of potions, and bone spirit was the product of his research. Harry was a little skeptical about his life after hearing this, as this thing was actually invented by himself. John stopped joking with Harry and asked in a low voice, "That bludger attacked you. It might be the heir who did it. I don't know why he wanted to attack you, but it's not good news." The three little ones all nodded in agreement, especially Ronald, who cursed, "Damn Malfoy." "Malfoy?" John was stunned. How was he related to Malfoy? Hermione was a little embarrassed and said, "We think the heir is Malfoy." John looked at me with a look of, "Are you kidding me?" and shook his head in denial. It wasn't him. The bludger was cursed. Draco doesn't have that ability. Ronald insisted that it was Malfoy and said sullenly, "But maybe he has other ways in the Chamber of Secrets." "Okay, that's a reason, but Draco won't do this under my nose." John denied it again, which made the three kids look at each other in bewilderment. John secretly left a badge under Harry's pillow and left. After he left, Ronald, one of the three little ones, complained, "See, I knew it." Hermione stood up for him and glared. "John is just a good man. He probably didn't expect Malfoy to do this. No matter what, let's make the compound potion first, and then get the evidence." Harry also knew that he had to produce evidence. He also took John's words to heart. Could it be that the bludger was really a spell cast by the heir to kill him? At night, John returned to the dormitory from the room of requirement. Tom in the dormitory did not chase Basil, but stared at the Marauder's map. This was the task John assigned to it, to let Tom tell him whenever he saw someone go into the girls' bathroom. Tom, who was assigned the task, was more focused than ever. John was exercising when he heard Tom shouting. Did it appear? John stood up and ran to the Marauder's map, looking at the name of the girls' bathroom. Jinny. John was stunned when he saw the name. He could never have imagined that it would be someone from the Weasley family. The heir of Slytherin is a family of 10,000 years of Gryffindor. John felt strange. It was like Gryffindor had found a Slytherin student as his heir. Well, Gryffindor did find a Slytherin. John frowned. Ginny Weasley was giving him a hard time. This is the child of the Weasley family, a family that has never been intimidated by Voldemort. However, the most urgent task is to catch the person and find out how to open the secret room. Seeing that Jinny had already entered the girls' bathroom, John cast a disillusionment charm on himself and left. In the corridor on the second floor, John was already running at his fastest speed. He stared at the Marauder's map the whole way and watched Jinny disappear into the map. The secret room has been opened. John quickened his pace, and when he reached the bathroom, it was empty. Have you entered? John didn't give up and kept walking around the bathroom, even checking the faucet. What is this? Finding a faucet, John noticed the difference. It has the mark of the snake on it, the symbol of Slytherin. Could it be here? John stepped back and drew his wand, casting the unlocking charm. Allaho hole open. The faucet didn't respond, so John tried it a few more times in disbelief. It seems that it still doesn't work. This is an advanced spell. Frowning, John didn't know when Jinny would come out, or if she would still be here when she came out. And whether the big snake would come out of the secret room was also a question. Considering all these problems, John decided to wait on the second floor. He wasn't in the girls' bathroom because he was afraid a giant snake might suddenly appear and kill him. He looked up some information, and after knowing what the snake looked like, John quickly found out the name of the snake. Basilisk, a man-made magical creature. According to records, Slytherin once bred one. If it is really that one, this basilisk has probably lived for nearly 1,000 years. This is eternal life. John smacked his lips. Nicholas Flamel used the Philosopher's Stone to age himself and only lived for over 600 years, but this basilisk had lived for nearly 1,000 years. While waiting, John did not forget to pay attention to Harry. If Jinny was the heir, then why was Harry attacked? The badge he left with Harry could serve as a reminder to John. The badge lit up at this time, meaning there were magical fluctuations around Harry. Opening the Marauder's map, John saw Dobby's name. He was slightly startled and was about to use the badge to listen when John saw Jinny's name appear on the Marauder's map. It's out. John perked up and cast an disillusionment charm on himself. Before he even got close to the bathroom, John heard the familiar crawling sound. It's out. John wanted to cast a shattering curse to find his way through, but he was afraid of hitting Jinny. He didn't see Jinny come out, and John closed his eyes, tapping his wand lightly on the ground. Induction. The magic power spread out, and John saw the situation in the girls' bathroom. Jinny was standing at the faucet, and strange noises were coming out of her mouth. The faucet was replaced by another passage, and John sensed that this passage was connected to a huge space. Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets. John instantly realized that Jinny had just come out of the Chamber of Secrets, and Jinny's condition was not right. After Jinny turned around and came out, the passage was closing. John had already sensed the basilisk leaving, and he rushed in with the help of the disillusionment charm before the passage closed. His body fell freely, and John's eyes with night vision could see clearly what was happening below. Using his flying boots to stabilize himself the moment he landed, John hit the ground again. A burst of magical power spread out, and a passage within 100 meters appeared. Is this connected to the sewer? John looked at the direction of the friction on the ground and knew that the basilisk had come out. Where did you go? One side might be the Slytherin chamber. The other side is the direction of the basilisk. After much hesitation, John finally chose the basilisk. This time the basilisk's appearance is likely to be life-threatening. So he followed the direction the basilisk was moving, and after walking for a distance, John found the basilisk. You didn't even come to see me. You really don't take me seriously. John had told Jinny to find him as the heir. Could it be that Jinny was concerned about her relationship with his brother and Harry? The basilisk was heading into a pipe, and John followed it. Seeing that the basilisk had its back to him, John didn't hesitate and started to use his ultimate move. Reducto. With level 4 magic power and a level 4 crushing spell, the damage of this attack is maximized to the aura level. The scales on the basilisk were hit, and part of the spell bounced off and hit the wall, creating a big hole. John closed his eyes, holding the wand in his left hand and the sword in his right hand, and he noticed that something was wrong with the basilisk. When the basilisk turned its head, John discovered through the extrasensory perception spell that it was missing an eye. When the basilisk saw John again, he became extremely jealous of his enemies and rushed over with a roar. That I must have been injured by John last time. With his eyes tightly closed, John tapped the ground with his wand. When the basilisk attacked, John activated his flying boots to dodge and wave his magic wand, causing a white light to explode and land on the basilisk's body. I'm a fire dragon. The sword was blazing with flames, and John slashed it down in the air, and the sword blade scratched through the basilisk's scales and got stuck on it. Hiss! The basilisk rolled over in pain, and John was thrown off his feet. John pointed his wand at the basilisk's wound and continued to attack. Reducto! 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 3 consecutive white lights exploded on the basilisk, and scales flew out of the wound. In pain, the basilisk's body hit the sewer, and John's back had an intimate contact with the wall, and he was almost killed. The sword dug deeper into his body upon impact, and John had no choice but to let it go. Perhaps because of its old age, the basilisk's senses other than its eyes are not as good as before. Jon used a transfiguration spell to transform the surrounding objects into sharp thorns, but the basilisk's scales were hard, so he simply crushed them and opened a path. Want to run? Noticing that the basilisk's offensive intent had weakened, Jon realized that the basilisk wanted to leave this unfavorable environment. Although the sewer is large, the basilisk's body is too large, making it inflexible. The basilisk opened its mouth and spit out venom. Jon used the shield charm to block it, but found that the shield charm had been corroded. So fierce. Startled, Jon dodged quickly. The venomous basilisk became listless, and Jon seized the opportunity to cast a spell. The flames are blazing. Incendio. Flames spurted out from the chopstick-like tip to form a flame cloud. Jon waved his wand, and the flames rushed towards the basilisk under his control. The basilisk hissed as it was burned by the flames and turned around to rush towards the sewer. Jon watched it escape and stretched out his right hand to clench it violently. I'm a fire dragon. The iron wick sword that was originally embedded in the snake's body to extinguish the flames was ignited again, and the basilisk was burned by the flames and suffered unbearable pain. It rampaged through the sewers and lashed Jon with its tail, breaking 2 of the amulets on his body. Hiss! I almost died. When he hit the wall, his internal organs seemed to be squeezed into a ball. If it weren't for the amulet, he might have died by now. The basilisk escaped with the iron wick sword. Jon adjusted his breathing, took out the enhancement potion from the small bag, and drank it in one gulp. After recovering, Jon chased after him using his sense of the iron wick sword. Colin, are you going? Of course, I want to visit Harry Potter. Colin Creevey had a camera with him, and he also had grapes and other fruit. Today he saw the most exciting Quidditch match, and he came to visit the injured Harry. He was a little reserved, and next to him was Sylvia Bradley, a Gryffindor student like him. The girl is very beautiful and has a compassionate and friendly personality. He is a wizard who also comes from a Muggle family. She's Colin's good friend in Gryffindor, and Colin also has some feelings for her. Colin didn't know either, but he seemed to like this girl. Originally, Sylvia Bradley didn't want to go there because the terrifying rumor about the secret room was circulating in the school. Sylvia was so frightened that she couldn't sleep because they, the Muggle wizards, were likely to be eliminated. Fortunately, John Wick appeared in time and declared war on the heir with a strength powerful enough to impress Slytherin. This made Sylvia Bradley feel as if she was not so dangerous. The two walked towards the school hospital, and Colin took a camera to record Hogwarts along the way. Just as we were about to reach the school hospital, a noisy sound came from a pipe. Sylvia was a little scared and asked, "What's that sound?" "Have no idea." Colin was also a little scared, so he picked up his camera and wanted to take a picture. At this moment, a huge head emerged from a pipe connected to the wall, and Colin subconsciously pressed the shutter. The basilisk rushed out of the sewer. Its scales were broken. The emerald green scales turned black, and its eyes were blocked by the flames. Hearing the shutter sound, the basilisk rushed in that direction. Colin and Sylvia screamed and felt like they were going to die. Impedimento. The basilisk slowed down, and John rushed out of the sewer. His eyes turned into vertical pupils, and he raised his hand to summon the Iron Wick Sword. "I'm a fire dragon." The Iron Wick Sword burst into flames, and the basilisk roared in pain. John took the opportunity to draw his wand and swung it at the two young Gryffindor wizards. The two were pushed away by the levitation spell. John noticed that the basilisk was about to open its eyes, and he shot out white light from his wand again and hit the basilisk's head. The basilisk turned its head away in pain. John took the opportunity to turn around and yelled to the two young wizards, "Run! Go get the professor!" The basilisk is 50 feet long, and just being there is enough to make one's legs weaken. John's voice brought the two back to their senses, but John also paid the price for his words. He was hit by the basilisk and almost flew away. John endured the pain and used the crushing spell to hit the basilisk again. The man and the snake fought back and forth, and John's magic power was a little insufficient. Veriverto, John turned the torch into a rope and wrapped it around the basilisk. He activated his flying boots and stepped on the air, then jumped onto the basilisk's back and grabbed the hilt of the sword. "I'm a fire dragon." A sound like a low dragon roar came out of his mouth, and the sword began to ignite with flames that became even hotter, burning the scales and causing the sword to be pulled out bit by bit. He pulled out the sword, and blood splattered on Jon, who felt a stinging pain on his skin. The rope snapped, and Jon fell, the basilisk moving like crazy. Just as Jon was about to deliver the fatal blow, a strange tone was heard. Then the basilisk seemed to regain its composure and turned toward the pipe. Jon naturally would not let it escape, and when he was about to continue attacking, a spell with white light hit Jon. F***KU. The amulet was depleted in the battle with the basilisk, and Jon flew out with a pain in his back. He turned his head and saw a figure jumping into the pipe with the basilisk. Jon wanted to chase him, but was powerless. He said viciously, "Young man has no moral principles and is here to launch a sneak attack." The commotion here quickly attracted the professor's attention, and Colin and the others went to find the professor. Jon almost fainted when he saw the person coming. Jon, are you okay?" Lockheart still had curlers in his hair, and Jon said unhappily, "You can't die." He rubbed his back and stood up. If any other professor came, he would chase him into the sewer. But Lockheart came, and Jon felt that being with him would at most help the basilisk to eat more. Jon's attitude was not friendly, and Lockheart smiled awkwardly. "What's going on here?" Other professors also came over one after another. Professor McGonagall's eyes widened when he saw the devastated state of the corridor. Jon threw Lockheart out to block the knife for himself. He just wanted to lie down. He was hit by a crushing curse on his back and felt that his waist was about to break. Lockheart immediately understood what he meant and described in vivid detail how he fought the monster. The professors who arrived turned their attention to Jon tacitly, but Jon did not look very happy. "John Wick, what's wrong with you?" Professor McGonagall was the first to notice something was wrong. Jon's face was pale and his lips were bloodless. Professor Snape came out to check. He saw the blood on Jon's clothes and frowned as he said, "There's poison in this." This sentence scared people a lot, but fortunately the school hospital was not far away, and they carried him there. Harry knew that it was Dobby who controlled the bludger, and he was so angry that he wanted to strangle Dobby to death. After knowing that the secret room had been opened before, he wanted to ask more questions, but he heard noises coming from outside. Dobby operated away. Harry quickly lay down on the bed and pretended to sleep. He opened his eyes a little and looked towards the door. "The first person I saw was Snape, and he seemed to be holding someone. Next came Professor McGonagall, then Sprout. Professor Flitwick was too short for Harry to notice. Later, Dumbledore also came. They gathered around the bed, and Dumbledore's solemn expression relaxed slightly. "Thank God, you saved two little wizards." Thanks to Jon for reminding Dumbledore to ask the professors to increase patrols, otherwise there wouldn't be so many people coming. Colin saw the basilisk and went crazy looking for various professors. Dumbledore knew that if Jon hadn't been there, the two young wizards would have surely died. Madame Pomfrey came over and screamed, because Jon looked like he was going to die any second. After checking, it was found that the most serious injury was the crushing curse, but Jon was strong enough that he could just lie down for a night. The blood is poisonous, but Jon has a good resistance to poison, so he will probably have diarrhea. The professors all breathed a sigh of relief. Dumbledore had something to say, so they decided to wait until tomorrow. When the professor had finished walking, Harry got off the bed and walked towards Jon. The first words Jon said stupefied Harry. "Harry, give me a toffee from your comfort food." Jon's stomach growled. He hadn't eaten yet. The next day, "Have you heard? Of course, John Wick's so cool. I didn't expect he was real. He's our protector. I heard Colin say it myself, and I have photos. My God, that thing is horrible." Harry was discharged from the hospital and found Hermione and Ronald in the girls' bathroom, mixing a polyjuice potion. "Oh my God, Harry, is that true?" Ronald was so excited that he couldn't express it in words. He had a photo in his hand. The above shows the basilisk coming out and being hit by John's spell. I have to say that Colin is really a good photographer. This photo looks just right, as if it was posed. Even the hair flying around John's face was captured just right. Ronald wanted to find Harry to confirm, because this incident happened near the school hospital, and Harry must have seen it. Harry was a little embarrassed. He was chatting with Dobby at that time and didn't notice this. But he did see John being taken to the school hospital. Hermione's heart tightened. She asked worriedly, "Is John seriously injured?" "No." Harry remembered that John had eaten all his toffee yesterday and said with a strange look, "He's fine, just hungry." This answer was beyond Ronald's imagination, and Hermione breathed a sigh of relief. Immediately, Hermione thought of a question and hesitated. "Should we continue? I mean the compound potion." Originally, they brewed the compound potion in an attempt to pry something out of Malfoy's mouth, but John even fought off the monster, which made it seem that what they did was useless. Harry nodded decisively and said seriously, "Of course, have you forgotten that Malfoy once slandered Muggle wizards? John encountered that thing. Maybe Malfoy wanted to kill John." It's no wonder Harry thought so. Malfoy caused a lot of trouble at the time, and it was because of this incident that John started his feat of challenging all Slytherins alone. Given Malfoy's arrogant personality, it is possible that he would open the Chamber of Secrets and let the monster take revenge and kill John. Hermione couldn't sit still anymore at the thought of her friend being in danger. They were still lacking some ingredients for a compound potion, so Hermione turned to Snape. As a potions master, no one had a better range of materials than Snape. Monday, John was discharged from the hospital, and Madame Pomfrey looked at John with a strange look on her face. Because John said he was in the hospital, it would be more accurate to say he was staying in a hotel, and he never stopped eating. John had a good appetite, and he thought it might be related to the poison he had been poisoned with. "But didn't I say I had diarrhea? How come my appetite has improved?" John, who couldn't figure it out, stopped worrying about it. He walked into school, and everyone looked at him with admiration. He walked over to the bulletin board and saw the photo at the top. It's a huge loss that Colin isn't working as a photographer. Seeing how handsome he looked in this photo, John even doubted whether he had posed for it. Now no one would doubt what John said, because he really did what he said. The Weasley twins even got a bunch of John's stuff from nowhere and hawked. "Protector John Wick's personal socks, protecting you from the air." "Wait, you have my socks." John thought Fred was just saying it casually, but it turned out to be his. George said confidently, "Of course it's yours. We never sell fakes." Fred blinked and whispered, "We paid a lot of money to have someone open the door for us. There are bad people among the masses. Slytherin was actually bribed. Is there any justice in the world?" John's face darkened, and he moved closer to George and Fred, whispering, 50-50 split. "What? We spent money." Ignoring their protests, John glanced at them and said calmly, "Then I will declare that you are selling fake goods." This was a real disaster for the two of them. This thing was so popular that they sold a lot of them. If they were said to be fake, they would be chased and beaten. George said viciously, "Take it, you Slytherin." John was satisfied and asked if he could buy a brand new set of pencils separately. "Although I am rich, no one can go against money." John met Neville, and seeing that Neville was still wearing his scarf, John fell silent. "Why are you wearing my scarf?" "Well," Neville scratched his head, looking embarrassed. "This feeling is like being caught wearing Pinru's clothes." John wanted to say that you can't judge a book by its cover, but he didn't expect Neville to be that kind of person. Fortunately, Neville explained that he bought the amulet from the twins. Otherwise, John would have to consider whether he should keep his distance. "Don't you have a sword I made yourself? What's the point of getting a scarf?" As if he was looking at a fool, John was speechless. Neville thought about it carefully, and it seemed that the sword was more useful than the scarf. After arranging a strengthening package for Neville, John had trouble staying in class. Wizards from other houses always crowded over, as if they felt safer that way. In the defense against the dark arts class, John saw Lockheart drawing something on paper. It seemed like he was designing a stage. Get out of class is over. John finds Percy and asks him to take Jinny to the Whomping Willow. "Do you like Jinny?" Percy looked wary. Jinny was his sister and would never allow anyone to have bad intentions. John was speechless. What were you thinking about? Jinny was just a little brat who had nothing. After John repeatedly assured Percy that it was impossible for him to like Jinny, he saw Percy agreeing hesitantly. Now that the two of them are in a partnership, John should not hurt Jinny. This can still be guaranteed. The reason John went to Percy instead of Ronald or the Weasley twins was because he was afraid they would cause trouble. Compared to Percy, others were even more uncertain, especially the twins. Wouldn't it be embarrassing if they were eavesdropped or something? Although it has been confirmed that Jinny is the heir, John did not reveal it immediately. He was very confused as to why the Weasleys were able to open the Chamber of Secrets. How did she know about it? And the crushing charm didn't seem like something a first year could use. With doubts in mind, John came to the Whomping Willow in the afternoon. The Whomping Willow had fully recovered, and a little bird flew over and was beaten into a ball of feathers. John was not idle while he waited. He recalled the spell he used to use the Iron Wick sword to enhance the flames on the blade. Will it be more powerful if you recite it in dragon language? He took out the Iron Wick sword and tried to chant a spell. The spell chanted in dragon language made the flames on the sword gradually turn into the shape of a fire dragon. Dragon blood was used when enchanting the magic, and it seems to be because of this. Putting away the sword, John took out his wand. He tried to use magic in dragon language, and a flame came out of his wand, and then it was gone. It seems not possible. John sighed a little disappointed. After waiting for a while, he saw Jinny walking towards him. Jinny's face was full of tension, and Percy kept comforting her. When they arrived, Jinny trembled a little when she saw John. Percy explained, "Sorry, she's just a little scared. You know, the monster in the Chamber of Secrets." "I know." John stared at Jinny. He could see the fear in her expression. This was not an act. At least it was impossible for Jinny to cast a crushing spell on her back. John stared at her and asked softly, "Jinny, you did this, didn't you?" Jinny shuddered, tears streaming down her eyes, and nodded. "What?" Percy asked, confused. Jinny choked up and said, "I don't know why. I was scared. I thought he influenced me, so I threw him away." John thought for a moment and asked, "Who is he?" Jinny burst into tears. She had been under too much pressure recently, and she felt as if she had released a monster. "Riddle, a diary." Percy couldn't believe what Jinny said. He looked at John, desperate for an answer. "John, tell me what happened." John groaned. "I originally thought Jinny was chosen as the heir of Slytherin, but now it seems that it might be the diary." Riddle. Tom Riddle. Voldemort's last name. When John heard the name, he knew it had something to do with Voldemort. John looked serious and asked, "Where did you throw the diary?" He needed to get the diary before someone else picked it up. 3 hurried figures shuttled through Hogwarts Castle. This is a strange combination. 1 Slytherin, 2 Gryffindors, one of whom is a Gryffindor prefect. They walked all the way to the girls' bathroom on the 2nd floor, pushed open the door, and walked in. Where? Percy was really angry this time. His sister almost became the heir of Slytherin. He grabbed Jinny's shoulders so hard that she couldn't help but let out a low cry. "Sorry, Jinny, come on. Tell us where that thing is." Percy apologized quickly, realizing that he had reacted too strongly. Jinny slowly extended her hand and pointed to a sink. John and Percy looked at each other, and they walked over to see that it was empty. "Something's missing?" John frowned. Percy was anxious and irritated. He quickly turned to Jinny and said loudly, "Are you sure you didn't remember it wrong?" I remember it was right here." Jinny was so scared that tears started flowing again, and Percy punched the mirror angrily. "Percy, stop." John stopped him from doing this, and he shouted solemnly, "Myrtle, are you there?" "Of course I am." Myrtle flew out of the broken toilet. John breathed a sigh of relief and asked, "Apart from us, is there anyone else coming?" "The others?" 3 Gryffindor students. The translucent body flew past, and Myrtle giggled. It was Ronald and the others. They took the diary. Percy, who had caught 3 little ones in the girls' bathroom, immediately thought of them and said with a straight face, "I'll go find them." "Wait, Percy, don't make any noise." John stopped him, shook his head, and said, "The diary is missing now, so we don't want to alert the enemy. I need you to use your position to search the Gryffindor common room." They were close to the truth. John held down the excited Percy and said word by word, Don't tell anyone until you find that person. This is not just because of Jinny. Okay, I'll help. Percy was also someone who could get 12 certificates. He was not lacking in wisdom, but he was too rigid. If outsiders knew about Jinny's affairs, it would not only affect herself, but also the Weasley family. In serious cases, they may even be sent to Azkaban. Although Percy was strict and rigid in his work, he would not send his sister to Azkaban. They tacitly kept the matter secret, and Jinny was comforted and taken back. During this period, in order to make sure that Jinny was not lying and to protect her from being controlled for the second time, John gave Jinny a Whomping Willow amulet. Wear it well and never take it off at any time. John gave a serious instruction, and Jinny looked pale and nodded quickly. Send Jinny away. The next day, Percy found John. He personally sent Jinny back to Gryffindor Tower yesterday. The Weasley twins saw this and came over to gossip, until Percy got angry and drove his two younger brothers away, and repeatedly told them to take good care of Jinny and not let her leave alone. This made the Weasley twins suspicious, but they were also frightened by Percy's tone. George and Fred must think I'm crazy. Percy sighed. He also felt that he had been a little too harsh on his brothers yesterday. John looked at Percy sympathetically. The Weasley twins were not easy guys to deal with. No wonder Percy had a headache having these two younger brothers. After we find the diary, we can put an end to this. Gryffindor is in your hands. Please talk to Penelope Clearwater as well. She's your girlfriend after all. At this point, John's tone was teasing. How do you know? Percy stammered, as if he had been discovered in a secret. I just happened to know that you were dating Penelope Clearwater while on patrol. John smiled. This made Percy call Merlin's beard. This monster, what could he possibly hide from him? Percy didn't know that John had the Marauders map, and when he was stalking the heir, he saw Percy hanging out with Ravenclaw prefect Penelope Clearwater every now and then. If he didn't know this, John would just tear up the live point map. With a wave of his hand, John gave Percy a mysterious look and left. December is here. Before Christmas, Professor McGonagall collected the list of students who would be staying on campus, as usual. John had originally planned to go back this Christmas, but now that the matter of the secret room has not been resolved, he is not going back. Have Basil send a letter to Mrs. Wick with 2 wizard cards attached. Ever since Dad Watson Wick learned about wizard cards while eating chocolate frogs, he has fallen in love with these cards with animated portraits. John was also forced to collect some. He thought about exchanging some with Ronald, but unfortunately his father was obsessed with collecting them himself. Because of the devilish training, Neville's fat face has become a little pointier. Malfoy took the initiative to find John and wanted John to teach him. After all, after a semester, everyone could see that John was the real teacher of defense against the dark arts. To this end, John outlined a series of training plans for Malfoy, one of which was to go to the Shrieking Shack like Neville to train his courage. To be honest, Malfoy is not much braver than Neville. During the potions class, some wicked guy threw a firework into the crucible, and the explosion caused the whole class to become an accident. When the swelling potion was about to fly in front of him, John subconsciously raised his hand, and the potion was bounced off by the invisible barrier and flew out. He glanced at Crabbe, who was gloating when he turned around and was splashed, and pretended nothing had happened. Professor Snape was really worried. John noticed that the only people who were not affected were Harry and himself, and Hermione had disappeared somewhere. He narrowed his eyes, smelling a conspiracy. John Wick, you are responsible for making the swelling-reducing agent. John was an innocent victim. There was not enough anti-swelling agent, so John was temporarily pulled in to serve as a backup. Of course, extra points. John did not give up on finding the heir. Although he did not alert the enemy, the prefects of the 4 colleges all got involved. He didn't call too many people, and when they heard that it was about the heir, the class leaders actively cooperated. As a result, many people's dormitories were ransacked, causing students from various colleges to suspect that a thief had broken into Hogwarts. Percy focused his search on his brother, fearing that the Weasley twins might be keeping a diary for fun. It's a pity that there's nothing else except a bunch of prank props. Ronald did not let it go either. He searched it several times and threw the lazy rat aside. A week passed. John thought everything would be fine until Christmas, but he was wrong. There was an extra piece of parchment on the notice board. Lockhart was causing trouble again. So you didn't count? John looked at Lockhart, who was pleading with him, and told him not to cause trouble so he could set up a duel club. It would be fine if you set up a duel club, but you even had the nerve to ask me for support. John's face was dark. Lockhart shrank his neck and smiled awkwardly. John, I know you have a way just like this. He took out his amulet and ring. He had experienced the benefits of these things in a class, so he had evil thoughts. How could the great Lockhart not be in the spotlight? John glanced at him and said calmly, Everything has a price, Gilderoy. It wasn't Professor Lockhart, it was Gilderoy. Lockhart also understood what John meant. With a struggle on his face, he finally bowed slightly and said through gritted teeth, I hope Gilderoy Lockhart can be your friend. Well, I won't turn down a friend's request. John raised his chin slightly. Lockhart now belonged to his own network. He was never stingy in cultivating his connections, and took out 2 spell rings and 2 amulets from his handbag. Inside the amulet was the iron armor charm, and the heals of the spells were different, except for the disarming charm and the petrification charm. And the other difference was that they were no longer one-time use, but could be used 3 times in a row. This was the result of John's upgraded alchemy skills, and this alone was enough to make Johnny Silverhand irreplaceable among the Aurors. Lockhart was overjoyed. At 8 p.m., the auditorium opens with a crescent stage designed by Lockhart himself. John didn't expect that Lockhart would dare to find an assistant, and this assistant was Professor Snape. He sighed, I just think my life is too long. Inside the auditorium, the long tables disappeared completely, replaced by a gilded stage. The sky above the auditorium turned velvet black, and hundreds of candles illuminated the stage. Duel Club. Hogwarts students would not miss such a new thing. Almost all the students in the school came. Although the fear of the secret room was dispelled by John's heroic performance in the last duel stage made them very interested. After arriving, when they saw the gorgeously dressed Lockhart, except for Harry and his friends, no one else was disappointed. This was also thanks to the lesson plan John had given him, which prevented Lockhart from collapsing too badly. At least in the eyes of the public, this is a wizard who likes theory more than practical operations. The knowledge taught was still from the autobiography book, which made the students more convinced that Lockhart was quite capable. Only Harry had seen him unable to deal with an elf, and had taken away Harry's bones. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so resistant. Ahem, quiet everyone. Lockhart's flashy wizard robes were never the same. After signaling everyone to be quiet, everyone focused their attention on him. He flashed that 5-time winner of Witch Weekly's Most Attractive Smile Award. It's like this. Professor Dumbledore allowed me to open this little dueling club to fully train everyone in case you need to defend yourself one day. I have used this method to protect myself countless times. John Wick should understand this very well. He was taught by me. Lockhart launched into a long speech, which made the students impatient. Fortunately, Lockhart was self-aware. After speaking for a long time, he introduced his assistant. When Snape walked onto the stage, Harry and Ronald both swallowed and looked at each other, wondering if Lockhart had gone crazy. Don't worry, I will return your potion's teacher to you intact. Lockhart blinked, unaware that Snape's dark aura was about to spread around him. He exaggerated his body language. Now, Professor Snape, please say a few words. Professor Snape said coldly, Some of you fools keep roosters in your dormitories. I hope that after you learn how to duel, you will remember that you are wizards. The students in the audience felt guilty. Someone found out that the monster in the secret room was a basilisk. After knowing that the basilisk was afraid of the crowing of chickens, it became popular among the students to raise chickens. Now, I don't need an alarm clock in the morning because the crowing of roosters is so loud that it gives me a headache. After saying these 2 simple sentences, Professor Snape turned around and faced Lockhart. Harry could see that Snape's upper lip was curled up, which was a dangerous sign. If Snape had looked at me like this, I would have probably run away. Lockhart could even bow in a dozen different ways, which made Snape shake his head in annoyance. The 2 of them each held their wands vertically in front of their chests, and saluted, then walked to the sides of the stage. As you can see, we hold our wands in the normal dueling stance. Lockhart was still chattering, and the impatience in Snape's eyes was already very obvious. Lockhart counted. They both raised their wands over their shoulders at the same time, and at the number 3, Snape struck immediately. Expelliarmus. A bright red light crossed the stage and hit Lockhart, but Lockhart did not fly out as Harry had expected. The armor-like shield charm blocked the attack before Lockhart could react. There was some surprise and astonishment in Professor Snape's eyes. See, this is a wonderful offense and defense. After Lockhart realized what was happening, he immediately acted calm and activated the spell ring, and red light flew from his wand towards Snape. Professor Snape reacted quickly, immediately deflecting the red light and counterattacking. The two of them fought back and forth, and Lockhart was always able to defend against Snape's spells. The students exclaimed in amazement, and the girls admired Lockhart with stars in their eyes. After a while, Professor Snape started to take it seriously. Levi Corpus. The armor charm appeared again to block it, but Lockhart was so proud of himself that he didn't notice that the amulet on him had been used up. He countered with a petrification spell, and Snape threw him away, then charged up a disarming spell and knocked Lockhart away. The wand flew out of his hand, and Lockhart realized that he had run out of amulets. He hurriedly stopped Snape from taking the next step, stood up, and laughed. See, this is the disarming spell. I lost my wand, and I thought I should show you. Lockhart acted as if he had fallen for it on purpose. Harry and Ronald looked at each other. They felt that there was something false in Lockhart's words. Of course, if I want to stop it, I can do it without any effort, but I just want to let you gain some knowledge. Noticing Professor Snape's face darken, Lockhart stopped talking hastily. The demonstration ends here. I will come to your side now. You will duel in pairs. The students had already been excited by the exciting duel, and they couldn't wait to start the duel. Snape immediately broke up Harry's idea of training with Ronald and looked around to find an opponent for Harry. He looked carefully and then glanced over John. After all, this man was too dangerous. Finally, he locked his eyes on Malfoy and waved his hand, allowing Malfoy to have a deep communication with the Savior. John wanted to find an opponent, but everyone subconsciously avoided him when they saw him. The scene in which a man picked on Slytherin was still vivid in their minds, and they didn't want to be tortured. Can I join you? A handsome boy came over, and seeing that he didn't hide from him, John readily agreed. My name is Cedric Diggory, Hufflepuff 4th year. Cedric's eyes were bright. He stared at John and saluted like Snape and the others. John, can I call you that? Of course, Cedric. This big boy from Hufflepuff was very outstanding. John stroked the badge with his right hand, bowed slightly, and said with a smile, Let's get started. Cedric's smile faded, and he used a skillful disarming spell. John raised his eyebrows, used his wand to knock away the red light, and then counterattacked. He found that Cedric was very strong, at least stronger than the Slytherin he met last time. Waving the magic wand in his hand, John broke all the attacks one by one. Finding the right opportunity, John struck 3 times in a row. Langlock, Farilla, Relatio. Just as Cedric was about to chant a spell, his tongue stuck to the roof of his mouth, and he couldn't speak. The wizard robe suddenly tightened and wrapped his body tightly, making him unable to move. Sparks flew and hit his body, sending him flying backwards. He lay on the ground with a wry smile on his face. Whoa! Unable to speak, he pointed to his mouth. John stepped forward to break the spell and pulled him up. Too strong, John. You don't even look like a student. Cedric could afford to lose. He showed admiration and asked curiously, Are you going to be an Auror in the future? John shrugged and said lightly, Maybe, but Auror isn't really suitable for me. The two men finished their fight and looked back. Apart from them, no one else was fighting a serious duel in the entire auditorium. Hermione was fighting with a fat Slytherin girl, with their wands thrown aside, completely forgetting that they were wizards. Lockhart realized that the situation was out of control and shouted to stop. It was Professor Snape who prevented what happened next. However, someone was still injured, and finally Lockhart chose to let 2 people come up to demonstrate. He wanted to call Neville, but when he remembered that Neville was chasing someone with the sword just now, he held back. Snape took the opportunity to let Malfoy and Harry go up. Now that's good. The one who fought the hardest just now has come up. As soon as the two of them went up, they were like enemies meeting, and their eyes were red with anger. Malfoy gritted his teeth and wanted to avenge himself for being hung upside down just now. Lockhart's countdown ended, and Malfoy directly used the curse he was best at. Oolong out of the cave. The head of his wand exploded, and a long black snake leaped out of the blast and landed on the floor between them. This scene made the crowd scream. Snape saw enough of the joke and said lazily, "Don't move, Potter. I'll get it away." However, Lockhart felt that he was capable again, so he rushed out and waved his wand, causing the black snake to fly up a foot high and fall down, becoming even more angry. Justin Finch-Fletchley, who was standing next to the stage, froze as the black snake moved toward him. Harry just wanted to stop the black snake. He opened his mouth and spoke to it, but the tone of voice that came out was chilling. Let him go. He wanted to stop the black snake, not noticing that the sound he made was in Parseltongue. Even everyone thought that Harry had let the black snake attack Justin Finch-Fletchley. Just at this moment, another voice sounded. Stop. Just as the black snake was about to relax, a sudden pressure came upon him. As it looked over, a pair of vertical pupils made the black snake collapse. When Justin saw that figure, he immediately felt safe. He shouted angrily at Harry, "What do you think you were playing at? We have John Wick." Harry was confused and didn't know what was going on. John pulled out his wand and turned the snake into black smoke. He looked up at Harry, and the depth in his eyes frightened Harry a little. "Today's duel club is over. Please disperse." John gave Lockhart a look, and Lockhart understood and announced the end. But this time, there will be more storms. Harry Potter was a Parseltongue. Everyone in the hall saw this scene, which put Harry at the center of attention. Some people said that Harry was the heir, and some people found John and hoped that he would get rid of this scourge. In response, John told them not to overthink it. But in a short period of time, Harry has become synonymous with heir. There is even a conspiracy theory that said Voldemort wanted to kill Harry because he was afraid that Harry would take his position as the Dark Lord, which made John laugh. A snowstorm put an end to the afternoon herbalism class. Harry was taken away by Professor McGonagall. John was in the Great Hall, and Percy was sitting next to him drinking warm pumpkin juice. "I'm sorry, we didn't find it. I looked for Harry's luggage 3 times. Listening to Percy's apologetic words, John shook his head helplessly and said, "Percy, you have to believe Harry. He can't be the heir." "Okay." Percy agreed. John knew that he still had doubts about Harry, but John didn't expose them. Harry's Parseltongue gave John an idea. Maybe he could use Harry to open the Chamber's secrets. But now Harry was taken away by Professor McGonagall, so he had to wait. "I'll prove he's not." John assured Percy that he was a savior. And what if he gave up his job if he was suspected? Percy left, and John took out the Marauder's map to examine it. Except for Harry and the other two, no one had been to the girls' bathroom for a long time. The basilisk could not get out until it opened the Chamber of Secrets, so Hogwarts was safe. What are the 3 of them doing there? John looked a little strange, thinking about the smell of brewing potion the last time he went in. Could it be that the 3 little ones are brewing potions in there? Brewing potion in the girls' bathroom. Does this picture look interesting? In fact, John is also a full man who does not know the hunger of a hungry man. He has the room of requirement and can switch to it at any time, but Harry and the others don't have it. It can't be made in the Gryffindor common room, right? Harry came out from Dumbledore, who asked him what he knew, and he concealed it. Because Ronald said that hearing other voices might not be a good thing, he chose to conceal it due to psychological reasons. It was just the rumors in the school that made him irritable, especially when he secretly put on the sorting hat in the headmaster's office. That old hat still thinks he should go to Slytherin. This made him doubt whether he was the heir of Slytherin. Hermione noticed his annoyance and suddenly had an idea. She suggested, "You can go to John. He will help you." John. Harry recalled another scene on the duel stage, where from his perspective he saw John's eyes change. Those eyes were like the eyes of Snape. He hesitated for a moment and said, "Will it be troublesome?" Hermione knew John well and said with certainty, "John will definitely wait for you to come over. You know he is very good to his friends." Friend? Harry was silent for a moment. In the end, Harry chose to go find John. At the castle bridge, Harry came over with a nervous mood. John was not surprised to see him coming over and said softly, "Are you troubled by your differences?" "What about John? Do you think I'm the heir of Slytherin?" Harry stared into John's eyes. John chuckled, a particularly cheerful laugh. "Stop it. You are the savior. How can you be the heir of Slytherin?" John couldn't stop laughing, as if he heard a joke. Harry was a little annoyed by the laughter. "Enough, this is not funny." Harry was shocked at himself for shouting so loudly. John stopped laughing, stared at Harry, and said seriously, "You are not the heir of Slytherin, at least not yet." Seeing that Harry was still doubting and hesitating, John chuckled and said, "Rumors stop at the strong, Harry. People who are strong enough will not care who is whose heir." Harry shuddered inwardly and looked at John, seeing that he was not joking. Harry sighed and said, "If only they were all like you. You can't expect everyone to be like this. The strong lead the weak. This is an unchanging truth." John leaned his hands on the railing of the covered bridge and looked at the snow-covered area in the distance. Christmas is here. Many people left the school, but not all of them. Even some muggle wizards stayed in the school, because John Wick gave them a sense of security. John Wick will protect us, just like he protected Justin Finch-Fletchley. The scene in the dueling club won John great favor among muggle wizards, and they even thought that John was their patron saint. Some people put a picture of John fighting a basilisk by their bed, as if it can protect them. Get up in the morning. John received many packages. He opened one and found it was from Cedric. Inside was a small new-style handbag, which he apparently thought John would like. There are too many gifts. If you want to open them, you could spend a whole day. John chose to open it at night. When he walked out of the dormitory, he saw the blonde girl and the black-haired girl, Daphne and Pansy. They didn't come home. It was a little strange that the two didn't go home, but John didn't take it to heart. Malfoy was already waiting for John in the common room. When he saw John coming out, he complained, "You asked me to get up so early, but you slept late." "I'm not sleeping late. I'm planning a project for you." Malfoy rolled his eyes at John when he heard this, and it sounded like the truth. Malfoy did not go back home for Christmas because he wanted to strengthen himself in school. At the dueling club, he and Harry exchanged curses and ended up being hung. Although an error occurred later, it did not cause any harm to Harry at all. He found John and asked him to strengthen himself, and John naturally agreed. The two left the Slytherin dungeon and came to the defense against the dark arts classroom. Since we need to train, we naturally need a spacious place. John took out the boggart. This cabinet was all too familiar to Malfoy. John would take it out every time he taught a class, and he always wondered how so many creatures could fit in it. So the two of them began to teach step by step. Of course, John was responsible for talking, and Malfoy was responsible for practicing. In the evening, before the sky was completely dark, John had to stop training because he had to go to the room of requirement. When Malfoy returned, he met Goyle and Crabbe, these two followers who always did whatever Malfoy did. Seeing the two of them standing there in a daze, he kindly led them back. Little did they know that the two people at this time were Harry and Ronald in transformation. Once Malfoy has free time, he likes to show off. He knows a lot of inside information from Lucius Malfoy, such as the Chamber of Secrets that was once opened. The Felicity Potion is really hard to make. John looked at the unfinished Felicity Potion and couldn't help shaking his head. It is worthy of being a top-level potion. Not only does it take a long time to make, but it also requires no carelessness. Potions are a branch of alchemy. John has alchemy skills, and he also learned how to make potions. Now that he has reached level 3, he could be considered an experienced alchemist. After putting the materials needed for the Felixir in, John watched it for a while and confirmed that there was no problem. He attempts to add a new enchantment to the Iron Wick sword in the room of requirement. Dragon blood can enhance fire spells, so what can other magical creatures enhance? John hesitated for a moment, still undecided on what enchantment to assign to the Iron Wick sword. After all, it is not an alchemical product like the Sword of Gryffindor. The Sword of Iron Wick is still a muggle item. If something goes wrong, the whole sword might be scrapped, which would be a bit troublesome. After struggling for a while, John temporarily gave up the idea of enchantment. He held out his hand without his wand, attempting wandless casting. Emotion. I need an emotion. John closed his eyes and thought, letting his emotions drive the magic. The expression on his face changed to one of anger, and John raised his hands and clapped them. The chest of the human-shaped target in front of me exploded. Anger? It's hard to control, but I can do it. If you want to talk about the simplest and most extreme emotion, anger is a good choice. John just thought about someone forcing him to eat Stargazer pie, and that anger came out. Wandless spellcasting is indeed possible. John tried it a few times and was able to perform simple magic when he was extremely angry. There was no shortage of dinners in the castle, and John headed for one after finishing training. On the way, he met Goyle and Crabbe, who woke up in a daze, and he felt a little strange. John's unsociability was common in Slytherin. You rarely see John at dinner time, not even at Christmas dinner. By the time John arrived, the dinner was over. But when he sat down, a steaming roasted turkey, potatoes, and bread would appear on a golden plate in front of him. Thanks. He whispered his thanks, not sure if the house elf working in the kitchen could hear him. As a result of frequently missing dinner, John became very familiar with the house elf in the kitchen. They always left a portion for John at dinner, and today was no exception. He used a knife to cut a slice from the turkey and took out the little remaining Lao Ganma and spread it on the bread. Turkey bread with Lao Ganma. John took a bite and squinted his eyes in satisfaction. After finishing dinner, John returned to the Slytherin dungeon. Malfoy was furious. When he saw John, he said warily, "Are you John?" John was confused. "Of course I am." "Evidence." Malfoy looked like a little boy who had just been tricked out of candy, and he already had his wand in his hand. As long as John didn't have evidence, he planned to make the guy who had just deceived him suffer. John thought about it and beckoned Malfoy over. Malfoy walked over while keeping a wary eye on John. When he arrived in front of him, John's left hand was like a poisonous snake, and Malfoy was unable to react. He grabbed the hand holding the wand and twisted it, and the wand fell out of that hand. Then John grabbed Malfoy's collar with his right hand and lifted him up easily. Malfoy was strangled and couldn't breathe. He clapped John's hands and surrendered quickly. "I believe it. I believe it. It would have been better if it had been like this earlier." Releasing his hand and letting Malfoy sit down, John walked over to the side and sat down, while Tom, who had been running around the Slytherin common room, ran over to the sofa and asked for a touch. Ahem, there are two guys pretending to be Goyle and Crabbe. Malfoy was absolutely certain that no one in the entire Hogwarts student body had such strength except John. He said viciously, "If I find out who it is, I will let him know the power of the evil curse." Disguised as Goyle and Crabbe? Could it be the polyjuice potion? John stroked Tom's head, and Tom was so comfortable that the whole dog lay down. He thought of the three little ones. Apart from them, probably no one else would do this. What did you tell them? John, who knew the answer, was curious about what the three kids asked. It should be an heir or something like that. After all, they have always suspected Malfoy. Malfoy hesitated, then said, "I was the one doing most of the talking. Draco, you should change this habit of yours." John was speechless. "You sent the information out before anyone else asked." Malfoy was embarrassed, so he turned his attention to Goyle and Crabbe. "It's all your fault. Why did you come back so late? We had a cake, and then we passed out." Gore and the other man also felt aggrieved. John patted Tom's head and made him get up from the ground. "Okay, that's it." He stood up and prepared to go back to the dormitory, but Malfoy stopped John before leaving. "John, they also asked about you." John was stunned, and Malfoy nodded. "I said you often disappear without a trace. Is this doubting yourself?" John thought that it shouldn't be the case, as he was a genuine Muggle wizard. It was probably just a casual question from Harry, curious about his life in Slytherin. Not taking it seriously, John returned to his dorm. Now he has time to deal with the pile of Christmas presents. Most of them were sent by his pen pals. After all, interpersonal relationships need to be maintained. John also sent out a lot of messages during Christmas. I opened one and found it was sent by Neville. There was a beautiful glass ball inside. If I put it next to the candle, stars would be projected out. Hermione sent an exquisite quill pen. Ronald sent wizard chess, and Harry sent a Quidditch book. There are also cufflinks sent by my mother and a wizard hat sent by my father. Judging from the materials, they're made by muggles and are handmade. In a letter, his father Watson Wick hinted that John could bring him a golden snitch. It was probably because of the Quidditch books he brought back during the summer vacation that aroused his father's interest. Mrs. Wick's letter only had one sentence. Tell your father to go to hell and don't listen to him. The presents were almost all opened, and John looked at the last one. He was stunned by the address on it. It turned out to be sent from his own home. When I opened the gift, there was a letter inside. He picked it up and glanced at it. My beloved Yidani, I hope you receive my gift. I'm sorry that you didn't come to my house for Christmas this year, but it's a good thing you didn't come as things have been a bit uneasy at home lately. The situation is turbulent, and your uncles have also been affected. Your father is old, and some people still want to ask him to leave. I kicked them all out. These inhuman guys wanted to squeeze out every last bit of value. Okay, I won't say any more. Remember the brown bear? Its cubs have grown up and are stronger than their mother. I really hope you can come and visit next year. I haven't taken you hunting yet. Love your uncle, Saryosha Jovanovich. Yidani Jovanovich. This name is only used by his grandfather's family. This letter was sent home by my uncle and then forwarded by Mrs. Wick. A trace of nostalgia flashed in John's eyes. Although his uncles were big and strong and liked to wrestle with brown bears, they really loved him. Even though they haven't been back for a long time, my uncles still insist on sending gifts. I don't know what my uncle will give me. With anticipation, John opened the gift box that looked like a book. After opening the white polka dot gift bag paper, a black box that looks expensive is revealed. John solemnly opened the box, and a matte black object lay quietly inside. Seeing this thing, John fell into deep thought. He kept the box open and closed it again without giving up. Well, the contents inside haven't changed. He picked up the contents expressionlessly. The comfortable handle was a little too big for a child, but John was growing faster than the child, so it was just right. The synthetic handle is matte black and can be hidden well without being exposed by reflections. The overall weight is light. The caliber is 9 millimeters. The effective range is 50 meters, and the magazine capacity is 17 rounds. That's right. This is a gun. My uncle gave me a pistol as a gift. John felt that either he was crazy or his uncle's brain circuits were different from those of ordinary people. A wizard like me using a gun? There are not many bullets in the box, only 17. I guess my uncle doesn't want to commit murder. Bullshit. Who would give a gun to a child? He is only 12 years old. Uncle, you are too hardcore. Silently putting the pistol back, John decided to seal the gun. The day after Christmas, John heard that Hermione was in the hospital, and out of concern for her as a good friend, he went to the school hospital to visit and saw a hairy face. Rubbing his eyes, John looked again and found that the face was covered by his hands. Stop looking at John and leave now. Hermione covered her face, too embarrassed to see anyone. John looked odd and asked, "Do you want to become a cat girl just because you admire Professor McGonagall?" How could he not remember Hermione transfiguring to this level? Hermione was even more ashamed of herself. She wanted to be like Millicent Bulstrode, and she even had a close combat with him in the dueling club. However, Millicent Bulstrode had a cat, and what she got was cat hair, which made her embarrassed. John was trying not to laugh, and Hermione was about to kick him out. Well, this is kind of cute, isn't it? John even had the urge to rub the cat's head, but considering that he would be bitten by the future Minister of Magic, he held back. Before Hermione could throw the pillow out, John took out his wand and conjured up a curtain for Hermione and closed it. I hope you recover soon. By the way, give me the badge under your pillow. John had left the badge under Harry's pillow last time, but had forgotten about it afterwards. It just so happens that Hermione and Harry slept in the same bed last time, but I wonder if these things don't need to be washed. Expressing concern about the hygiene of the school hospital, John took back his badge. Hermione was confused when she saw this. So John casually said, "Last time Harry was attacked by a bludger, I thought we should see who did it. It seems the heir didn't look for him." All right. Speaking of the heir, Hermione felt a little guilty, so they turned into Slytherins to ask Malfoy. After saying goodbye to Hermione, John left the hospital wing. It was really interesting to spend Christmas in school. Apart from staring at the Marauders map as usual, John also made Malfoy experience Neville's pain. "Can't hold on? You can tell me. I never force you." John spoke calmly as he stood outside the Whomping Willow, with Malfoy being chased by its branches. "Shut up, John." Malfoy had been hit a few times already, and at first he would have been confused as to why wizards had to train to dodge. It was not until John dodged Malfoy's 3 spells in a row that Malfoy realized the importance of physical skills. John didn't close his mouth, his tone full of sarcasm. "You were right not to let Goyle and the others come over. You look so embarrassed now. Malfoy of the Sacred 28, his offspring can't even beat a tree. Maybe your father is right. After all, your family's wealth can keep you living like a useless person. I forgot. Maybe it's more than just a resemblance." His words were like knives, making Malfoy upset and confused. If he wasn't careful, he would be hit by the Whomping Willow and fly away. "Look at you. You look like a rat being chased away with a broom. How much money did your family donate to Hogwarts to convince them to let you enter the school?" John took out a turkey sandwich and took a bite. His comfortable look was full of hatred. Malfoy was full of resentment. A voice appeared in his head, asking why he had to watch that muggle wizard enjoy himself. A noble pureblood should not suffer like this. Malfoy's anger level soared, and he couldn't stand it after being knocked out again. Taking out his wand, Malfoy aimed a spell at the annoying Whomping Willow. Just as the spell was about to hit the Whomping Willow, and Shield Charm appeared in that place. One layer of the Iron Armor spell was directly shattered, and the second layer blocked the attack. The Whomping Willow was enraged, and this time its branches were faster and more ferocious. Malfoy was unable to dodge and was about to be hit. Seeing this, John took out his wand and used a levitation spell to drag Malfoy back. Seeing that he still had anger and rage on his face, John applauded and praised. "This time the power is greater than last time. Keep up the feeling." John was testing the extent to which emotions affect the power of spells. Just now, after Malfoy was angered, the power of the spell increased by half. Although this emotion affects the accuracy, the increased power is considerable. John took out a pen and wrote on his notes. He glanced at the still angry Malfoy and said speechlessly, "You asked me to train again." Malfoy knew that John was improving his strength, but he still couldn't control it. Normally at this point, John would just need to cast a sleeping spell on him. "Well, it's time to go to bed again." Without giving Malfoy a chance to react, John cast a sleeping spell on his face, making Malfoy sleep like a baby. Ask Goyle and Crabbe to take Malfoy back. The two were used to Malfoy falling asleep from exhaustion every day. Scribbling something in his notebook, John closed it and stuffed it into his bag. Anger is good, but use it sparingly. Draco's emotion lasted longer this time. If this continued, John felt that one day Malfoy would get too into the role and attack him. Although it was a pity, John still planned to terminate it temporarily. He didn't know that his every move was being watched by someone. Snape's eyes darkened as he found Dumbledore. "Dumbledore, you should take care of John Wick." In the headmaster's office, Snape no longer had that sarcastic look on his face, but instead his tone revealed anger. "What's wrong, Severus?" Dumbledore looked up from the table, somewhat surprised to see Snape like this. "He's gaining power bit by bit. Don't tell me you didn't know that, Dumbledore." As a former Death Eater, Snape saw the shadow of another person in John. The same extraordinary talent, the same handsomeness, the same ability to seduce those around them. John Wick. This boy is a carbon copy of that guy, except for his bloodline. There is something crazy in his voice, gloomy as if he had been fished out of water. He is following the example of you-know-who. He will not settle for mediocrity. Slytherin is the best proof of this. In just one school year, he has made Slytherin his own. Seeing how agitated he was, Dumbledore said in a calm voice, "Calm down, Severus. He's just a child." Voldemort was once just a child. Snape spoke word by word, even saying the man's name. He's worried, John Wick. Snape showed a sarcastic look on his face and said in a sarcastic voice, "Don't tell me you don't know what he is doing." He was exposed to the dark arts in his first year. He was patient and showed his ambition. Even Draco Malfoy is now subservient to him. Dumbledore, we all know what this means. The heir of Slytherin. How do you know he's not? Severus. Dumbledore's expression turned serious, which calmed Snape down a bit. It's a serious allegation, you know. With wise eyes fixed on the sword of Gryffindor, Dumbledore said softly, "I believe John Wick will not become that person. He is different. He has family, friends, and love." Snape had calmed down by now. He looked at Dumbledore coldly, and his voice returned to normal. "I hope you're right, and we don't have another Dumbledore." He left after he finished speaking. Dumbledore was left alone in deep thought. Voldemort was a thorn in Snape's side, as he killed Snape's beloved. Dumbledore knew all this, and he understood it too. Voldemort was not as good as John in his second year. The people around John gathered together because they were strong. They had no bloodline, only strength. This is like being another person. Dumbledore looked at the sword of Gryffindor and sighed. "I hope it is you, John." If it wasn't Harry who had opened the Gryffindor Chamber of Secrets, Dumbledore couldn't think of anyone better than John. If it was John, then he wouldn't be the next Voldemort. Snape was right. There was no second Dumbledore in the wizarding world. They couldn't afford a third Dark Lord. John didn't know yet that Snape and Dumbledore had a quarrel because of him. He was opening an envelope which had been delivered by an owl. But after the owl delivered the message, it looked like it was about to die of exhaustion. The mark on the envelope was something John had never seen before, a bat holding a sword. The address is Durmstrang. When it was opened, there was a letter and something similar to a scale inside. Fire dragon scales? Opening the letter, John saw a line of flowing handwriting. "I'm here to see you." Why does this thing feel like a threatening letter? John fell into deep thought. Could it be a prank by the Weasley twins? He noted the sender's name, Heinrich Edgar. The name took him right back to that day in summer vacation when he and Furong fell into the forest. The Durmstrang student who dueled with him. Looking for me? If you think about it carefully, you haven't done anything to anger the other party. So why would they send you a threatening letter? Forget it. Don't worry about it. John couldn't figure it out, so he simply gave up thinking about it and went to the room of requirement. John had the new parchment in his hand, and he wanted to try to see if he could replicate the Marauder's map. This thing is the work of students. Logically speaking, no matter how high the alchemy level is, there is a limit. Level 3 alchemy should be able to do it. There's not much use in replicating it. I mainly want to learn how to use the trace thread in it. This Marauder's map can mark the people who enter Hogwarts, and it contains magic similar to the trace thread. John had extracted the trace thread before and had some understanding of it. The 4 people who were able to combine the two and create a map are truly geniuses. Inside the wishes-granting house, John first added an ingredient to the Felicia potion. The preparation of the fulling agent is almost finished, and it is estimated that it will be completed before the start of the next semester. John was also going to enter the Slytherin Chamber of Secrets at that time. School hospital. "Harry, you're wrong." Hermione retorted to Harry. She was a little angry and said, "How can you doubt John? He is our friend, and he is a muggle himself." Even Ronald thought Harry's idea was crazy. This was John Wick. It was he who single-handedly dispelled people's fear of the Slytherin heir, and it was he who saved the Gryffindor students and drove away the basilisk. How could Harry have suspected John? Seeing that his friends didn't believe him, Harry expressed his guess. Think about it. Who was the first to discover the basilisk? It was John. What's so strange about this? If it weren't for John, you would have been regarded as a cat murderer by Filch. Hermione's cat face was puffed up. Harry shook his head and said seriously, "What about the second time?" John came out with the basilisk and was photographed by Colin. During the time when Colin went to call the professor, no one would know what happened between him and the basilisk. Ronald felt that this statement made some sense. Think about it. Why was John not seriously injured by such a dangerous creature as the basilisk? He just took a nap in the hospital, and he was fine. Hermione disagreed. Maybe Jon is strong enough. Yes, he's indeed powerful. He defeated Slytherin alone. Don't you think these times are too coincidental? Remembering how he had asked Malfoy for some unknown reason, Harry began to doubt Jon. He said, "Jon often disappears, and no one knows where he has gone. Every time the basilisk appears, Jon's prestige becomes higher, as if. It's like this is a deliberate attempt to build up prestige for Jon, right?" "Harry, you're absolutely wrong. Jon is a muggle wizard, and Slytherin will not look for muggles," Hermione added angrily, her whiskers looking like they were about to jump up. "What if he's not?" Harry said. Hermione was stunned, and Ronald asked in surprise, "Are you saying that Jon is not a muggle wizard?" Harry said with a gleam of wisdom in his eyes, "Maybe there is a squib in Jon's family. Then he is not a muggle wizard but a half-blood. And you see, Malfoy is his friend, and Malfoy hates muggle wizards the most." Hermione wrinkled her nose and said, "You're just speculating, Harry. You need to calm down." Ronald nodded in agreement, thinking that Harry might be too tired. Seeing that his friends didn't believe him, Harry felt helpless and a little irritated. There was a voice in his head that kept telling him that Jon was the heir. During the duel club, Jon's vertical pupils made Harry more suspicious. The seeds of doubt had been planted in Harry's heart, and he became more wary of Jon. Jon sneezed, touched his nose, and asked curiously, "There's no wind either?" Glancing at the two pieces of parchment on the table, Jon tapped them with his fingers. "I solemnly swear that I have no ill intentions." The two parchments opened, revealing the same map. The moving footprints and names on it were exactly the same. Jon successfully replicated the Marauder's map. Seeing Peter Pettigrew following Ronald above, Jon said to himself, "The Marauder's map isn't omnipotent. Perhaps a strong enough confusion spell will confuse it. The Marauder's map is similar to an upgraded version of the Trace. Although it is very powerful, it can also be disrupted by spells." Jon wasn't sure what level of confusion charm was needed to do this, but it had to be level 4 or above. "I don't think anyone in the school can do it except Professor Flitwick. Ordinary professors cannot do it, and the only people who can reach this level of confusion spell are the deans of the 4 colleges." Tapping the Marauder's map again, Jon closed it. He could now easily apply wandless spellcasting. Jon put away the 2 maps of a living place because he didn't want them to be picked up by someone with ulterior motives. Of course, if the Weasley twins found out that he had taken the map and came to ask for it back, he would be very generous. Christmas is over. The new semester is coming, and Hermione will not appear in class for a short time because she has become a cat girl. Without the know-it-all lady to compete with him, Jon felt a little lonely in the classroom. This is what is meant by seeking defeat alone. Neville was very happy when he came back to school because he was praised by his grandmother. Exercise helped Neville lose a lot of weight, which made Old Lady Longbottom both pleased and distressed. February is here in a blink of an eye. Hermione came out of the hospital. She was finally cured. But for some reason, Jon felt that Harry always kept a distance from him. Did Harry get caught last time? Jon thought that Harry had discovered that he had let Harry take the blame for the summer vacation. If that was the case, he could just apologize. The Felicity's Felix was almost ready, and Jon still needed Harry's parcel tongue to lead the way. Now that we know the entrance, we have everything we need except parcel tongue. The Slytherin heir never came out, and Jon began to wonder if someone had forgotten to bring toilet paper and had just taken it. No matter what, Jon had to go to the Slytherin Chamber of Secrets, which was a blessing in disguise. Moreover, the Slytherin Chamber of Secrets might trigger a challenge mission, just like the Gryffindor Chamber of Secrets. It would be heartbreaking if you missed it. As the new semester begins, it seems as if all the previous fears have disappeared. Hogwarts was filled with laughter, and the Quidditch training ground was filled with Wood's roaring voice. Tom ran around everywhere, and the school was used to having such a little dog. Every time Tom ran out, it would wait at the door for students entering the Slytherin common room. This time was no exception. When Tom came back from looking for Yaya, it squatted obediently at the door. Daphne and Pansy just came back, and Tom followed happily behind them. "Pansy, are you okay?" I felt like you've been distracted lately. Daphne discovered that Pansy seemed to be obsessed with writing a diary, and she could be seen writing in her diary before going to bed in the dormitory at night. When Pansy heard this, the corners of her mouth slightly raised like a girl in love, a little shy. I fell in love with someone. Really? Daphne was stunned and asked curiously, I haven't seen you interacting with any boy. What's so strange about this? You are the same, but you still like it. Pansy's mouth was covered by Daphne. Daphne's ears turned red, and her fair cheeks became more rosy. She said fiercely, Don't talk nonsense. Pansy rolled her eyes at her, curled her lips, and said, It's not a secret anymore. That won't work either. Daphne told Pansy to shut up. Tom followed behind, tilting his head, and felt that they seemed to be discussing their master. Tom barked twice and climbed the stairs with some difficulty using his short legs. Seeing this, Daphne picked him up. Tom was a small dog, so it was just right for him to be held in her arms. When John came back, he happened to run into Daphne, who was rubbing her dog's head angrily in the common room. John felt contempt for Tom's dog-licking look. Thank you for taking care of Tom. Daphne smiled and said, I like Tom too. By the way, how are you going to spend tomorrow? She looked away and pretended to mention it casually, saying, Professor Lockhart said he would give everyone a surprise on Valentine's Day. Him? A surprise? When John heard this, he immediately realized that this restless guy Lockhart was going to cause trouble again. I didn't notice Daphne mentioned Valentine's Day at all. His eyelids were twitching, and John's intuition told him that Lockhart would never do anything good. The duel club was formed because Lockhart showed impressive strength at the beginning, which aroused the interest of the students and has been maintained ever since. There are now duel club events every Saturday night. John thought Lockhart would stop now, but he didn't expect him to continue making trouble. It seems that we can't let him have too much free time, otherwise he will always want to cause trouble. John decided that he must not let Lockhart stay idle any longer. Doesn't he like writing books? So let him go write books instead of bothering his students. The next day, when John saw the 12 dwarfs dressed as Cupid, he covered his face. In particular, he received a greeting card that was vividly interpreted by the dwarfs. Malfoy was instantly doomed. He wanted to laugh, but didn't dare to because John was staring at him. You have eyes as pretty as salamanders, and hair like oiled silk. Phew, John, this is a terrible love letter. Malfoy finally managed to laugh, and John gave him a sullen look. Let me help you throw it away. Maybe it was a prank by that damn Weasley. Malfoy took the initiative to pack up John's love letter, and John snatched it away angrily. Forget it, just keep it. He folded the letter. If it was really sent by a girl, it would be too hurtful to just throw it away. Malfoy ran a hand through his hair and looked at Harry, saying loudly, Look, our savior got the love letter. Shut up, Malfoy. Harry was being held on the knees by the dwarf and would not leave. He had no choice but to be forced to listen to the dwarf's performance. His green eyes have been described as looking like a pickled toad, exactly like the eyes of John Salamander. This made John wonder if the Weasley twins were playing a deliberate prank. Leaving the auditorium, John found Lockhart and gave him a task. Don't you like writing books? Write for me. John ordered Lockhart to write a book called I Swing a Great Sword at Hogwarts, and he finally didn't have to see Lockhart causing trouble anymore. The Gryffindor Chamber of Secrets was opened, and the Felicity Potion was almost finished. As the last ingredient was added, the Ling Potion became as clear as water. Carefully using a dropper to put the Philadelphite into a water-filled glass bottle, it took several months to produce only a tiny amount. After the cover was closed, John could finally breathe a sigh of relief. The elixir was crystal clear, and a reflection of the candlelight flickered inside. John murmured, Now we are safe in the secret room. John wrapped the amulet string around the mouth of the bottle to make a pendant, but did not put it in the handbag. The elixir is so important that he has to keep it close to him, with a pendant around your neck, and put in your collar for safekeeping. He came to the girls' bathroom on the second floor. No one except him knew that the secret room was in the bathroom. After looking around and making sure no one had come, he snapped his fingers. Badges are flying. The badge placed behind the mirror flew over, John caught it and brushed it with his left hand, and the stars on the badge turned light blue. The snake didn't come out. Besides Myrtle, only Harry and the others came. After a moment's hesitation, John put the badge in his pocket. Arriving at the broken toilet, John knocked politely on the door. "Myrtle, I need you to do me a favor." Myrtle flew out of the toilet. Her voice was sharp, and she said angrily, "Myrtle, Myrtle, can you please stop bullying Myrtle?" "Well, if you'll help me, I'd be happy to give you a gift." John shrugged. As a former Huxia, he had to be familiar with the ways of the world. When Myrtle heard about the gift, she stopped crying. She floated past John and turned around a few times. "You know I'm a ghost, right?" She thought John was lying. How could a ghost receive a gift? A ghost will only retain the state it was in 1 second before death, just like nearly headless Nick, whose head was cut with a small part still connected, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't remove that part. This also prevents Nick from joining the Headless Hunter team. Seeing that she didn't believe him, John didn't say any more nonsense and pointed his wand at Myrtle. "What are you going to do?" Myrtle screamed and ran around. "Lie rest." John motioned for her to be quiet and chuckled. "This is my gift to you. Soul, come back." As the spell was recited, a puff of white smoke came out of the wand and enveloped Myrtle. Taking out a feather hairpin from the handbag, John held the hairpin in his right hand. The hairpin quickly disappeared from his hand, while feather hairpins began to appear in Myrtle's hand. "How is this done?" Myrtle touched the hairpin in disbelief. The touch of the feather in her hand was exactly the same as when she was alive. It's a simple spell, a matter conversion between life and death. The wizard refuses to die and becomes a ghost. In a magic world, there are also some beings that walk between yin and yang, and I just borrowed them for use. John said it easily, but it was actually extremely difficult. This hairpin is made of thestral feathers, and it has the Hogwarts mark attached to it, which allows the hairpin to become a ghost in Hogwarts. There is some magic about the soul, and the most toxic magic. This is just an experiment. The real ghost spell in John's mind is the one that can transform the dead into ghosts. Strictly speaking, this is considered black magic, controlling life and death. Anyone who comes into contact with it will be guilty of a serious sin. John opened his palm, and the hairpin had turned into a ball of dust and slipped out of his hand. He smiled and said, "Now you can help me, right?" "Certainly." Myrtle was so happy that she was running around everywhere. John pointed to the faucet with a snake mark and said, "I want you to go in and take a look along this pipe." Last time John jumped in, it was not open now, so he could only rely on Myrtle's ability to travel freely. Ghosts can travel to places where they have walked in life. Fortunately, Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets was built based on Hogwarts. John can use the ghost spell to make Myrtle a free person temporarily. At this moment, John was full of gratitude to the creator of the Marauder's map. Thanks to the Marauder's map, otherwise John would not have been able to connect to the Hogwarts creation mark. Myrtle went down the faucet pipe and traveled all the way to the bottom. After a while, about 15 minutes, John heard the toilet flush. He looked over and saw Myrtle appearing from the toilet with a confused look on her face. "How did I get back?" Myrtle was a little dazed, and John knew that the ghost spell had failed. He shook his hand and said, "My spell has failed. It will pull you back to the starting point." "That's a shame. I saw a wall with 2 snakes entangled with each other." Myrtle was still not satisfied with the rare freedom. She said regretfully, "That wall is enchanted. I can't get through it." "The wall? That should be the secret room." After learning some information, John expressed his gratitude to Myrtle. After leaving the girls' bathroom, John said to himself, "It seems that Harry is still indispensable. He is the key. I need him." Without Parseltongue, he couldn't even get into the Slytherin Chamber of Secrets. John is going to look for Harry to cooperate. But when he said this, he didn't notice that someone happened to walk by and heard it. Harry felt some pain in his wounds and heard voices in his head. "He's the key. I need him." A scene appeared before my eyes. John walked out of the girls' bathroom with a sinister look on his face, muttering to himself. After this scene, he came to the trophy room. A golden medal with Riddle's name on it appears. Harry was a little dazed and didn't react until Hermione called him several times. I said Harry needed a rest. Ronald thought he was just too tired. This transfiguration exercise is so much that it's overwhelming. Hermione was very unhappy about this. She looked down on everyone with just a small amount of information. If the Slytherins next door saw it, they would think that we couldn't afford a write. Give me 10 more, 10 for each person. Ronald, you're right. I really should take a break. Harry said suddenly. He stood up and walked outside. His behavior was a little strange, and Hermione and Ronald looked at each other, seeing the confusion in each other's eyes. What happened to Harry? John met Gemma Farley on the first floor, and she talked to John about the diary. I can't find Riddle's diary. I've looked everywhere. Well, thank you anyway. It would be terrible if this thing was obtained by other little wizards. Gemma Farley was very generous in helping him find it, so John naturally wouldn't blame her too much. After she left, John sighed. Tom Riddle, where are you? Stop hiding. Voldemort is like a maggot in the gutter. Although he is not dangerous now, he is very disgusting, John said as he returned to the Slytherin dungeons. And as he left, Harry appeared around the corner of the stairs. He stared at John's back, remembering seeing the gold medal. John is afraid of that riddle. Why? Harry felt that he was getting close to the truth, and he went to the trophy room he saw in his mind. There he saw Riddle's medal, and in the corner a diary that seemed to have been waiting for a long time. Harry looked at the special contribution medal, and he also saw Riddle's name somewhere else. He must be very good. Harry said this while staring at the list of head boys. He felt that maybe this person was as good as John, otherwise he would not have received these awards. Suddenly, he turned his head and looked towards the corner, as if someone was guiding him. The old diary doesn't look very noticeable, and it's almost the same color as the ground in the corner. T.M. Riddle, Tom Riddle. Harry noticed the diary and flipped open the faded cover. There was a name on the first page. When Harry saw the name, he instantly remembered what John had said. He didn't know if this was the riddle John was looking for, but he knew now that he should take the diary back. Hall. Harry came back, and Hermione saw him and urged him to finish his homework quickly. Harry nodded absent-mindedly and waited until most people had left before he took out the diary mysteriously. What is this? It looks old. After taking out the things, Ronald complained. You're right, Ronald. It is indeed very old, at least 50 years old. Hermione noticed the faded date on it, took the diary, and opened it, seeing the word fate on it. T.M. Riddle? Who is this? Wait, I know this name. Ronald recalled the medal he had polished dozens of times and was about to speak when Harry interrupted him impatiently. None of this matters. John seems to be looking for it. What? Hermione was stunned. She thought it was John's thing. She said, We need to return it to John. No, it's not. Hermione, you heard me. Stopping Hermione, who was about to return it to John, Harry told her everything he saw in the trophy room. Ronald, do you remember that Malfoy said that the Chamber of Secrets was opened 50 years ago? He turned to look at Ronald, and Ronald remembered it as soon as he thought about it. Perhaps Riddle discovered the open Chamber of Secrets 50 years ago, and that's why he got the medal. Harry said in a low voice, excitement on his face. Hermione hesitated. She whispered, If it's so important, why don't we get it to John? Please, Hermione, don't always say John, John, John. Hearing that name again, Harry felt inexplicably irritated. He snatched back the diary and said, He's a Slytherin, and we're Gryffindors. Why do we always have to listen to him? After saying that, Harry looked at the two people who were a little stunned and said, We can investigate it ourselves. If we can find out the answer one step ahead of time, we will be the heroes of Hogwarts. Seeing that Hermione wanted to say something, Harry said impatiently, Don't forget, John may also be the heir of Slytherin. This made Hermione shut her mouth. The three tried to decipher the secret in the diary, but unfortunately, there was nothing written in it. It's like someone gave this diary to someone for Christmas, and the owner casually forgot where it was. They studied it for a while, and Hermione thought it was covered in concealment magic, and using the wand to make it visible was useless. The next day, Harry took the diary and flipped through the pages. It was blank inside, there was nothing. Hermione thought they should start with the medals, so the three kids went to the trophy room again, but found nothing. A few days passed, and the diary lay in Harry's hands. That day, He was bored and flipping through books in the library. Hermione came over and asked, "Harry, John has been looking for you several times." "Sorry, Hermione, I don't really feel like seeing John right now." Harry nonchalantly rested his cheek on one hand while flipping through the diary with the other. This made Hermione think Harry was crazy. She was like a raging lion and shouted, "Don't do this anymore." Angry Hermione grabbed the diary and threw it, hitting the ink bottle on the table, and Harry was shocked. "I don't know why you seem to be under a spell." Hermione got angry, and she turned and left the library. Madame Pants opened her mouth, wanting to tell Hermione to get out, but she left first. Harry didn't know whether to chase Hermione or save the diary first. After much hesitation, he finally came to where the diary was. Then he realized something was wrong. The ink that should have flowed onto the table now flows toward the diary. Harry's eyes lit up. He opened the diary and saw the ink being absorbed. This reminded Harry of something, and he quickly took out a pen and wrote a line on the blank page of the diary. "My name is Harry Potter." I looked at the diary with trepidation. In less than 3 seconds, the line of words began to be absorbed by the paper. Then some words that Harry had never written seeped onto the paper. "Hello, Harry Potter. My name is Tom Riddle. How did you find my diary?" This magical scene made Harry's eyes widen. After the writing disappeared, Harry hurriedly wrote a sentence. "Found in the corner of the trophy room. Luckily, I recorded my past in a way that is more permanent than ink, because that person has been trying to find me." That person? Harry's heart was beating fast, and he felt like he was about to grasp the truth. "What do you mean?" He scribbled this sentence on the paper with his hands shaking with excitement. The ink was quickly absorbed, and a line of words reappeared. "This diary contains some terrible truths, some truths that have been covered up, and some people don't want others to see them." Harry took deep breaths, as if he had just finished running. He tried to calm himself down. His intuition told him that this time he had found the truth about the Chamber of Secrets. He wrote on the paper, "Do you know anything about the Chamber of Secrets? The secret room? Has it been opened again? That terrible monster. When I was in 5th grade, the secret room was opened and the monster inside attacked several students." There was no concealment in the diary. Harry already knew it was a basilisk, and he quickly wrote on the paper to respond to Riddle. "He looks like a good student who studies hard, but the more I look at him, the more frightened I become." Tom Riddle knew about the Chamber of Secrets and was aware of its dangers. Harry was only one step away from the truth. He wrote on the paper, "Do you know who the murderer is? Ruby is Hagrid. He is a giant half-blood, discriminated by the students. In order to gain attention, he deliberately released the monster." This line of words made Harry feel like he was falling into an icy cave. He felt a little breathless, and steadying his shaking right hand with his left hand, he wrote with difficulty, "Is it okay if I'm not a pureblood? The Slytherin heir only chooses good and evil. Everything is complete." Harry leaned back in his chair, staring blankly at the diary. John Wick was born a Muggle wizard and was from the lowest level of Slytherin. In order to make himself noticed, he opened Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets and used the basilisk inside to establish his prestige. "Why are you like this, John?" Harry said sadly, feeling sorry for his friend's change for the worse. And at the same time, an idea came to his mind. "I have to stop John and not let him make any further mistakes. Just like Tom Riddle stopped Hagrid." Harry didn't realize that he even began to doubt Hagrid. He would never do this in the past. At most, he would suspect that Hagrid opened it accidentally. But now, not only did he not feel anything was wrong, but on the contrary, he confirmed this idea. And in the diary, young Tom Riddle couldn't suppress his smile. He held the same journal as Harry's in his hand and took out a pen to write in it. "I know where the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets is. If the Chamber of Secrets opens again, I hope you can stop it." Seeing the location of the Chamber of Secrets, Harry's eyes lit up. He seemed to see himself stopping John, becoming a hero of the whole school, and shaking hands with Dumbledore. Harry wrote firmly, "I will." Where has Harry been these days? John tried to block Harry after class, but Harry still ran away. He felt a little helpless and didn't know what was wrong with Harry. He never saw him so busy. John didn't think Harry was avoiding him on purpose, After all, he and Harry had a good relationship. He heard Hermione's powerful footsteps hitting the floor and asked in confusion, "Hermione, did you find Harry?" Hearing John's question and considering that both parties were friends, Hermione reluctantly said, "Harry is studying in the library." She wanted to tell Harry that he suspected John, but she was afraid that both friends would leave at the same time. John stood up immediately when he heard that they were in the library. He didn't want Harry to run away this time. He was just short of learning Parseltongue. "Why don't you open the door for me?" Arriving at the library, John didn't find Harry. He was completely speechless now. This guy must be a rat, right? How could he hide so well? Pulling out the Marauder's map straight away, John saw that Harry had already returned to the Gryffindor dormitory. "Do you have to be so fast?" Putting away the map, John held his forehead with his hand. This Harry, who usually enjoys his night outings so much, is now so obedient. Walking towards the Slytherin dungeons, John ran into Ernie and heard him ranting. "The Slytherin heir has been found. Its gamekeeper, Rubius Hagrid." John almost tripped over the raised stone bricks and exclaimed, "Who are you talking about?" Ernie Macmillan saw John and said happily, "Rubius Hagrid. I just saw people from the Ministry of Magic go to him and take him away." Everyone in Hogwarts who heard the news was a little confused. That silly-looking Hagrid was actually the heir of Slytherin? John walked out quickly and saw Hagrid before he was sent away. Minister of Magic Cornelius Fudge led the group personally, and he also saw Lucius Malfoy among them. Hermione and Ronald also ran over and pleaded with Dumbledore. "Professor Dumbledore, they must have made a mistake." "I'm sorry, miss. We need to take Rubius Hagrid away as soon as possible." Cornelius Fudge was a nice person, as long as it didn't involve his position. Dumbledore looked unhappy, and Hagrid had a depressed look on his face. Hermione was very anxious when she saw this. "Where are you taking him?" "Azkaban. I'm sorry. This has happened before." Fudge looked at the time and became a little impatient. Lucius Malfoy gave a sarcastic smile, as if all this was planned by him. John said to Hagrid with a serious face, "Don't worry. I will get you out." "Rescue?" This little wizard doesn't seem to know the dangers of Azkaban. Lucius Malfoy looked at John with a haughty and contemptuous look and said sarcastically, "Unless you go in, you can only see him in your memories." John met that gaze and said calmly, "Really? Then we can wait and see." Such an attitude made Lucius Malfoy's face gloomy. Thinking of something, he smiled very sarcastically and left with the Ministry of Magic. Ronald couldn't believe it. They took Hagrid away like this. He looked at Dumbledore. "Professor Dumbledore, what should you do?" "Sorry, Weasley. Now we can only wait." Dumbledore looked at John after he finished speaking. He was somewhat curious about how John would go about saving Hagrid. John looked towards the Ministry of Magic as it left, his eyes flashing with a strange look and a sneer on his lips. He muttered to himself, "The Ministry of Magic is not just one person's Ministry of Magic." This incident caused a sensation in Hogwarts, and Harry saw it too. Uncharacteristically, he did not come out to help, but instead said to himself, "I should help." John returned to the dormitory, and Basil delivered some letters. Sometime later, Hagrid, who was supposed to be sent to Azkaban, was miraculously detained at the Ministry of Magic. It's simply a miracle. I heard that Lucius Malfoy was furious about this. He joined forces with other Hogwarts directors to temporarily suspend Dumbledore, thinking that everything would be fine after getting rid of Dumbledore. But he didn't expect someone to interfere. Alex Belby, recently awarded the Order of Merlin, First Class, put pressure on the Ministry of Magic, while Rufus Scrimgeour of the Auror Office also advocated for his detention. This made Lucius's plan fail, and all this was because of the letter John wrote. Lucius could never have imagined that the little wizard he looked down upon had such great power. 20 sets of amulets and striking rings for the Auror's office? John looked at the conditions proposed by Rufus Scrimgeour. They had only known each other for a short time, and the other party would not help him for free. The Auror office was very interested in the equipment John sent over last time. Auror is a dangerous profession, and you never know when a dark wizard might show up and cast a killing curse on you. Amulets solve this problem very well. especially the Whomping Willow amulet, which is extremely sensitive and can be alerted by simple malice. Damo Alex is honest. I helped you for nothing this time. John felt a toothache after receiving the reply from Damo Alex. This kind of free help is really a debt of gratitude. He thought about it, took out his notes, turned to a page, and copied it down. John put the note in an envelope and asked Basil to deliver it. He thought that Alex Damo would be interested in this research. If successful, it might be a historical breakthrough. I wanted to find someone else, but it seems that it is no use. Closing the silver-covered contact directory, John breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that the Ministry of Magic is not sure whether it is Hagrid. Otherwise, their attitude would not be so relaxed. We need to find the diary and enter the secret room as soon as possible. He was worried that something unexpected would happen if he delayed any further. In the following time, John began to wait for Harry with the Marauder's map. It felt like Harry also had the Marauder's map, and he was able to dodge accurately every time. As time went by, John realized that Harry was avoiding him. Although he didn't understand why Harry suddenly became distant, he knew that he couldn't catch Harry. In this case, John decided to try a different approach. He called Malfoy. "Draco, it's time to test your work." Malfoy was stunned by what was said and didn't hear most of it clearly, but he understood that John asked him to catch Harry. Malfoy would certainly not refuse such a good thing. As long as he could embarrass Potter, he would be happy to do so. Before the plan was implemented, changes occurred on John's side. Daphne found John and told him about Pansy's recent relationship. She seemed to be in a relationship with an invisible person. I saw her talking to herself several times. Daphne was terrified by her best friend's recent strange behavior, as if Pansy had been cursed. When John heard that Pansy was writing a diary, his mind went into overdrive. "You mean the diary?" John grabbed Daphne's hand a little excitedly and asked, "Do you know what she wrote?" The sudden action made Daphne blush, but fortunately, she was not a love-minded girl and knew the priorities of things. "Not sure. She never shows us." Daphne tried to peek, but Pansy was on high alert. After thinking about it carefully, she hesitated and said, "But the boy's name seems to be Tom. I thought she called you Tom." This was a bit confusing, but John was sure that it was the diary he had been looking for in vain. "After searching for it everywhere, I finally found it without any effort." A smile appeared on John's face. "Where is she?" "Lounge." John rushed straight to the lounge and pulled Malfoy, who was about to pick a fight with Harry, over with him. "Pansy has a boyfriend. Don't you want to go check it out?" This made Malfoy furious. He was the one who came here first, so how could he be pried away by someone? Forget about Scarhead Potter. He wanted to see with his own eyes how much better that guy was than him. John, Malfoy, Daphne, Goyle, Crabbe. The group rushed to the lounge, where Pansy was still staring at the giant squid outside the window and grinning foolishly. Suddenly, they were surrounded by several people, and John asked Goyle and Crabbe to press Pansy down on the sofa. John ordered, "Daphne, go to the dormitory and find the diary." Daphne immediately ran to the dormitory, and Pansy began to struggle as soon as she heard it. John was even more certain that Voldemort's diary was in Pansy's hands. He was careless and didn't expect Voldemort to be hiding right under his nose. Daphne and Pansy were in the same dormitory, so it took a lot of searching to find her location. Malfoy said to Pansy bitterly, "I didn't expect someone like you." The two families played together since childhood and thought they would support each other, but they never expected that Aquaman would steal their daughter away. All Malfoy wanted to do at this moment was to beat the crap out of Tom. This is the psychological activity of a Death Eater's son. I guess his father would die of filial piety if he knew about this. Not found. Daphne looked around but couldn't find it. John frowned and looked at Pansy. "Haha, the game has begun." Pansy suddenly burst into crazy laughter, and her expression was full of madness. Suddenly, Pansy's voice became low. "John Wick, use all your knowledge and try it." After saying that, Pansy didn't know where she got the strength from, and she pushed over the two people who were holding her down. He pulled a bottle of something out of his pocket and drank it straight away. Petri Ficus Totalis. The sudden scene startled the others. John decisively interrupted it, and the spell hit Pansy, making her unable to move and fall down. But it was too late. Pansy had already drunk half of it. Jon walked over to check it out, and Pansy's big eyes were fixed on Jon. His body was unable to move, and black veins appeared on his neck and cheeks. It seemed as if there were another pair of eyes hidden in those eyes. She's under the Imperius curse. Pansy was being controlled by someone, a feeling Jon was all too familiar with, having been hit by the Imperius curse in his first year. This was the first time Malfoy had experienced this. He looked at Jon helplessly. What should we do now? Will Pansy die? Calm down and send her to the school hospital as soon as possible. Scolding Malfoy and asking him to calm down, Jon took out the antidote with a serious expression and gave it to Pansy to drink. He didn't know who else besides Riddle could use the Imperius curse to control Pansy. That's not right. Jinny said she was being controlled unintentionally. Why could he use the Imperius curse? The more Jon thought about it, the more something seemed wrong, so they sent Pansy to the school hospital. He had a vague feeling that the situation was getting out of control. School hospital. Madame Pomfrey received emergency treatment. Malfoy was kicked out at a loss, and Daphne sat outside the school hospital with her head down. Riddle, you are declaring war on me. There was a cold light in his eyes, and Jon was angry this time. It was fine before that no one of his own was hurt, but now Pansy was being manipulated right in front of him. This was undoubtedly a provocation to Jon. I need to find that journal. Pansy was lying in the school hospital when an idea suddenly occurred to him. Back in the Slytherin dungeons, Jon released Tom. Holding Pansy's pillow, Jon asked Tom to remember the smell. Go find the diary. At the command, Tom started running around Hogwarts. Its short legs worked very hard, and Jon followed closely behind. Tom stopped from time to time to sniff, then continued running after a few seconds. I guess Voldemort would never have thought that Jon would use the Muggle way to find someone. As a beagle, Tom's sense of smell is among the best among dogs. A magical sight appeared at Hogwarts. A dog was searching in front, followed by Jon. Malfoy went to stop Harry, and this time Jon said he would not let Voldemort go no matter what. After searching for a while, Jon found the trophy room. There, Tom stopped, and Jon knew that the diary was there. He walked inside and found that the furnishings in the trophy room had remained largely unchanged. At the very back, there was a medal with Tom Riddle's name on it. Under the medal, a diary with an old cover lay quietly there. It seems we have met, Riddle. Jon picked up the diary, his stern face full of coldness. Taking the diary to the room of requirement, Jon opened the first page, which had a passage on it. I've been waiting for you for a long time, John Wick. Take the initiative to provoke and then show up. Jon became more alert. He took out his wand, pointed it at the diary, and threw out 2 silver chains. He said coldly, You have been caught now, Riddle. That line of words disappeared, and another line of words seeped out of the paper. Caught? No, you are wrong. I'm waiting for you. You should know me from that Weasley girl. The ease with which the words flowed made Jon more solemn, and he stared at the diary, which seemed to become more powerful. John Wick, you are very smart. Whether it is the basilisk or finding me, you have performed well. Unfortunately, you are still too slow. The secret room has been opened. Jon was startled when he saw the words in the diary, and then he thought of something. The Chamber of Secrets requires Parseltongue to open. You are in my hands. Who said, There's only one Parseltongue? Riddle in the diary smiled, and his handwriting turned red. Now, give it your all. The scarlet font looked like blood, and Jon's face changed drastically. He remembered that there was also a Parseltongue. Harry. Jon cast a binding spell on the diary, and 2 silver chains crossed to lock the diary. He ran out of the room of requirement with the diary in his hand and quickly ran down to the 2nd floor. Rushing to the girls' bathroom, Jon saw the secret room passage was open. Damn it! Cursing silently, Jon yelled at the diary. What on earth have you done? Just a small hint. That kid is overwhelmed by your edge. He longs to be a hero. There was a hint of sarcasm in Voldemort's words. He couldn't even believe that he would be defeated by such a savior when he was old. Jon had a gloomy face. He used a supersensory spell on the passage, and the situation inside the passage was fed back to his brain. John, what's going on? Malfoy missed Harry, but he just happened to see John running to the girls' bathroom. John didn't have time to explain before locking the diary again and throwing it to Malfoy. Draco, go find Professor Snape and don't let anyone get to this diary. After he said that, he jumped down the passage. Malfoy wanted to follow, but when he saw the dark passage, he swallowed and said to himself, I'd better go find Professor Snape. Goyle Crab, let's go. Took away 2 followers. John experienced free fall again, and before reaching the bottom, he used his flying boots. After falling, John looked towards another passage. Where the hell is Harry? After arriving, the secret room door that was supposed to be in the wall was opened. John walked in, and at the same time heard the system prompt to complete the task of finding the Slytherin Chamber of Secrets. He was cautious and took every step carefully. It was one side of a long, dimly lit room. Many stone pillars carved with entangled snakes stood tall to support the ceiling that melted into the darkness above. The room was filled with a green and mysterious mist, casting long, eerie black shadows. John walked inside and shouted, Harry, where are you? John's voice echoed in the silence. With the help of the snake catcher, John was ready to fight the snake monster head-on. He reached for his pendant necklace, opened the Felicity's dulcimer on it, and John drank it in one gulp. In an instant, a mysterious feeling filled my brain. John felt everything in front of him become clear, and his eyes were bright. Inside the room is a statue that is as tall as the room. The face was old and monkey-like, and the sparse long beard almost reached the hem of the stone-carved wizard. This is Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets, so it's obvious who the owner of this statue is. Salazar Slytherin. John seemed to sense something, and he looked at the huge stone face. The mouth of that face was open, and a dark passage seemed to connect to far away. Leave here, Riddle. What on earth are you going to do? John was blessed with luck while in the state of felicity. He trusted his instincts and headed into the passage. The walls of the passage were smooth, as if they contained traces of people crawling for many years. John used his flying boots and headed towards the passage. Along the corridor, he saw many things hidden in the Slytherin statues. As he continued to move forward, light appeared before his eyes. John accelerated and leaped out, and trees appeared in front of him. Is this the Forbidden Forest? I didn't expect that Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets was connected to the Forbidden Forest, which also explains why the basilisk could stay in the Chamber of Secrets for almost 1,000 years. There were many bones exposed in the wild, and John found a direction and followed them. There was a trail of crushed bones on the ground, and John saw Harry. He seemed to have recovered somewhat at this time. The blind-eyed basilisk kept sliding with Harry, who dared not move. This is deep in the Forbidden Forest. It is full of dangers. We cannot let it go any further. Pulling out his wand, John cast the crushing spell as a ball of white light that hit the basilisk. The basilisk roared in pain, and Harry was thrown away. John drew his sword, his eyes turned into vertical pupils, and he whispered in the language of dragons. I'm a fire dragon. The sword was ignited with flames, and wings grew from the flying boots on his feet and flapped. John fell from the sky and sank the blade of his sword into the basilisk's other eye. Twisting the sword, the flames entered the body through the eye sockets, and the basilisk rushed around in pain. He continued to wave his wand, and used transfiguration to create chains that bound the basilisk tightly. John put his wand against the basilisk's head and released the crushing spell at close range. The basilisk's head was hit hard on the ground. John took the opportunity to take the basilisk's life, but the basilisk rolled over and allowed him to draw his sword. He spun his body and slashed down fiercely with the iron-wick sword. The sword trembled, and the basilisk's scales just broke apart. John backed away from the basilisk's range and cursed inwardly. It seems the quality is still not good enough. The magic resistance of the basilisk is too high. If you want to kill it with your own spell level, you must use Fiend Fire. But John glanced at Harry. He didn't want to expose his dark magic. When he was in a dilemma, he heard the sound of breaking wind. Then a bright light appeared in the sky, and quickly fell not far away. Seeing the true appearance of the thing, John asked in surprise, "The sword of Gryffindor?" The sword of Gryffindor was stuck between John and Harry. Just as John was about to take it, he saw the basilisk break free and swipe at him with its tail. He had no choice but to continue strengthening his transformation, and the surrounding trees turned into ropes to tie up the basilisk. The stone turned into a puppy and bit the basilisk's tail. "Harry, pick up that sword," John shouted to Harry, who was now awake from the shock of the basilisk. Originally, it was Riddle who gave him the hint through the connection between the Horcruxes, and he would easily recover as long as he was stimulated. But Harry didn't have the confidence now. He shook his head quickly in front of a tree and shouted, "I can't do it." "You can do it. You are the savior. You are the son of prophecy." John was distracted and was almost bitten by the basilisk's head that broke free. The sharp fangs were like sabers and got stuck in the tree after one bite. The trees quickly withered and rotted, and John broke out in a cold sweat. Harry on the other side continued to shake his head like a rattle, unconfidently saying, "I can't do it, John. I'm not you. I'm not that good. You?" The rotten wood was bitten off by the basilisk, and its fangs flashed with deadly color as it bit towards the source of the sound. John used the shield charm to block it, and his wand was knocked away. He had no choice but to parry with the iron wick sword, and the fangs almost touched his face. Even with his best temper, John couldn't help cursing now. He rolled away, then pointed in Harry's direction. Wandless casting, lucidity, spell, physical. Harry was still confused when he was suddenly knocked flying. His body was thrown up and down uncontrollably, and he was pulled out from behind the tree. It really worked, and he came to his senses. John cursed, "I don't care if you can do it or not. Just pull out that damn sword." "Yes, John is in danger. I have to help." A lucid charm brought Harry back to life, albeit a little dazed, and he got up from the ground and ran to the sword of Gryffindor, pulling it out. A shining silver sword with a dazzling egg-sized ruby on the hilt. Harry got it, and suddenly had the courage to fight back. But this courage was a little too much. He actually picked up the Gryffindor sword and rushed towards the basilisk like John did. This made John stunned. "No, aren't all Gryffindors so brave? I asked you to pull it out for me." Harry made a fearless charge, and then, "John, help!" The basilisk wrapped itself around Harry, ready to swallow him whole. But he attracted the basilisk away, buying John some time. He picked up his wand and pointed it at the basilisk that was about to bite Harry to death. He directed all his magic power into the chopstick-shaped tip, which emitted a dazzling white light. Reducto! The basilisk's mouth was hit by white light, and there were no scales there, causing its huge head to fly backwards, and the whole snake fell to the ground. It was still trying to get up, so John reversed his grip on the iron sword, accelerated his charge, and thrust the sword into its open jaws. The soft mouth was not without toughness, and John encountered resistance when he penetrated. But it didn't matter. John pointed his wand at the hilt of the sword and hit the sword hard with a banishing spell. The sword was pushed out by this force like a nail gun. The iron wick sword turned into a nail and drove the blade through the jaw into the ground. The basilisk twitched in pain, and its body flapped continuously. John's arm brushed against the upper jaw thong and pulled it out, and he shouted, "Kill it!" Harry, who was aching all over, reacted and rushed forward with his sword in hand. I chopped off the basilisk's head with the sword, but got stuck halfway, which was awkward. John was speechless, and this caused the basilisk even more pain. "I want to kill him quickly." It roared and screamed, and Harry, who understood snake language, was dumbfounded. Fortunately, John let go of the iron wick sword, went up to take the Gryffindor sword, and stabbed the basilisk's head with it. After the basilisk, which had extremely strong vitality, was pierced in the brain, the whole snake suddenly became listless, and within a few seconds, the basilisk completely lost its life. Harry sat down on the ground. He swore that this was definitely the most thrilling day of his life. John wasn't much better when he got off the basilisk's head. The basilisk was pierced with two swords, an iron wick sword through its jaw and a Gryffindor sword through its brain. The snake's blood slid down the silver sword. Jon took out a bottle and collected the snake's blood. Then he looked at the basilisk carefully again, and seeing its sword-like fangs, he took out a few more bottles. Harry, who had rested enough, looked at Jon's strange behavior and apologized guiltily. "I'm sorry, Jon. It's all because of me." "It's okay, Harry. You were just being used." Jon didn't care and pulled out the iron wick sword with force, and found that there were small spots on the sword body corroded by the venom. He looked at the sword of Gryffindor with envy. The shiny blade was not affected at all. Feeling some pain in his hand, Jon turned up his sleeves and saw a bloody wound on his right arm that looked like it was cut by a knife. Harry saw this and said in panic, "Jon, you need to get treatment immediately." He knew that the basilisk's poison could kill people. "Oh, it's just a fatal injury." Jon smiled confidently. With Dumbledore around, how could anything happen to him? He looked up at the sky. The sword of Gryffindor must have been sent by Dumbledore. He stood there waiting for several minutes, but the Dumbledore he imagined falling from the sky did not appear. Jon panicked. "This is the poison of a basilisk." "Old dang, please stop joking. My arms feel a little numb, probably because of the poison." Jon was still waiting for Dumbledore to save him, but he guessed wrong. Dumbledore had no idea about this sudden situation, and he was not in school at the moment. It was not until the snake venom made his right hand numb that Jon was sure that Dumbledore really did not come. Jon sighed sadly. "Okay, Harry, come here and I'll give you a couple of last words." No, Jon, you'll be fine." Harry didn't want to accept it. He rushed to Jon with determination and opened his mouth to suck on Jon's arm. "What you do?" Jon held Harry's head with his left hand to keep him away from his right hand, thinking to himself that even if you are the savior, I will not obey you. Harry made up his mind and said, "I'm going to suck the poison out for you." "Stop joking, okay? You can't remove the poison even if you suck my blood dry. You might as well chop off my hand." Jon looked at Harry with a headache and said, "Stop it. The poison has made his hands numb. What good will it do if you take a few puffs other than having us all lie down together?" Harry, who thought it made sense, drew out the sword of Gryffindor, a struggling expression on his face. F***K, don't cut me. I think I can still save him." Jon was shocked by Harry's determination and broke out in a cold sweat. He remembered that he had the help of the snake catcher and should be able to rescue him. Under Harry's skeptical gaze, he took out the antidote and drank it in one gulp, then pointed his wand at the wound and cast a spell. Healing Episki. The wound was healing bit by bit, and Jon felt his hand gradually regaining sensation. This made him secretly relieved. It seemed that he was scaring himself. By continuously casting the spell, the scary wound recovered over time. Jon moved his right hand, and except for a little soreness, everything else was fine. Swallowing, Jon looked at Harry, who was still holding the sword, and said, "You can put down now." Harry put down the sword, and Jon walked over to the basilisk. The basilisk was full of treasures, but it was a pity that he couldn't take them away. He stared at the poisonous teeth. They were treasures. They pried them off one by one and stuffed the fangs into Jon's handbag. "Let's go back." After dealing with the basilisk, it was time for Jon to go back. The two of them were a little slovenly, but Jon didn't care. After the treatment, his stomach growled. Even Harry, who had been hypnotized by Riddle before, was still a little scared after recovering. "You mean you put the diary there?" Jon listened to Harry talking. He was lost in thought. "What the hell is Riddle planning? He told me that you opened the secret room, and he had a way to stop you, so Harry felt guilty and embarrassed. When he came to his senses, he realized what a stupid thing he had done. Jon was also speechless. "You don't listen to me, and you believe a paper man in a notebook?" The two returned to the Slytherin Chamber of Secrets. Jon passed by the room inside the statue and thought about it, and decided to come back next time. Coming out of the passage in the girls' bathroom, Snape had been waiting for a long time. "John Wick, Harry Potter." Professor Snape's face turned pale. Jon smiled awkwardly and said sincerely, "I have my reasons. Do you believe me?" Professor Snape looked at Jon coldly, as if to say, "It's up to you whether I believe it or not." After finally explaining it to Professor Snape, Jon even showed him the basilisk's fangs. Professor McGonagall rushed over and saw this scene. He rushed the two little guys to the school hospital for examination. Harry was fine, except that he was a little tired mentally and had some scratches. But when it came to John, Madame Pomfrey wondered if the boy was faking illness. Apart from his dirty clothes, John had no injuries at all, not even a scratch. If Harry hadn't seen John being bitten with his own eyes, he would have thought John had just rolled in the mud. After showing off his fantasies in the auditorium, John prepared to go find Malfoy to get the diary back. When they found Malfoy, he told them some bad news. Daphne's gone. Gone. John was stunned. Where could Daphne go? In his impression, apart from the fact that this pretty Slytherin girl occasionally liked to sit next to him, her biggest impression was that she was arrogant. Apart from John, Daphne didn't even bother to look at Malfoy and the others. Malfoy said guiltily, "She ran away with the diary." "Draco, what can I say about you?" John sighed heavily. Malfoy didn't want to do that either. He always felt like there was a faint whisper in the book ringing in his ears. He almost opened the diary several times for some strange reason, and Professor Snape was too busy to pay attention to him after hearing what happened to Harry and John. Daphne could see that something was wrong with him, so she took the diary. Unexpectedly, Daphne was even less determined than himself and just disappeared. Malfoy regretted it very much. He should have endured it himself earlier. John was still under the effects of Felicity's Felix, and he recalled carefully what Harry had said about Riddle. "Any way to deal with me? I have already killed the basilisk. There is nothing in Hogwarts that can threaten me." His brain was working rapidly, and all these things came to his mind. Use all your knowledge and try it. Thinking of Pansy's words, John suddenly had an idea. He asked anxiously, "Where is Pansy's bottle of poison?" Malfoy was stunned, not knowing what the poison was. After thinking carefully, he said, "It was taken away by Professor Snape." John rushed to find Professor Snape when he heard this. He realized that the poison was the final clue. Riddle knew that the basilisk was already badly wounded, so he did not hesitate to use it as a pawn to hold himself back. It is true that killing Harry is very tempting, but for Riddle now, resurrection is the most important thing. He must be hiding somewhere, preparing to start his resurrection. He has been getting stronger since he started controlling Jinny. He must have some way. Recalling the states of several people who successively held the diary, Jinny became weak, Pansy became weird, Harry was secretly hypnotized, and Malfoy was also affected by the voice. Without exception, their bodies were all affected, and Riddle's influence grew. At first, they could only communicate through text, but later on, he could hypnotize and steal souls. These are all related to the change of holder, and it is very likely that the diary absorbed the magic and vitality of the holder. In other words, Riddle's changes came from the physical decline of the little wizard. He originally wanted to find the next wizard to absorb in the trophy room, but he didn't expect that John would find him with the help of Tom. John himself had plenty of magical power and was in high spirits, so he wouldn't be affected. So Riddle deliberately let John know that Harry was going to the Chamber of Secrets. Damn it, I shouldn't have underestimated the Dark Lord's intelligence. Voldemort in Harry Potter's previous life did so many ridiculous things that John once thought that Voldemort's brain was not very good when he was young. Now that I think about it, this is Voldemort, the second-generation Dark Lord, who almost ruled the wizarding world. He was extremely talented and scheming when he was young. So how could he be just a simple snake monster? Finding Snape's office, John pushed open the door and saw him analyzing the bottle of poison. "John Wick, I hope you'll learn some manners." Professor Snape showed undisguised disgust on his face. John walked forward and asked hurriedly, "Professor, do you know the ingredients in this?" Hearing this, Professor Snape said sarcastically, "Perhaps you should review it carefully. The ingredients in a bottle of potion are complicated and cannot be distinguished by the naked eye." He thought John came here to know the antidote, and said casually, "If you're really worried, you can go to the school hospital to check on Miss Parkinson." It's too late. Seeing that he hadn't figured it out yet, John did something that Professor Snape didn't expect. As soon as Professor Snape put the poison down, John picked it up and sniffed it carefully. Before Snape could laugh at him, John put it to his lips and took a sip. "John Wick, I told you." This scene frightened Professor Snape. Of course, the fastest way to know the ingredients of a poison was to experience it personally. But he didn't expect Jon to do this. Various toxins were filtered through the tip of his tongue one by one. Jon smacked his lips and felt his body slightly numb. His frown relaxed. Acromantula venom. Jon, who has the physique of a fire dragon, has a high resistance to poison. Although he was poisoned, it was not serious. After tasting the main ingredient, Jon took out the antidote and drank it like water. Professor Snape's face was livid. He never thought that he would be so worried about Jon. His gloomy and slow tone turned angry. Deduct 20 points from Slytherin. All right. Jon rushed out of the office without stopping. On the way, he met Harry, who was surrounded by Ronald and Hermione. Harry saw that he was in a hurry and followed him without thinking. Jon, Harry. Hermione stomped her feet in anger. Ronald wanted to go over, but when he saw Hermione's angry look, he didn't dare to move. Jon, where are you going? Harry chased from behind while Jon ran ahead. Jon turned around when he heard the voice and saw Harry coming over. He did not stop walking and said solemnly, "Something happened to Daphne. I suspect Riddle took him to the Forbidden Forest." Why would Riddle do this? Who is he? Harry still had no idea who Riddle was. His innocent look made Jon stop in his tracks. He stared at the scar on Harry's forehead and said seriously, "Riddle is just his last name. His full name is Tom Marvolo Riddle. Many people don't know this name. He has a name that has caused a sensation in the wizarding world." Harry asked, confused, "What is it?" Looking deeply at the scar, Jon opened his lips slightly and uttered a name. Voldemort. Voldemort. His body froze, and Harry saw a green light in front of his eyes in a trance, accompanied by a woman's scream, and he broke out in a cold sweat. "Harry, Riddle is definitely coming for you. He is planning a resurrection, and this time it is extremely dangerous." Jon wanted Harry to go back, but Harry was determined that he couldn't let Jon take risks alone. "I'm going with you, Jon, between me and Voldemort." He decided to follow, and Jon nodded, saying, "I respect your choice, Harry." The two ran towards the Forbidden Forest together, and when they passed Hagrid's cabin, Jon shouted inside. "Tooth!" Yaya ran out of Hagrid's house happily, and Jon took out Daphne's handkerchief for Yaya to sniff. "Yeah, I need you to find its owner." Fong yelled and started rushing into the Forbidden Forest. This meant that Jon was right, and they followed as quickly as possible. The sky began to darken, and the path in the Forbidden Forest was rugged. If you were not careful, you would be tripped by fallen branches. Jon was fine, but Harry had no night vision, so he lit his wand and barely caught up with the man and the dog. As they went deeper and deeper, Yaya could smell less and less. Suddenly, Yaya stopped and barked in one direction. "Who's there?" Jon motioned for Fong to be quiet. He pulled out his wand and moved it in that direction little by little. It was a humanoid animal, very ape-like, with black eyes and long hair. The dark eyes stared at Jon, showing no intent to attack. Jon saw exactly how the creature had emerged from invisibility. Invisible beast? Jon, who was familiar with fantastic beasts and where to find them, was stunned. The invisible beast has a gentle temperament, and at this moment it is pointing in a direction anxiously. "Are you telling me to go that way?" Jon understood what it meant, and under the effect of the foetitium, Jon felt that it was trustworthy. He exchanged a glance with Harry, and the two headed over there. After passing a thorny path, they came to a silver lake. The moonlight shines down, making the lake sparkle. A boy in Hogwarts uniform stood there, and at his feet was a girl with beautiful golden hair. The boy had dark eyes, was tall, had a pale face, and was very handsome. He was the young Voldemort, holding Daphne's laurel wand in his hand with a smile on his face. "You're finally here." The young Riddle had a confident smile on his face. He held his wand and didn't take the two of them seriously at all. "That useless old snake, it looks like he's dead, but it doesn't matter, I'll take action." Riddle was full of pride. He pointed his wand at Harry and said proudly, "Take out your wand, Harry. I know you have learned dueling. I will take your life with my own hands." He had heard from Jinny the story of Harry Potter, the Dark Lord who dominated the wizarding world but had everything taken away by a baby. He wants to avenge this grudge with his own hands. Even John had to stand aside. Harry picked up his wand and took a step forward with courage. A smile appeared on Riddle's face. What's wrong with her? Harry looked at Daphne, who was lying there. Her fair face had a sickly color, and her lips, which were originally cherry-colored, were now frighteningly white. He didn't understand why the Slytherin heir would attack the purebloods. Riddle said in a light voice. For me, killing the mudblood is no longer important. My new goal has always been resurrection. Harry looked at him in astonishment, which made Riddle enjoy it. He sneered. You know, she's just like Jinny, a poor little girl who is in love. What a ridiculous love. John Wick, she likes you and is blinded by love. She came with me of her own accord because I told her you were in the Forbidden Forest. John's face went from calm to angry as he listened to Riddle's words. Ever since the day I released the basilisk, you have been against me. This school should have been in a panic, but because of you, they have recovered. John, it wasn't supposed to be like this. You ruined everything. You ruined my basilisk. Riddle became more and more gloomy as he spoke. He had planned everything, using the basilisk to kill Muggleborns to plunge the school into panic. But John, he changed everything by himself. Fortunately, Riddle was resurrected. He pointed at the unconscious Daphne and chuckled. She will die here. When she dies, I will be completely resurrected. Before that, I will kill you. The wand pointed out that he was confident that even two people together could not pose a threat to him. Just because he is Tom Riddle, the best student in Hogwarts and the future Dark Lord of the Wizarding World. Harry, don't hesitate. Come out quickly. I can't wait to watch you die in pain in front of me. Riddle's words angered Harry, and he insisted on coming out to duel even if he couldn't win. Come on, Riddle. Harry held his wand tightly in his hand, and Riddle saluted gracefully with ease. You should salute before duel. Didn't your teacher teach you that? Harry did not lose face and began to salute like Riddle. As the two lowered their heads, a sound broke the silence. Bang! Harry was startled and looked up. Riddle also had a look of surprise on his face. There was a bloody hole on his body, and black smoke was coming out of it. John's expression was calm, and white smoke was coming out of the muzzle of the pistol in his right hand. Seeing Harry's confused look, John said calmly, How can you talk about morality with such a scum? He also didn't understand what Harry was thinking. I had the advantage in a 2-on-1 situation, and you wanted to play 1-on-1 with him? John is full of martial virtues and starts with my lord. Times have changed. The wand waved, and streaks of white light flew towards Riddle. Riddle waved his wand, and the shield charm collided with the shattering charm, but the stalemate lasted less than a second before breaking. How is that possible? With his eyes wide open, Riddle didn't believe that a second-year wizard could be more accomplished than himself. Are all wizards of this era so powerful? Little did he know, John was no ordinary second year. Although my body has become smaller, my mind is still sharp. No matter what happens, I only believe that the range of the magic wand is the truth. John Wick is a second-year student at Hogwarts who looks like a child, but has extraordinary strength. Riddle was forced to retreat because John started with a level 4 crushing spell. As John walked forward, white light continued to be emitted, with the occasional muffled sound of gunfire. All 14 bullets were used by Riddle. Riddle, who was on the defensive, yelled, John Wick, don't you dare to duel with me. Duel? You've already tied up my people, and you still have the nerve to challenge me to a duel? John was full of contempt. He took back what he had said before. Riddle was indeed not in his right mind. His behavior was like a group of kidnappers and the police calling for a duel. If you show your head out, you'll be done for whether the sniper rifle hits you or not. It was fine to fool a kid like Harry, but it was just a joke for John. Riddle was forced step by step into the lake behind him. John raised his hand and cast Transfiguration to make the water gather into a ball and hit him, soaking him. Harry also learned his first lesson from John. Never try to reason with Death Eaters. After reacting, Harry also joined the battlefield. The two men, one on the left and one on the right, beat Riddle back step by step. How dare you? Riddle's eyes were almost spitting fire. After he adapted, he deflected the crushing spell and hit Harry's feet, blowing him away. He began to fight back. Jon also began to feel the pressure, but he had experience fighting against Gryffindor, and he used his body movements to fight against Riddle from a distance. Green light, white light, and red light continued to interweave. One of the spells hit Daphne's side, and rocks flew out in a dangerous manner. Just get him away from Daphne. Jon narrowed his eyes, and taking advantage of a gap in Riddle's hand, he gathered his strength and enlarged it. The flames are blazing. Incendio. The level 4 fire charm formed a wall of fire separating the two of them, and Jon shouted to Harry, "Bring Daphne back." The flames tore a large hole, and Riddle cast the Cruciatus curse past Jon. Reducto. Avada Kedavra. The green and white light collided with each other, as violently as a lightning strike. Harry took the opportunity to take Daphne away. Riddle wanted to stop him, but Jon kept threatening him. "Riddle, are you scared?" Jon looked contemptuous and used provocation. He stared at Riddle and said calmly, "You should be glad that you didn't meet me when you were in school, right?" Nonsense. Riddle's expression was out of control. He refused to admit that he was not as good as Jon. The two of them were engaged in a competition of magic power, and now it depended on whose magic power would run out first. Don't forget, Jon is the one who drank the Felicia potion and has plenty of martial virtues. Riddle had a grim look on his face and didn't notice the footsteps behind him. The green lightning pushed the white lightning forward. Jon's face froze, and he increased the output, and the two regained balance again. At this moment, Riddle's head was suddenly hit hard. He was very upset. He didn't expect that Jon would not only launch a sneak attack, but also go so far as to knock him out with a club. The momentary imbalance was replaced by white light that crushed the green light and collided with Riddle's body. Riddle's body could no longer hold on and shattered like porcelain. Riddle stared at Jon, and his body finally exploded and disappeared into black smoke. "He's dead." Harry's eyes widened. Although Jon was suspected of a sneak attack, it was Voldemort. As Riddle's body shattered, alarm bells began to ring in Jon's mind. He immediately turned to look in Harry's direction, and Daphne's diary was emitting black smoke as she rushed towards Harry. "Get out of the way!" Harry reacted and dodged immediately, but the black smoke kept chasing him. Jon's attacks were ineffective through the black smoke, and the scene reminded him of the Philosopher's Stone. Harry tripped over something and looked down to see the Sword of Gryffindor. He clearly remembered that he had put it in the auditorium, but now it suddenly appeared at his feet. Without thinking too much, Harry picked up the Sword of Gryffindor and swung it towards the black smoke. The black smoke, which no spell could work on, was cut through by the Sword of Gryffindor like a hot knife through butter. No! The black smoke was cut open, revealing the diary inside. Harry held the Gryffindor sword in his hands and stabbed it into the diary. A shrill scream came from the diary, and ink splashed all over the ground through the sword, making Harry almost faint. Jon exclaimed how awesome it was when he saw this. He had worked so hard to fight and was the one standing on the left, but in the end Harry got the kill. "Solved?" Harry asked, as if in a dream. He was breathing heavily, with a lingering look of fear on his face. Jon came over, patted him on the shoulder, smiled, and said, "Well done, Harry. Are you interested in learning swordplay from me?" No need. I still think the wand is more useful." Harry shuddered as he thought of Neville's miserable condition. Jon felt a little sorry, because this thing was much more useful than a magic wand. Picking up the diary with a hole in it and stuffing it into his handbag, he walked over to Daphne to check it. With the diary destroyed, the color returned to Daphne's face. "I guess I'll have to sleep for a while." Jon stared at that pretty face, considering a question. "It seems tiring to carry someone." Stroking his chin, Jon glanced at Harry. Here was free labor. Harry felt a little cold for some reason, and thought he should put on an extra layer of quilt when sleeping tonight. After a while, Harry carried Daphne on his back with a bitter face. And Jon was thanking the invisible beast. "Thanks for your help." If the invisible beast hadn't hit him from behind, Jon probably wouldn't have one so easily. "I didn't expect that this invisible beast with thick eyebrows and big eyes actually likes to launch sneak attacks." Jon shook its hand, not caring whether the invisible beast knew what it meant or not. Colorful lights appeared in the invisible beast's big eyes, and it suddenly shouted anxiously. Just as John was wondering, there was a rustling sound around him. Why does this voice sound familiar? John looked up at the source of a strange sound and saw a spider as big as a car staring at him hungrily. Run! John decisively chose to run away. The dog Yaya had disappeared long ago. He must have sensed the danger. Otherwise, how could he be called a dog? When Harry saw those huge spiders, he was so scared that he wished he could use transfiguration to grow 2 legs. The two ran wildly in the forbidden forest, and then they saw the spider's nest. John almost cursed. This was a spider's nest. Unexpectedly, Riddle did not cause any danger, but these spiders were the ones who took the initiative. The 8 eyes of the 8-eyed giant spider flashed with greed, and it attacked them with a sharp cry. Harry, meet the challenge. John pulled out his wand and fired a white beam at the nearest spider, causing its body to explode like a watermelon. He and these spiders are old enemies. Harry, with someone on his back, waved his wand with difficulty to fight back, but his attack was still a little inferior to John's. When John saw a spider about to pounce on Harry's back, he immediately turned around and fought back. Spiders, move away. The spider that was hit flew away, but John attracted a big spider. As he turned around, he did not stop and pulled out the sword from the handbag. When the big spider arrived, John just happened to chop off the spider's head with the sword. Hold the sword in the right hand and a magic wand in the left hand. The magic wand is for long-range attack, and the iron sword is for close combat. John's offensive and defensive tactics were no match for the large number of monsters, and he was forced back step by step and finally stayed with Harry. Harry was breathing heavily, and his hands were shaking, which was usually caused by overdrawing magic power. He doesn't have a single drop of magic left now. John didn't have much left. He and Riddle had fought a battle of magic power, and now he was a little weak. What to do? John's mind raced as spiders continued to emerge from the surrounding area. Just at this moment, a strange sound came from a distance. Beep, beep. Harry and John looked over and saw 2 huge eyes glowing white, rushing around in the spider pile. Wrong. Not the eyes. It's the headlights. Harry. Ronald's voice came from inside the car, and John also saw a furry head. It was Hermione. The 3 little ones met here, and the Weasley family's magic car crashed into a pile of spiders. Yaya was barking loudly inside. Hermione, Ronald. Harry was surprised and touched that his friend came to the rescue. The car door opened, and Harry ran in with Daphne on his back, yelling to John, "John, get in quickly." The spiders had surrounded him, and John's expression changed several times. He stared at the spider-filled nest and became furious. This giant 8-eyed spider almost ate me last time, and it did it again this time. No matter how good-tempered John was, he didn't want to let these guys go. At Harry's urging, he jumped onto the roof of the car. The spider rushed towards the car. John took a deep breath, clenched his wand in his hand, and drew a large circle around him. Fiend fire. Red flames gushed out from the tip of the staff. John's eyes turned into vertical pupils, and an emotion called anger enveloped his whole body. The red flames transformed into a giant dragon. The spiders that approached were ignited by the fierce fire. The fire dragon opened its mouth and spit out flames, burning all the spiders. Wherever it passed, the shadow of the red dragon turned into a sea of fire. John felt the magic power in his body burning rapidly, and he controlled the fierce fire with both hands to open a path. The spiders' screams and wails continued to fill their ears, and the 3 little ones were stunned. Yaya was shivering and curled up in the back seat. She didn't know when the invisible beast ran into the car. Run! Ronald stepped on the accelerator and rushed out of the sea of fire. John used his last magic power to send the fire dragon into the spider's nest. If you want to eat me, I will make you exterminate my race. A look of anger appeared on John's face, and the spider's lair turned into a disaster. Countless spiders were burned to death by the fire dragon inside, and the old Aragog was terrified. Its indulgence almost wiped out the offspring of the 8-eyed giant spider. The spider silk in the nest became the most flammable material, and the fire dragon raged for 2 hours before finally stopping. Thick smoke floated into the sky, forming dark clouds, and rain fell, killing almost all of Aragog's tribe. The Weasleys' magic car rushed all the way to the edge of the Forbidden Forest. John jumped off the roof of the car, and his mood calmed down a lot. It seems that we can't drink too much of the Felicis. John was still in shock. He realized that his mood just now was not right, and remembered the record of the Felicis, which said that drinking too much of it would cause poisoning and would also make people arrogant and reckless. He never used fiend fire, not only because it was dark magic, but also because it was unstable. Unless one's magic power is one level higher than fiend fire's, simply controlling fiend fire would be a very difficult task. John burned down the spider's nest with fire. He was happy, but he didn't know if Hagrid would cry when she came back. The three little ones got out of the car, and John carried Daphne out. The magic car slammed its door and then sped back into the Forbidden Forest. Has this car turned wild? John was a little confused and didn't understand what this operation was. Hermione came over angrily, pointed at John and Harry's noses, and said angrily, "How can you be so reckless? You have violated at least 50 school rules." Angry Hermione didn't care whether you were the savior or John Wick. Both of them were scolded like children meeting their parents. Ronald didn't dare to interrupt the whole time, showing his status as the younger brother in the family. Harry nudged John with his elbow, motioning him to go up and say a few nice words. John thought for a moment and said, "Don't blame Harry. Riddle took Daphne away, and I was a little confused." Hermione, whose anger gradually subsided, noticed Daphne, a very beautiful girl who often appeared around John. Ronald asked in confusion, "Who is Riddle?" "Oh, it's Voldemort," John said lightly. Harry nodded rapidly. They had just fought with Voldemort and survived a life-and-death battle with a spider's nest. As soon as Voldemort's name came out, it felt like a cold wind was blowing around him. Ronald shuddered and said in horror, "Don't say that name." Hermione was also a little scared. If they hadn't come over just in time, Harry and John would probably have died at the hands of the spider. After all, he was her own son, referring to Harry, so Hermione just scolded him. Carrying the unconscious Daphne, the four of them returned to the castle. Their disappearance almost drove the entire Hogwarts crazy in search of them. The first person to be seen was Professor McGonagall, who was clutching her clothes tightly on her chest and breathing in deep breaths of cold air. Professor McGonagall led them into the castle, and they made their way to the headmaster's office. John saw Professor Snape was also in there, and he felt a little guilty. Because of taking a whole bottle of Felixir, I seem to have become much more reckless. He even snatched the poison from Professor Snape, and didn't feel the slightest bit sorry for the points deducted. Now that the effect of the drug has worn off, John feels that he may have to pay more. Fortunately, fate was very kind to him, and Dumbledore came back. He was suspended from duty, but was the first to return after the incident at Hogwarts. Among the 5 people at this time, 1 was unconscious, 2 were sloppy, and 2 did not dare to look up. There was a couple in the principal's office. They were Daphne's parents. Seeing that her daughter was fine, Daphne's beautiful mother even forgot that John was a muggle. "Greengrass will never forget your kindness." Daphne's father said this solemnly, and with that expression, it felt like John had taken advantage of his cabbage. Not only the Greengrasses were there, but another family was there as well, and Mrs. Weasley hugged Harry excitedly. Ginny told Dumbledore everything, so Dumbledore felt he needed to ask the Weasley family to come. John was also hugged excitedly by Mrs. Weasley. If it weren't for these 2 children, Ginny would have been charged with murdering a classmate. Putting down the diary and the sword of Gryffindor, John also took out the snake Fong as strong evidence. With this overwhelming evidence and Harry's 10-minute-long vivid explanation, Ginny naturally could not be blamed. "Well done, Harry, John." Dumbledore was generous with his praise. Even though the 2 of them had broken more than 100 school rules, the Gryffindors never cared about it. Well, the Slytherins didn't care either. The Golden Special Contribution awards fell on several people. Ronald's happiness came too suddenly. He didn't expect that he would have it too. Hermione wanted to kill him, just now. You deserve this, Ronald Weasley, for bravely entering the Forbidden Forest to rescue your classmates." Dumbledore praised her by name, and then looked at the nervous Hermione. He said gently, "Wisdom and courage, Miss Hermione Granger. You notified the professors at the first time and protected your friends. You deserve it as well." Then it was Harry's turn. Dumbledore glanced at the sword of Gryffindor that Harry had brought back. He had a smile on his face and said something like, "The guy said you were a Gryffindor." Finally, it was John's turn. John felt a little guilty and had even set the fire himself. Didn't you see that Professor Snape next to him was almost gritting his teeth? After all, having a student who dared to drink poison directly would give him, the teacher, the most headache. Smart, brave, strong, trustful of his peers, and never abandons any student. Mr. John Wick, you are brave enough to risk your life for your companions. Your spirit of dedication deserves applause. John asked cautiously, "Professor, are you still missing some wisdom?" Dumbledore paused. "You dare to test the poison on your own body, and you still want me to praise your wisdom?" Dumbledore silently glanced over this request and gave some basic information about who Tom Riddle was. This made the parents scream again. "You know, Minerva," Dumbledore said thoughtfully to McGonagall, "I think these things are worth celebrating with a banquet. Could you please notify the kitchen?" Professor McGonagall knew that Dumbledore wanted to talk to the little wizard alone, so she agreed decisively. She left, taking several parents and Daphne with her. Dumbledore turned to look at Professor Snape again and said, "Severus, we still have a cat that needs to be treated, don't we?" Professor Snape looked unhappy, which made Harry and Ronald secretly happy. Professor Snape finally had to nod and agree. Professor Sprout's Mandrake was already mature. He glared at a few people before leaving. John felt a headache coming on. He thought he might have become Professor Snape's #1 problem. Facing Dumbledore, the pressure on the 4 people did not decrease. Dumbledore's scrutinizing eyes passed over John's face. He said, "You all received special contribution awards, especially Harry and Ronald. Sometimes you just have to break your promise." Dumbledore blinked, and the 2 men, who had feared being expelled for breaking school rules again, breathed a sigh of relief. "Let me see. Each of the 3 of you has scored 200 points for Gryffindor. John, you have also scored 200 points for Slytherin." When John heard this, he exclaimed that Gryffindor was so terrifying. With his 600 points gained, Gryffindor quickly surpassed Slytherin. Even with a 200% admission score, he was still inferior to Gryffindor. Harry was very happy. Although he knew that the scores were somewhat exaggerated, it was an honor for Gryffindor to beat Slytherin. Hermione pursed her lips and said hesitantly, "Professor, we didn't do anything. Isn't this a bit too much?" Dumbledore smiled. "You deserve 200 points for being able to say that. Just add it forcefully." John was secretly complaining. "What do you say if the referee cheats?" Well, Hermione and the others saved him, so John had no choice but to accept it. As if he could hear John's inner thoughts, Dumbledore glanced at John. But sometimes the means are still too exaggerated. John hurriedly put on a smile. He didn't know if Dumbledore was talking about him setting the fiend fire. But when I think of Dumbledore, the unfathomable White Lord, it's better to be a little timid. Because of John's intervention, Lockhart is still writing furiously in the office. Naturally, there is no role for him. Harry wanted to ask about something that had been bothering him, and he blurted out, "Professor Dumbledore, Riddle said in his diary that I look like him." "That's what he said?" Dumbledore looked at Harry thoughtfully from beneath his thick silver brows. "What do you think, Harry? I'm not like him." Harry was a little excited, and his voice was a little louder. "I'm in Gryffindor. As he was talking, Harry fell silent, recalling the time he put on the Sorting Hat. He hesitated and said, "The Sorting Hat told me that I would be great in Slytherin. For a while, everyone thought I was the heir of Slytherin because I could speak Parseltongue." He hoped that Dumbledore could give him an explanation, because his lack of confidence led to him being controlled by Riddle later. "Harry, you speak Parseltongue," Dumbledore said calmly, "because Voldemort speaks Parseltongue. He is the last heir of Slytherin. If I am not mistaken, He transferred some of his magic into you the night he scarred you. He didn't mean it. I'm sure of that. Harry was stunned by this, and then he said in a deflated tone, "So I should be in Slytherin. The Sorting Hat may see Slytherin qualities in me. It placed you in Gryffindor." Dumbledore continued calmly. "Harry, you happen to possess many of the qualities that Salazar Slytherin looks for in his selection of students. Some rare gift of his own, parcel-tongue, resourcefulness, strong will, and a certain disdain for the letter of the law." As Dumbledore spoke about Slytherin, John found that all their eyes were focused on him. Harry recalled the scene where John had directly attacked Riddle. Resourceful, Ronald recalled the time when John couldn't help but touch Professor McGonagall's tabby cat in first grade. Strong-willed. Hermione raised an eyebrow, as if smiling, disdain for the rules of the law. Hey, that's enough. John wondered what was wrong with him. I'm a Slytherin. What's wrong with that? Are Slytherins not allowed to use a wand in the left hand and a sword in the right hand? Didn't you see that Merlin also wields a sword? If you keep looking at me like this, I'll sue you for defamation. Dumbledore also had a strange look on his face. If Harry hadn't come back with the sword of Gryffindor, he would have thought that John was the Gryffindor. After all, not everyone has the courage to drink poison directly. In order to make Harry stick to the Gryffindor beliefs, Dumbledore even took out the sword of Gryffindor and showed it off. Only a true Gryffindor could make it happen, Harry. Dumbledore's original intention was to make Harry firm in his belief, but this made Harry look strange, and he hesitated to say, "Professor, this sword may have chosen John." Dumbledore was stunned. He didn't know who summoned the sword of Gryffindor. When he realized it, the sword of Gryffindor had disappeared. He saw that it was Harry holding it, and thought that it was Harry who summoned it. Harry said, "The sword fell from the air and landed between me and John." Dumbledore fell in a deep thought. How did this work? It doesn't matter. Just think of you as a Gryffindor, Harry. John comforted Harry. It was just that these words didn't sound like comfort at all, and Dumbledore had no other choice, since the sword of Gryffindor couldn't even tell the difference. John, continue to protect the school. Dumbledore wanted to say a few more words to John. He blinked at the thought of all the things John had done, hoping he wouldn't burn the school down. John smiled awkwardly. That really wasn't intentional. After a few brief words, the few of them prepared to leave. Just as the door was opening, it was forced open, almost hitting John in the nose, and John unceremoniously reached out and pushed the door back. Dumbledore, ouch! Lucius Malfoy covered his red nose. He looked behind the door, and John met his gaze, raising his eyebrows provocatively. This almost made Lucius, who was already furious, go berserk. Dobby, who was wrapped in a bandage, was still on his arm. Today he was going to cause trouble for Dumbledore, so Lucius let this muggle-born go for now. He stormed over to Dumbledore. John didn't want to watch the rest of the bickering between the adults, so he walked out the door and looked back at the three little ones who seemed to be stuck together like glue, and he was speechless. As expected of a Gryffindor, everyone loves gossip. After walking out the door and waiting for a while, John saw Lucius coming out covered in dust. Lucius even glared at John. Could John tolerate this? Harry came out still a little reluctant. John pulled him back, winked, and said, "Harry, I think you can save a free soul." What? Harry was confused. John pointed at Dobby, who was standing behind Lucius, and Harry immediately understood. Harry was so busy watching the fun with Ronald and Hermione that he almost forgot about Dobby. He hurried back to borrow the diary from Dumbledore, and just as he was about to take off his sour socks that were sour from a day of running, John stopped him. "I think Dobby might not be that heavy." Taking out his wand and conjuring up a new sock, John handed it to Harry. Harry tucked it into the book knowingly, then ran over to give it back to Lucius. When Lucius saw a sock, he pulled it out angrily and threw it away, then threw the diary to Harry as if to distance himself from the relationship. Dobby caught the sock like it was the key to his freedom and held it high in the air. Lucius was fired from his position as a director, and his servants were taken away. He was furious and even wanted to take action. Fortunately, Dobby beat up his former master after he was freed. Lucius left dejectedly, and John watched his back as he left, his fingers unconsciously stroking his wand. Lucius Malfoy. John's eyes became deep as he said the name. When John returned to the auditorium, he saw students in pajamas with sleepy eyes. I don't know what Dumbledore was thinking, holding a party in the middle of the night.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.